There could be trouble looming for Donald Trump. Yet he continues with the trade war. Like I said, he's made another big announcement, 100% tariffs on all foreign-made semiconductors. And this is, again, very significant. Chips are the backbone of everything. Phones, cars, appliances, defense tech, everything runs on chips or semiconductors. And the US imports a bulk of the chips it uses, mostly from Taiwan and South Korea and other countries in Southeast Asia. 100% tariff means doubling the price on key components. So costs of all these items will double. And who will pay for it? Obviously, the American consumers.
So in other words, we'll be putting a tariff on of approximately 100% on chips and semiconductors. But if you're building in the United States of America, there's no charge, even though you're building and you're not producing yet in terms of the big numbers of jobs and all of the things that you're building. If you're building, there will be no charge.
Well, if you're confused, join the line. Every Trump tariff comes with a caveat. If you're selling chips to the US, there's a 100% tariff. If you're building in the US, there is no tariff. And if you're investing, again, there is no tariff. And this has saved some of the biggest chip makers, TSMC, SK Hynix, Samsung. They're all exempt from the new levy. And while some companies may be panicking, Apple has chosen a different approach. It is using presents. Yesterday, Apple CEO Tim Cook showed up at the White House. He came bearing gifts, an engraved piece of Apple glass on a 24-karat gold base.
This box was made in the U.S., California, and this glass comes on the Corning line. And the base comes from Utah and is 24-karat gold, and it sits. I'll take the liberty of setting it up.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
They're calling it a gift, but we know what it is. It's a bribe, and it seems to have worked. Apple promised to invest in America and got exemptions on both chips and smartphones. And again, this is very significant because most of Apple's phones, most iPhones, are made in India and China. And September is the month for a new launch. So Apple badly needed this, and they chose to use gold to sway Trump.
Today, Apple is announcing that it will invest $600 billion, that's with a B, in the United States over the next 4 years. That's $100 billion more than they were originally going to invest. And this is the largest investment Apple has ever made in America and anywhere else. And it's just an honor to have you. As you know, Apple's been an investor in other countries a little bit. I won't say which ones, but a couple. And they're coming home.
So let's recap what we've learned about Trump's trade war. If you're a poor country, you shall pay. If you don't grovel, you shall pay. If you're a rich company, bring a gift. If you flatter Trump, you'll get a discount. And if you don't, good luck selling your semiconductors or whatever it is that you're selling. This trade war is not about tariffs. It's about massaging egos and gold-plated gifts. Always remember the gifts.
It's a big day.
It's finally set to happen. No more secret phone calls, no more messenger diplomacy. Donald Trump is set to meet Vladimir Putin, their first ever meeting since Trump's first term. Also, the first presidential meet since the Ukraine war. It could happen as soon as next week. The announcement came from the Kremlin. They are working out some of the key details, like the agenda, the location, and the optics. Listen in.
Speaking about the Ukrainian matters, at the suggestion of the American side, an agreement was essentially reached to hold a bilateral meeting at the highest level in the coming days. That is, a meeting between President Vladimir Putin and President Donald Trump.
Now, this is big news. The last US-Russia summit was in 2021. That's when Joe Biden met Putin in Switzerland. And then Russia invaded Ukraine, and ties plunged to rock bottom. When Trump came to office, he slowly revived it. First phone calls, then ministerial meetings, and now finally the big one, a sit-down between Trump and Putin. How exactly did both sides agree to this, and what are they hoping to achieve? Let's look at the build-up first. Trump had promised to end the war in 24 hours. When he couldn't, he began losing patience. He criticized Russian attacks. He gave weapons to Ukraine. Then last week, he issued an ultimatum to Moscow, end the war by August 8th or face sanctions. Soon after, he also made a nuclear threat. Trump announced that he was moving nuclear submarines near Russia. He was posturing before talks. Because this week, Trump dispatched his special envoy to Moscow, his man Friday, Steve Witkoff. This was Witkoff's fifth trip in 2025, fifth. Yesterday, he had a long meeting with Putin, reports say around 3 hours long. In this meeting, Witkoff made a proposal, a trilateral summit between Putin, Zelensky, and Trump, but Putin rejected it. Afterwards, Trump made a statement in Washington. He said there was no breakthrough in Moscow, but he hinted at a meeting with Putin.
What was the breakthrough today? Did Vladimir Putin make some kind of concession that he hasn't been willing to make before?
I don't call it a breakthrough. I mean, we've been working on this a long time. There are thousands of young people dying, mostly soldiers, but also, missiles being hit into Kiev and other places. We had some very good talks with President Putin today, and there's a very good chance that we could be ending the round, ending the end of that road. That road was long and continues to be long, but there's a good chance that there will be a meeting very soon.
So yesterday, the US proposed a trilateral. Today, we hear of a bilateral. Is this some middle ground? Maybe Putin said no to the meeting with Zelensky, but he agreed to a summit with Trump. At this point, we can only speculate. Whatever the reason, the Ukrainians are quite happy. Zelensky says Russia seems more open to a truce.
We discussed what was said in Moscow. It appears that Russia is now more inclined to consider a ceasefire. The pressure on them is working. But the main thing is to make sure they don't deceive anyone in the details, neither us nor the United States.
Now, two questions remain. Where will they meet and what will they discuss? In the past, such summits have happened in neutral countries. In 2018, Trump met Putin in Finland. Back then, Finland was a neutral country. But today, Finland is a part of NATO. In 2021, the meeting happened in Switzerland. The Swiss are still neutral, but they have imposed sanctions on Russia, which leaves the Gulf nations. All of them have close ties with both Russia and the US. In fact, the UAE's president is visiting Moscow as we speak. Putin suggested that his country could play host.
Your aide said the meeting was likely to be held next week, but where? Could you at least hint at this place?
We have a lot of friends that are ready to help us organize such an event. Here is one of our friends, the President of the United Arab Emirates. I think we will decide, but this could be one of the suitable venues.
Another possibility is Turkey, or who knows, maybe it will be a wild card. What matters is not the location, what matters is the agenda. What will both men be looking to achieve? Trump will be betting on personally persuading Putin. He has spoken about it in the past. Trump feels that he must be at the table if the war is to end.
Nothing's going to happen until Putin and I get together, okay? And obviously he wasn't going to go. He was going to go, but he thought I was going to go. He wasn't going if I wasn't there. And I don't believe anything's going to happen, whether you like it or not, until he and I get together. But we're going to have to get it solved because too many people are dying.
Well, that is Trump's best case scenario. He convinces Putin to end the war. And what about the other side? Just the optics is a big victory for Putin. Europe thinks they have managed to isolate Russia, but next week Putin will be shaking hands with Europe's top ally. Certainly not isolation. As for the talks, Putin will have different goals. Best case scenario, he wins over Trump. The US president goes back to abandoning Ukraine, no aid, no sanctions. If he cannot achieve that, Putin may look to buy time. Trump's ceasefire deadline is tomorrow. After that, the US may target Russia's trading partners. They've already tariffed India. Other partners could be next. And that's the risk with Trump. Putin knew that Joe Biden would never violate some red lines. It took him 2 years to allow Ukraine to strike deep inside Russia. But with Trump, there are no red lines. Whatever the outcome, these talks are a welcome move. Any step to end the war is good. Any step to keep communication lines open is also good. We'll be tracking this summit closely. And speaking of Russia's partners, Trump is not going after all of them. He's only going after one of them, and that is India. The United States can still buy. Tonight, we'll take a closer look at this hypocrisy. First up, Russian oil. China makes up 47% of Russia's crude exports, 47%. India makes up 38%. The EU and Turkey both make up 6% each. Next is finished petroleum goods. India does not buy them from Russia. Turkey is the largest importer. They make up 26% of Russia's total sales. China makes up 13% and Brazil 12%. Then you have natural gas. The EU is the top buyer of Russian liquefied natural gas. They make up a whopping 51%. Europe, 51%. China is at 21%. Japan is at 18%. India is nowhere in this picture. Same with pipeline gas. The EU remains the top buyer from Russia with the share up to 37%. China has 30%, Turkey has 27%, yet none of these countries or groups face tariffs. Turkey is a NATO ally of the United States. So are most members of the European Union. So Donald Trump gives them a free pass. Instead, he targets India. His officials accuse India of funding Russia's war machine. Let's examine that claim. Look at the payments made for Russian energy. This is from December 2022 to July 2025. China paid a total of $197 billion. That's how much they have paid Russia for energy imports, $197 billion. How much has India paid? $120 billion. Turkey has paid $80 billion and the European Union has paid $63 billion. This table sums up the hypocrisy. India has paid $120 billion to Russia, but NATO countries have paid $123 billion. Yet, who gets the tariffs? Only India. Even today, 10% of Russian energy ends up in Europe, but nobody bats an eyelid. Nobody accuses Europe of funding the war. The truth is, Brussels has been wily. In public, they talk about crippling Russia's economy. They talk about ending energy imports. But they never do it. They sneakily carve out exemptions. But even today, Russian natural gas is unsanctioned. Why? Because Europe cannot live without it. Same with crude oil. European companies cannot import via sea, but you can import through pipelines. No logic, just casual hypocrisy. Another example is refined crude products. The EU has decided to ban them, but some of its partners are exempt from this ban, like Canada, Switzerland, and the UK. So there are two double standards here. One is the sanctioned carve-outs. You target things you cannot live without. You target things you can live without, rather, but you exempt things that you cannot live without. Either way, it's money flowing into Russia. The second double standard is the singling out of India. This accusation of funding the war. Like I said, NATO countries have paid more to Moscow, plus China is helping the war effort. Beijing has been shipping dual-use goods to Russia. They also supply spare parts and electronics, yet there are no tariffs on China. So what explains the singling out of India? It is likely a pressure tactic. The only question is for what? Pressure to make India sign a trade deal, or pressure to make Russia end the war? On trade, Trump's concerns are old. He had the same complaints in his first term too. Think back to 2019. Trump ended the presidential trade terms for India, the preferential trade terms. And before that, India could export some 2,000 items without paying duty, but Trump said not anymore. He ended that regime. He accused India of denying market access to the US, and he terminated the trade agreement. So his concerns are not new. The difference is the approach. This time, Donald Trump is going all out against India. He wants to make an example out of us. Unfortunately for him, New Delhi is not backing down.
This is News 18.
Finesta Windows, beautiful and durable designs, इंस्टॉलेशन से मेंटेनेंस की लाइफ लॉन्ग कस्टमर सर्विस। आपके घर में फिनेस्टा नहीं है तो कॉल कीजिए।
फाइनल फिनेस्टा।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाइन क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड, मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
हेलो मोटो।
मैडम जी वो सारे पैसे लेके भाग गए।
दिखाते हैं इनको।
डीलर निकाल दे इसके बाद।
पंक्चर के बाद भी इससे हवा नहीं निकलेगी क्योंकि ये है जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर जो कील लगने के बाद भी होता है हील। जेके पंक्चर गार्ड टायर, अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी।
हेलो मोटो।
Stay ahead with News 18. News from your city in your language. Real-time updates, in-depth analysis, and breaking news. Anytime, anywhere. Only on the News 18 app. Scan and download the News 18 app now.
Is in Israel. In fact, Managing Editor Zaka Jacob has spoken exclusively to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There are several important things that he's highlighted. This also comes at a time when there is high speculation if Israel is going to be annexing Gaza. And in this exclusive conversation that Benjamin Netanyahu had with Zaka Jacob, the Israeli Prime Minister made it clear that Israel will not annex Gaza as the speculation is being made. That an international body will govern Gaza, and that is what Israel stands for. He also did tell us that the aim is to destroy Hamas and to ensure that Hamas is out of Gaza, and that is the only aim that Israel is working towards. Benjamin Netanyahu also said that we will get our hostages back, and that is a vow that we had made to the people of Israel, and that is something he aims to deliver. He also said that war will be over if Hamas lays down arms. That's something that he said even as the world is looking at what happens next in Gaza as the humanitarian crisis there only deepens. But speaking of India and Israel, the Israeli Prime Minister has spoken at length to CNN News 18 about Operation Sindoor, about India's fight against terror and Pakistani-backed terrorists. In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu also said that Israeli arms were used in Operation Sindoor by India, and that is in Israel. In fact, Managing Editor Zaka Jacob has spoken exclusively to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There are several important things that he's highlighted. This also comes at a time when there is high speculation if Israel is going to be annexing Gaza. And in this exclusive conversation that Benjamin Netanyahu had with Zaka Jacob, the Israeli Prime Minister made it clear that Israel will not annex Gaza as the speculation is being made. That an international body will govern Gaza, and that is what Israel stands for. He also did tell us that the aim is to destroy Hamas and to ensure that Hamas is out of Gaza, and that is the only aim that Israel is working towards. Benjamin Netanyahu also said that we will get our hostages back, and that is a vow that we had made to the people of Israel, and that is something he aims to deliver.
We've got a solution for Donald Trump. You do this, and no one will question you anymore. No one will accuse you of hypocrisy. Just sanction Russian oil. Why doesn't he do that? As things stand, Russian crude is not sanctioned. Any country is free to buy it. The only condition? It must be purchased below the price cap. Think of it as a price ceiling. This ceiling was decided by the G7 countries. They mandated that all Russian oil must be purchased below $60. Fine, India did it. We stuck to that price cap. All our purchases are fully legal. Yet now Trump has a problem. He is portraying India as funding the war. So tonight we will hit the US president with some kryptonite. In this case, facts or information. Russia is the second largest crude producer in the world. They push out around 9.5 million barrels per day. That's 11% of the global supply. In 2022, this supply came into doubt. Europe imposed sanctions on Russia. They decided to scale down oil purchases. Like I mentioned, maritime trade was stopped. Only pipelines were allowed. Naturally, this spooked the oil markets. They feared that Russian oil would be banned, that 9.5 million barrels a day would be cut off from the market. These fears drove up oil prices. It's simple economics. If the supply falls, the price will rise because customers are still lining up to buy, but the product is running low. That is what happened to the oil market in 2022. Prices reached $137 per barrel. What did the West do? They did not sanction or ban Russian oil. Instead, they asked others to buy it. In this case, India. Before the war, we barely bought any Russian crude. It made up just 0.2% of our imports. But today, it stands at 36%. This was a good deal for India and the world. We got oil at discounts. The world got stable oil prices. In fact, the US actively encouraged India to do this. Listen to what Joe Biden's Treasury Secretary had said, and I'm quoting, "The United States is happy for India to continue buying as much Russian oil as it wants, including at prices above a G7 imposed price cap mechanism, if it steers clear of Western insurance, finance, and maritime services bound by the cap." That was the US Treasury Secretary in 2022. Now listen to the Assistant Secretary of State, sort of like America's Deputy Foreign Minister. This is what he said in 2024. I'm quoting again. "India has played a key role in efforts to stabilize global energy markets through its purchases of Russian crude." And finally, you have the former ambassador, Eric Garcetti. He openly admitted that the US encouraged India to buy Russian oil.
They bought Russian oil because we wanted somebody to buy Russian oil at a price cap. That was not a violation or anything. It was actually the design of the policy, because as a commodity, we didn't want oil prices going up, and they fulfilled that.
Like I said, the solution is clear now. Just sanction Russian oil. India is a country that respects global sanctions. We used to buy a lot of Iranian oil. In 2007, Iran made up more than 12% of India's imports. But in the last decade, we stopped buying from Iran. Do you know why? Because Iranian oil was sanctioned. But guess who does buy Iranian oil even after the sanctions? China. They buy almost 1.4 million barrels per day. So I come back to my first question. Why doesn't Donald Trump sanction Russian oil? I'll give you 3 reasons why. 1, because it would hurt his allies. Many countries in Europe still buy Russian pipeline crude, and Washington will not hurt them. 2, the price issue still remains. If you remove Russia from the market, prices will rise. Some experts say they could cross $200 per barrel. Now, to put that in context, the current prices are $66 a barrel. So imagine this going to 200. Inflation will skyrocket across the world, and Trump's approval ratings will drop again, if that's even possible. Finally, the third reason. He can't get everyone on board UN sanctions are totally out of the question. Russia is a permanent member of the UN Security Council. They will simply veto any proposal to sanction their oil. So chances are Trump will not sanction Russian oil. Nonetheless, he is playing a dangerous game. Let's assume he wins this round. India agrees to stop buying Russian oil. What happens then? Two things. One, India goes back to buying from West Asia, but that market is now crowded, meaning global oil prices will rise. The second thing that will happen is advantage China. With India out of the picture, Russia will have to sell to China, that too at far steeper discounts. These are the possible consequences of what Donald Trump is doing. Thankfully, India is not playing along. Officials say there is no ban on Russian crude. So once again, New Delhi is balancing the global oil market. It's no mean feat for a country of 1.4 billion people. But what do we get for it? Tariffs instead of thanks. Tariffs and sanctions are a double-edged sword. They won't just hurt the world, they can hurt the United States too. This week, Donald Trump was reminded of this fact, and the reminder came from the Reserve Bank of India, RBI.
If at all there is an impact, there is also an impact on the growth, on the demand, and that has a reverse impact, where we highlighted this aspect that it moves in both directions. As of now, we don't see a major impact of this unless we have retaliatory tariffs and so on.
That was the governor of the Reserve Bank of India, the RBI. This week, his message carries extra weight. The RBI held its monetary policy review. It's a routine exercise that happens 6 times a year. This was the 3rd review, and it was anything but routine. Because this was the RBI's first real chance to respond to Trump's tariff escalation. The central bank uses these reviews to steer the economy. They set the direction for critical policy decisions like interest rates, lending by banks, the overall growth strategy. In normal times, the RBI uses these reviews to balance inflation and development, but in times like these, when the economy faces more external shocks like a 50% tariff on exports, these reviews become critical. The RBI uses them to respond to the challenge. And how are they responding this time? Listen to this.
US President Donald Trump has said that Indian economy is dead. What is your reaction to that?
No, I am not the right person to react to the president. But yes, I mean, you are all aware we have a very robust growth rate, 6.5%. And in fact, as per IMF, 6.4% and 3% growth rate of the world, when they look at that, we are contributing about 18%, which is more than US, where the contribution is expected to be much less, at about, I think, 11% or something. So we are doing very well, and we will continue to further improve.
India is growing at a robust 6.5%. The RBI governor pointed to the latest IMF projections too. That's the International Monetary Fund. The IMF expects India to grow at 6.4% this year. What about the United States? The US economy is expected to grow at 1.9%. But comparing these numbers alone would be misleading. America, after all, is a developed economy. Its GDP is over $30 trillion. India stands at just over $4 trillion. We are a developing economy. We are growing fast, faster than most, but there's still a long road ahead. Now let's look at the other half of that statement, the fact that India contributes 18% of global growth and the US just 11%. What do these numbers mean? Imagine the global economy is like a big potluck dinner. Every country brings a dish. Some bring more, some bring less. Now imagine all these countries sitting at a large table. There are 100 dishes on this table, for example. India has brought 18 dishes. The US has brought 11. Even though America has a bigger kitchen or a bigger economy, it is India that is cooking more. It is India that is bringing more food to the table. That's what these numbers demonstrate, that India is adding more to global growth, more than the United States of America. Yes, the US economy is still bigger in absolute numbers, but global growth is not just about size, it's about momentum. Large economies grow slowly. Smaller economies, if they're efficient, can drive global output faster. And India is doing just that. Let me show you another report. It's from April this year. Again, an IMF assessment. It says 2 countries will drive global growth this year, India and China. And out of these 2 countries, India has the higher growth rate. So yes, India will feel the impact of Trump's tariffs, but the setback is expected to be short-term in nature. Exporters might lose some business, which they can recover by finding new customers. It won't be easy, but it'll happen. Some industries may witness a slowdown. But there are other engines of growth. What about America? The trade war will hurt their imports, and the impact will be long-term. It will be felt on the shelves of American supermarkets. It will be felt in their factories and production lines, and eventually it will be felt in their job market. Like I said, tariffs are a double-edged sword. There are no real winners here, and among the losers, the United States will be the biggest. Threats can be different, but every bully is the same, and every time you have 2 options. You either stand up to them or you soothe their ego. Pakistani Field Marshal Asim Munir picked his portion a long time ago. He has eagerly appeased Donald Trump, and the US president has lapped it all up. Now Munir is visiting the US again. This will be his 2nd trip in 2 months. His first one was in June. The second one could happen this week. But why is he going? And could there be more to these moves? Is Donald Trump cultivating Munir to invest in the next president of Pakistan? Here's a report.
The geopolitical stage is a shaky one. Change is constant, chaos is expected. But certain absurdities manage to shock you nonetheless. Like the new chapter of engagement between 2 countries, the US and Pakistan. And at the center of it is one man, Pakistan's top military officer, Field Marshal Saeed Asim Munir. According to reports, he's all set to visit the US again. In June, Munir traveled to Washington. This was a rare 5-day visit, and it came weeks after India struck terror factories in Pakistan during Operation Sindoor. Munir was received at the White House for a private lunch. This was the first time that a Pakistani military leader was hosted by an American president without any civilian representatives from Pakistan present. Weeks later, another trip is on the cards, and reportedly it is set to happen this week. This time, Munir is expected to visit Tampa in Florida. He will attend an official ceremony for the change of command of a defense force called the United States Central Command, or CENTCOM. This ceremony will be a formal farewell event for US General Michael Kurilla. In July, Islamabad awarded Kurilla its highest military honor, the Nishan-e-Imtiaz. Pakistan praised the US general for apparently bolstering defense coordination between the 2 countries, and now Munir has been invited in a reciprocal gesture. The Trump administration is actively cultivating ties with Islamabad through him. Question is, could there be something more to this? Is Donald Trump trying to invest in Pakistan's future leader, a possible future president, Munir? After his first visit, Munir thanked Trump for apparently averting nuclear war and mediating with India. These are baseless claims, and India has called them out repeatedly. But Donald Trump is hungry for credit, and Munir has been eager to please. So he said the 3 words Trump wanted to hear the most: Nobel Peace Prize. He suggested that the US president deserves one. And this subservience has served him well, because soon after, Trump struck a deal with Pakistan, saying Pakistan and the US will work together on developing their massive oil reserves. We are in the process of choosing the oil company that will lead this partnership. Who knows, maybe they'll be selling oil to India someday. So in exchange for lower tariffs, Pakistan reportedly offered American companies access to its domestic oil reserves and massaged Trump's ego. Clearly, Munir's bid to appease Trump has been successful. But does this mean he could play a larger political role in his country soon? These speculations come as pressure mounts on Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif. He's fighting to hold on to power and tussling with his image of a weak leader. Now Munir has assumed more responsibility on the world stage. Senior Pakistani officials have firmly denied speculations of him becoming the future president. But when it's Pakistan, anything is possible. Munir has already promoted himself to Field Marshal. Maybe being the president is next on his to-do list.
What would you do if you were offered $1.5 billion for a job? 1.5 billion with a B. I know what most of you are thinking. You would scream, call your mom, say yes even before they finish the sentence. Because who turns down a deal like that? Well, someone just did. His name is Andrew Tulloch. He is an AI researcher, and recently Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg offered him a job that could have been worth up to $1.5 billion over 6 years. But Tulloch said, no thanks. Why did he do that? Well, that's what we'll tell you tonight. Our story begins with Meera Murati. She was the Chief Technological Officer of OpenAI. When Sam Altman was removed, she took his place. She became the interim CEO of OpenAI. This was for a very short while. Last year, Meera Murati left OpenAI, and this year she formed her own AI startup. It's called Thinking Machines Lab. Andrew Tulloch is a co-founder. A few months ago, Mark Zuckerberg reached out to Meera Murati. Meta has been revamping its AI team. They've been looking for AI researchers, so Zuckerberg made Murati an offer. He would buy her new startup. Murati refused. Then Meta reached out to Andrew Tulloch, and they made this eye-watering offer of $1.5 billion. I'm sure all of you are curious. What does an offer like this even look like? As I said, it's not for 1 year. It's $1.5 billion over 6 years. So you can do the math. That's around $250 million a year. And not all of this is in cash. This is not $1.5 billion as cash in hand. This includes stock options and performance bonuses. So if Meta soars, Tulloch would be richer. If it crashes, he would be left with far less. That was the offer. And even if Tulloch gets $100 million in hand, it's still a lot of money. So why did he say no? For multiple reasons. The first one, believe it or not, is mission, or so they say. Yes, money is important, but AI researchers often believe that the mission is bigger, that they're working on something big, almost like the Manhattan Project, the one that created the atom bomb. Also, the Thinking Lab machines is worth $12 billion. Investors are pouring billions into the startup, and no one knows why. What they're building is apparently a secret and a well-guarded one. So that's one reason. The second one is culture. Places like OpenAI and Thinking Machines are deeply idealistic. They're flat structured. Everyone gets a say. Meta, on the other hand, is very different. There's a lot of office politics. Reports talk about ego clashes. So for some AI researchers, it's not a conducive environment. And the last factor is fatigue. Tulloch is not Zuckerberg's only target. He has tried to poach so many employees from the tiny startup that this feels less like a job offer and more like a siege. And that did not sit right with Tulloch. In fact, this is a remarkable episode, not just because of the pay package and the fact that it was rejected, but because of what it tells you about the AI ecosystem. Top talent is in short supply. There are only about 70 to 80 people in Silicon Valley, and there's a bidding war over them. They're getting contracts like top athletes. They have a lot of fan following. There are relentless recruitment campaigns. I guess all that's left is a Netflix documentary offer. Of course, none of this is new. In the early 2000s, networking engineers were gods. Then came mobile app developers. Now it's AI PhDs. And yet, this time feels a little different, not because of the big money, but because of the high stakes. These engineers are not just building search engines. They're creating the most powerful technology humanity has ever imagined. Artificial General Intelligence, AGI. So can the AI world justify these salaries? Maybe they can. Whoever builds AGI first will control the world. If an AI researcher helps unlock that, then $1.5 billion might actually be cheap. Having said that, we are still years, if not a decade away from AGI. The AI world is bleeding money. Tangible profits are still a myth. Yet there's no stopping these companies. They will spend whatever it takes to win, because the prize this time is history.
This is
Is in Israel. In fact, Managing Editor Zaka Jacob has spoken exclusively to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There are several important things that he's highlighted. This also comes at a time when there is high speculation if Israel is going to be annexing Gaza. And in this exclusive conversation that Benjamin Netanyahu had with Zaka Jacob, the Israeli Prime Minister made it clear that Israel will not annex Gaza as the speculation is being made, that an international body will govern Gaza, and that is what Israel stands for. He also did tell us that the aim is to destroy Hamas and to ensure that Hamas is out of Gaza, and that is the only aim that Israel is working towards. Benjamin Netanyahu also said that we will get our hostages back, and that is a vow that we had made to the people of Israel, and that is something he aims to deliver. He also said that war will be over if Hamas lays down arms. That's something that he said even as the world is looking at what happens next in Gaza as the humanitarian crisis there only deepens. But speaking of India and Israel, the Israeli Prime Minister has spoken at length to CNN News 18 about Operation Sindoor, about India's fight against terror and Pakistani-backed terrorists. In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu also said that Israeli arms were used in Operation Sindoor by India, and that has proven that they are battle ready, that the Israeli arms that were used by India, that were supplied by Israel to India, even in the past, have still proven their mettle, and there is no doubt over these arms and ammunitions. Now, this interview with Benjamin Netanyahu, this conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu also comes at a time when India is seeing 50% tariffs from the United States. That's also something that the Israeli Prime Minister spoke about. He went on to say that the United States understands that India is a solid partner. That is the sense that the world has been getting, irrespective of the tantrums and the threats that are coming to the fore from the US president. Benjamin Netanyahu also said that India stands out in Asia, and that's something that the United States is cognizant of, that India and the United States are two terrific friends, and that friendship will remain, so much so that both the countries will find a solution to this tariff threat, to this trade negotiation that has been going on between the two countries. He also went on to say that the goal for America and India is for both sides to succeed, for it to be a win-win situation. And there is a lot of common ground between New Delhi and Washington, and that is something that both countries will pursue. He added that interests of India, America, and Israel are in the situation where all of this ends quickly. He also said that America knows that India is a natural partner and must be kept close. All of these obstacles that we're seeing as far as trade negotiations go, they can be dealt with, and Benjamin Netanyahu is confident that they will be dealt with between India and the United States. Is in Israel. In fact, Managing Editor Zaka Jacob has spoken exclusively to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There are several important things that he's highlighted. This also comes at a time when there is high speculation if Israel is going to be annexing Gaza. And in this exclusive conversation that Benjamin Netanyahu had with Zaka Jacob, the Israeli Prime Minister made it clear that Israel will not annex Gaza as the speculation is being made, that an international body will govern Gaza.
Donald Trump met the CEO of Apple today. His name is Tim Cook, or as Trump calls him, Tim Apple. It was a lesson in flattery and U-turns. Tim Cook has supported and funded Democrats in the past, but here he was, singing praises of President Trump. The Apple CEO also gifted him something special, a glass plate resting on a golden base. A better gift would have been a golden iPhone to smother with Cheetos dust, to spill Diet Coke on, and to rant on Truth Social.
Yes, please.
This car was made in the U.S. from Utah, and it's 24 karat gold. Instead, I'll take the liberty of
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Big breaking news coming in at the top of the bulletin, where amid the Trump tariff standoff between India and the United States, Prime Minister Narendra Modi received a phone call from the President of Brazil. The two leaders agreed to enhance cooperation in trade, technology, energy, defense, agriculture, health, and other sectors. Remember, both nations have been slapped with the highest tariffs of 50% by the Trump administration. Reports suggest the president of Brazil wants a joint statement from the BRICS Union of Nations on the Trump tariffs. Earlier today, President of Brazil also spoke to Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. So it seems that there is a BRICS unity and a newfound resolve when it comes to the BRICS nations to take on Trump's tariff regime. I'm joined by my colleague Aman Sharma on the broadcast to get this piece of breaking news. So it seems, Aman, when it comes to the BRICS grouping of nations, there is an outreach from all sides to come together to take on Donald Trump and this entire tariff storm that has rocked the global markets.
Well, Ayushman, very clearly, India and Brazil are the two countries facing the worst tariff from the US. Both are facing 50% tariff. In fact, the Brazil president, Mr. Lula, yesterday had said that he will call up Prime Minister Narendra Modi and other leaders of the BRICS bloc, in response to the tariffs imposed by Mr. Donald Trump. And saying true to that word, both the leaders, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Lula of Brazil, have had almost an hour-long discussion today. And while the Indian statement does not mention that tariffs were discussed, but Mr. Lula has made it very clear. He made a direct mention of tariffs, and he has said that both the leaders have discussed tariffs, how to align their forces even more, and how Mr. Modi's statement, Indian statement on the phone call says the two leaders exchanged views on various regional and global issues of mutual interest and agreed to remain in touch. But I think the Trump's tariff campaign, Ayushman, appears to be a point of convergence for the two of the world's largest emerging economies. Founding BRICS partners, both Brazil and India, they are facing the steepest US duties, and the leaders both talking to each other. Makes it very clear what Mr. Lula had said, that he would call up PM Modi also, Xi Jinping of China, another BRICS ally, that is facing 30% US levies. So it is very clear that the forces, the various countries are aligning their forces to take on what Mr. Donald Trump is doing. And, this has also comes after Ayushman, Prime Minister's statement earlier today morning when he said that, there will be no compromise with the interest of Indian farmers at any cost, and he may have to pay a heavy price for it, but he will not relent in any manner. So it is making very clear that what Prime Minister Narendra Modi here is doing, is standing up against the bully. He's rallying his friends, and he's letting his actions do be the message. And, rather than take on Mr. Trump directly, there has been no phone call exchange between Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi, but Mr. Modi has come on the phone line with the Brazilian president for over an hour to discuss how both the countries are facing the worst 50% tariffs from the US and how they should align their forces more. It also comes on a day, Ayushman, when Indian National Security Advisor Mr. Ajit Doval was in Moscow, and he announced that the visit of the Russian President Vladimir Putin to India is almost finalized now. So, those words should also be taken with a lot of seriousness, because while India is facing 25% extra tariff due to its ties with Russia, Mr. Ajit Doval landed in Russia yesterday, and today he has made the statement that the Russian president will soon be in India. So all this is, I think, a lot of messaging going on from India by rallying its forces and going not just Brazil, but also citing its old friendship with Russia to stand up to the Mr. Donald Trump's tactics.
Absolutely. It seems Narendra Modi doubling down on the strategic interests of the country and rallying allies as well. And all these allies, including the president of Brazil, also rallying to the prime minister to ensure that India has a plan on track to carry all these other nations along. These two big emerging economies, Brazil and India, slapped with 50% tariffs. I'm also joined by Siddhant Mishra on the broadcast. So Siddhant, clearly it seems that Prime Minister Modi's message to Donald Trump, the message which came in today, that India will never compromise on its economic and strategic interests, it has resonated across the globe towards other US allies as well.
Well, that's right, because, the BRICS nation are indeed at a receiving end, whether it's Brazil, whether it's China, whether it's India. All the three nations are affected by Trump's tariff. Now, the reason, what I find behind this conversation is from last 2 days, President Lula has been saying that he will not speak to President Trump. He will speak to Prime Minister Modi and President Xi. Perhaps President Lula wants a joint statement from BRICS leaders on Trump's tariff. In fact, earlier today, there has been a telephonic conversation between President Lula's special envoy and Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. In fact, there has been a very strong statement which came from Chinese Foreign Ministry, Chinese Foreign Minister. In fact, the Chinese embassy spokesperson here in New Delhi. So this particular tariff that has been imposed on China, Brazil, and India, perhaps have I won't be saying that brought the three countries closer to each other, but perhaps there is an understanding, and all three countries are at a receiving end, and utilizing this opportunity, Mr. Lula wanted to get a joint statement from BRICS leaders. Perhaps I think that this particular conversation was regarding that. Indian side's release does not mention discussion over, but Brazilian side, in fact, President Lula writes on X, and he confirms that this was regarding the importance of defending multilateralism and the need to address the challenges of the current situation. In fact, Lula said that he'll be coming to India next year. Also, very important point, Ayushman. Lula also recalled the expansion of the scope of Mercosur and India agreement. Perhaps this is a trade agreement between Mercosur and India, and perhaps during Indian Prime Minister Modi's visit to Brazil, India requested for its expansion. So that was also discussed.
Right, Siddhant, please stay with us, because talking about outreach to allies, remember Trump's tariff strike against India has taken place, as Trump claims, because India imports Russian oil. But discussing India-Russia ties, now Ajit Doval is in Moscow, and India is only doubling down on its strategic interests and its ties with its all-weather friend, that is Russia, as Brazil and India show solidarity aimed at the tariff storm that has been sparked by Donald Trump. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow. Both sides discussed ways to further strengthen Russia-India strategic partnerships and discuss the preparation of the bilateral summit by the end of this year. So despite what Trump has to say, India hammering the point home that its strategic interests will not be compromised. Siddhant continues to be with us on the broadcast. And those are the visuals on your screen from Moscow. NSA Ajit Doval having those talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin. So, Siddhant, the message has been sent pretty much to the entire globe. Right after Trump's tariff strike, these kind of announcements coming in from both the Indian government as well as the Russian government to only expand their strategic interests in their cooperation with each other.
And in fact, this visit was pre-scheduled before Trump imposing tariff on India. In fact, this visit carries a lot of significance, especially in terms of strengthening ties with Russia, and there is a release also which we have received from the Russian side, and release says the parties discussed ways to further strengthen the Russia-India special and privileged strategic partnership. The leaders also discussed cooperation between Russia and India in multilateral formats and exchanged views on topical issues of international security. In fact, NSA Doval met his Russian counterpart also this morning, and the video which has been released by the Russian side, in that NSA Doval's Russian counterpart could be heard saying about the rules-based order, perhaps giving emphasis to the supremacy of the rules-based order, etc. So, Russia very well understands India's position, and it's a very special and privileged strategic partnership between the two countries. This visit holds a lot of significance in terms of expanding strategic partnership. As far as S-400 supplies to India is concerned, both sides also held talks over the energy security. And at the same time, regional and global issues were also discussed during the meeting.
Right. Siddhant, please stay with us because we're getting some more breaking news. Let's talk about Russia. And this is Trump's push to achieve that ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. Remember, he said he would end this war in 24 hours. And this is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive when it comes to the secret offer that reports suggest that Trump's team has made to Vladimir Putin. Now, this has been accessed by CNN News 18. Reports suggest Moscow received a favorable ceasefire proposal from Trump's circle, allegedly coordinated with European powers. Key terms include the de facto recognition of Russia's territorial gains, the dropping of sanctions, a non-expansion pledge from NATO, and continued US military aid to Ukraine, but on acceptable terms to Russia. This deal was hammered out after the meeting between Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Russian President Vladimir Putin. So this is the big news that's coming in when it comes to this massive concession that could be coming in from the Trump administration to Vladimir Putin. Remember, Donald Trump wants to achieve peace, wants to achieve this ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, something he had promised on the campaign trail. But are the concessions too high coming in from the Western powers to the Russian Federation? Siddhant continues to be with us on the broadcast. Siddhant, this is a very sweet deal, but it seems that the other NATO allies and even Ukraine may not go with it. But is Trump trying to create a position where they will have no choice but to go with such a deal where Russia ends up keeping all of its territorial gains, pretty much carving up half of Ukraine, and at the same time gets a pledge from NATO that it won't expand its member base?
Well, that's right, Ayushman. In fact, the main point of contention, in fact, we both have discussed it many times, is the territorial issue. Perhaps Ukraine wants Russia to withdraw from the gained territories. Russia wants to retain those territories. And in fact, during the talks in Istanbul and during the discussions later, perhaps this became the point of contention, and because of which there was no breakthrough achieved. Now, what Manoj Gupta is bringing for us is that there are three or four key terms. One is ceasefire, not peace. The second one, as you rightly said, de facto recognition of Russia's territorial gains, with formal talks delayed for 49 to 99 years, perhaps buying more time. Most sanctions dropped, plus the return of Russian oil and gas to EU. No NATO non-expansion pledge. Continued US military aid to Ukraine. So, most of these points are pretty much obvious after President Trump coming to power in United States. President Trump has never been very vocal of NATO's expansion towards the eastern side. As far as military aid to Ukraine is concerned, perhaps Ukraine will require a lot of aid to redevelop, reconstruct, once the conflict stops. So it is in that line. The sanctions would definitely be dropped because that will be the first demand from the Russian side. Any which ways, the price of Russian crude has fallen below $50 per barrel after the second round of sanctions imposed by European Union. So that would definitely be the demand from the Russian side. Now, this is a secret deal that has been leaked, perhaps to a Polish publication. And Manoj Gupta is reporting on that basis. And in fact, Witkoff met President Putin day before yesterday, and it looks like that meeting ended on a positive note, very positive note. And this is the reason that yesterday President Trump said that I will be meeting Putin very soon. Today Putin said that his spokesperson said that the arrangements are being done.
Right.
Then Putin said that one of the locations could be UAE, because UAE president was on a state visit to Russia. So, a lot of positive indications. So perhaps, there is something which is cooking, before between the two countries. And because of that, only both sides have confirmed for the meeting.
Absolutely. But at the end of the day, if Trump says it's been a highly productive meeting, clearly he's given Putin everything that he wants. So clearly it will be a highly productive meeting because Putin has been very belligerent in not going ahead for a ceasefire. But if these are the terms where Russia gets to keep all of the territory it has gained by pretty much carving up half of Ukraine, at the same time getting a pledge from NATO that it won't expand its member base, also getting the sanctions lifted from the United States. It's an extremely sweet deal, and the edge is with Vladimir Putin, because Trump only wants a ceasefire to make the point domestically that he is a peacemaker. He's not pretty much interested in the security dynamics inside Europe. But Siddhant, please stay with us, talking about the United States and its strategic interests. More breaking news coming in, where Pakistan's Chief of Army Staff, Field Marshal Asim Munir, has arrived in the United States for a military visit on the invitation of CENTCOM. Munir is in the United States for the CENTCOM change of command ceremony. This is also information brought to us by our investigation editor Manoj Gupta. So Siddhant, clearly the United States continuing its ties with Pakistan when it comes to the military level. But this was quite a routine visit that Asim Munir is making to the United States, but at the same time, high on optics when it comes to Pakistan's entire role when it comes to the Pahalgam terror attack and the stand the United States has taken in condemning the war on terror. Even besides that, the United States continues to see Pakistan as an ally in the war on terror.
Well, that's right, Ayushman, and also very important to highlight for our viewers that that General Michael Kurilla played a very, very significant role. In fact, he and his team played a very, very crucial role in bringing Pakistan close to President Trump. So it all started when Pakistan handed over terrorists to the United States, and perhaps, if I remember clearly, then in the U.S. official release only it was mentioned that at that point in time, Asim Munir requested the army of United States that, look, I'm handing over the terrorists, but make sure that this gets conveyed to President Trump and Secretary Rubio. So since those days, Munir wanted to come close to President Trump. And so General Michael Kurilla, Pentagon, and this entire defense setup of United States played a very, very significant role in bringing Munir close to President Trump. Point number one. Point number two, indeed, there is a lot of coziness between U.S. and Pakistan. We have been witnessing in last 3 months. And this is the second time Asim Munir will be in the United States. Perhaps this one is for the transfer of command of Michael Kurilla to Admiral Brad Cooper, who will be promoted to Admiral. This is what Manoj Gupta is reporting for us. So there's no doubt that Pakistan has always maintained good military ties with the United States. Pakistan is United States non-NATO ally. But more important is the kind of political and diplomatic uplift that Pakistan received after Operation Sindoor from United States. Perhaps that is something which is happening after a very long period of time.
Right. Siddhant, please stay with us, because shifting focus to Canada, where some more news is coming in, where what we are learning now is the Canadian police have released a statement on the shooting at comedian Kapil Sharma's cafe in the Surrey area. Police now say they are investigating the shots fired at Kapil Sharma's cafe, and the entire incident is now under investigation, which is the second incident at this location in just the last 1 month. Police say the shooting caused damage to the windows and the building, but fortunately, the staff on the premises were uninjured. To get more details, Siddhant continues to be with us on the broadcast. So, Siddhant, the second shooting in just 1 month, what kind of angles are the police looking at?
Well, that's right. In fact, the last investigation has not been concluded, Ayushman. That's what the locals are telling us. Now, there's a statement which has been released by Surrey Police, and it says that officers are investigating shots fired incident at a Newton neighborhood business that occurred early this morning. This is a second incident at this location in last month. At approximately 4:40 a.m. in the morning, the frontline officer responded to a report of shots fired outside a business in South Avenue. The same business was in the location of a similar incident. In fact, Delta Police Department units responded, while it appears multiple shots caused damage to the windows and building. Fortunately, the Surrey Police would like to thank Delta Police Department officers who responded to this incident. So there's nothing much in this release. All they are confirming is that shots have been fired this morning. They are looking into the matter. They are thanking their other colleagues. So this is happening for the second time in less than a month's time, Ayushman. And last time around also, they couldn't conclude the investigation. Nobody was arrested. This time around, again, the cafe was attacked. Now, nobody knows who is behind this. But, to give a context to our viewers, from last 2.5 years, these transnational gangs are quite active in Surrey, British Columbia. In fact, there have been multiple extortion calls made by them to builders, to businessmen, to musicians in British Columbia.
Right.
Perhaps one of them could be behind this attack. We really don't know. But it is up to the police to conclude the investigation and find the perpetrator.
Right. So that's the angle that's emerging. That's one of the prime angles, that this could be an extortion tactic by local gangs in the area. The police have now released a statement and told CNN News 18 as well that they will take action, and the investigation is currently underway. They have pointed out that there has been damage at the cafe, but none of the staff have been fortunately injured in this entire incident, but the investigation is still underway. Fortunately, no lives have been lost, no injuries have been reported. We will continue to track all the developments coming in. For now, a quick break, more news and updates on the other side.
What's the bet?
This is news.
Sarah, this is your space, play it your way.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never been dripping like it's so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Play it your way. Sarah, this is your space, play it your way. All eyes on you.
How has he seen a doll?
Gotta have some spin, never been dripping like it's so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
All eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Is in Israel. In fact, Managing Editor Zaka Jacob has spoken exclusively to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There are several important things that he's highlighted. This also comes at a time when there
Green light for the release of the Udaipur files from the Delhi High Court. That's the big piece of news that's coming in. The Delhi High Court has refused to stay the release of the film. The Udaipur files will release tomorrow. The High Court has turned down the plea by Kanhaiya Lal murder case accused Javed. So that's the big piece of news that's coming in, where this film will now be released tomorrow on the Kanhaiya Lal murder case in the wake of the Sartan Se Juda controversy that rocked the entire nation. And now the Udaipur files will be released tomorrow after the green light from the Delhi High Court. This film will now be released tomorrow. The High Court has turned down the plea to block the release of the film. Remember, the argument was made that this film paints the Muslim community in a negative light, but that argument has not flied with the Delhi High Court, and now this movie will be released tomorrow. To get more details, I'm joined by my colleague Ananya Bhatnagar on the broadcast. Ananya, over to you.
Well, definitely, the film would be releasing tomorrow itself. There is no stay per se that has been granted by the Delhi High Court. The High Court has refused the stay application filed by one of the accused in the Kanhaiya Lal murder case, and now finally, the Udaipur files might see the light of the day.
Right. Thank you, Ananya, for getting us that piece of breaking news. We have to wait and see when it comes to the release of this film, if everything goes smoothly tomorrow. But the green light has now come in from the Delhi High Court. And days after the deadly cloudburst in Uttarkashi, which has claimed 6 lives and left several still missing, relief and rescue efforts continue. So far, 190 people have been rescued so far. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami visited the Dharali village and took stock of the relief and rescue operations. Over in Himachal Pradesh, Relentless rain and landslides have cut off more than 600 roads, including 4 national highways. Schools are closed in 4 districts, and the Kinnaur Kailash Yatra has now been suspended. My colleague Anshul Singh gets us this report from Ground Zero.
Well, thanks to the weather conditions over here, the situation has improved, and now helicopter sorties are something that is possible, and that is the reason why at this point in time, several NDRF and SDRF officials are being airlifted and are being dropped all the way in Dharali. Over here, I'm reporting from the ITBP base camp, which is the epicenter from where the relief material and along with the relief material, the people who are injured are being brought over here, and the initial first aid is being given. I'll just move out of the frame and try and show you in the visuals over here the manner in which this massive operation has been launched by ITBP over here. Right in front of our cameras, at least 5 to 6 helicopters are standing over here. These helicopters are bringing the injured from Dharali all the way over here to ITBP base camp in Uttarkashi, and from here they are being given the initial medical aid. Another helicopter is just landing over here. Apart from the injured that are being brought over here, the relief material is also being transported from this location all the way up to Dharali. So definitely this is a massive operation that has already been launched. A new helicopter has come in. Remains to be seen if at all this helicopter is yet again carrying some injured people in the helicopter. You can see that people are now coming out. These people were stranded in Dharali over the last few days, and now finally they have been able to reach back over here, and they will be given the initial medical checkups would happen over here, and then if at all they are deemed fit, then they will be released from here. But definitely this is a massive operation that has already been launched over here. I will try and show you the other side as well, that the supplies that the NDRF and SDRF has on this location. The NDRF teams are deployed over here. Senior IAS officers have been given this entire task to go ahead and carry on with this entire operation, making sure that each and every person who needs that initial help, initial first aid.
ये फ्लश फ्लड हमारे साउथ कैंप में आया। इसके कारण इंडियन आर्मी को 8 जवान, एक जेसीओ, 7 जवान का नुकसान हुआ है जो अभी तक मिसिंग है। धराली गांव का जो कनेक्टिविटी है वापस जल्दी से जल्दी रिस्टोर हो जाए। 30 से 40 लेबरर्स जो यहाँ पे काम कर रहे थे वह शायद मिसिंग है। 8 यहाँ के जो जनता में से क्षतिग्रस्त। मैं पूरे यहाँ की जनता को आश्वासन देता हूँ, इंडियन आर्मी आपके साथ है और आपके इस क्षति को दूर करने में और मदद करने में पूरी मदद करेगी।
So rescue operations continue on a war footing as all agencies as well as the army on the ground battling adverse weather as well as terrain. But that's all we have to pack in on the show. Good night and take care.
This is News 18.
Is in Israel. In fact, managing editor Zaka Jacob has spoken exclusively to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There are several important things that he's highlighted. This also comes at a time when there is high speculation if Israel is going to be annexing Gaza. And in this exclusive conversation that Benjamin Netanyahu had with Zaka Jacob, the Israeli Prime Minister made it clear that Israel will not annex Gaza as the speculation is being made. That an international body will govern Gaza, and that is what Israel stands for. He also did tell us that the aim is to destroy Hamas and to ensure that Hamas is out of Gaza, and that is the only aim that Israel is working towards. Benjamin Netanyahu also said that we will get our hostages back, and that is a vow that we had made to the people of Israel, and that is something he aims to deliver. He also said that war will be over if Hamas lays down arms. That's something that he said even as the world is looking at what happens next in Gaza as the humanitarian crisis there only deepens. But speaking of India and Israel, the Israeli Prime Minister has spoken at length to CNN News 18 about Operation Sindoor, about India's fight against terror and Pakistani-backed terrorists. In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu also said that Israeli arms were used in Operation Sindoor by India, and that has proven that they are battle ready, that the Israeli arms that were used by India, that were supplied by Israel to India, even in the past, have still proven their mettle, and there is no doubt over these arms and ammunitions. Now, this interview with Benjamin Netanyahu, this conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu also comes at a time when India is seeing 50% tariffs from the United States. That's also something that the Israeli Prime Minister spoke about. He went on to say that the United States understands that India is a solid partner. That is the sense that the world has been getting, irrespective of the tantrums and the threats that are coming to the fore from the US president. Benjamin Netanyahu also said that India stands out in Asia.
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. Big news coming in at the top of the bulletin, where amid the Trump tariff standoff between India and the United States, Prime Minister Narendra Modi received a phone call from the President of Brazil. The two leaders agreed to enhance cooperation in trade, technology, energy, defense, agriculture, health, and other sectors. Remember, both nations have been slapped with the highest tariffs of 50% by the Trump administration. Reports suggest the president of Brazil wants a joint statement from the BRICS Union of Nations on the Trump tariffs. Earlier today, President of Brazil also spoke to Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. So it seems that there is a BRICS unity and a newfound resolve when it comes to the BRICS nations to take on Trump's tariff regime. I'm joined by my colleague Aman Sharma on the broadcast to get this piece of breaking news. So it seems, Aman, when it comes to the BRICS grouping of nations, there is an outreach from all sides to come together to take on Donald Trump and this entire tariff storm that has rocked the global markets.
Well, Ayushman, very clearly, India and Brazil are the two countries facing the worst tariff from the US. Both are facing 50% tariff. In fact, the Brazil's president, Mr. Lula, yesterday had said that he will call up Prime Minister Narendra Modi and other leaders of the BRICS bloc, in response to the tariffs imposed by Mr. Donald Trump. And saying true to that word, both the leaders, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Lula of Brazil, have had almost an hour-long discussion today. And while the Indian statement does not mention that tariffs were discussed, but Mr. Lula has made it very clear. He made a direct mention of tariffs, and he has said that both the leaders have discussed tariffs, how to align their forces even more, and how Mr. Modi's statement, Indian statement on the phone call says the two leaders exchanged views on various regional and global issues of mutual interest and agreed to remain in touch. But I think the Trump's tariffs campaign, Ayushman, appears to be a point of convergence for the two of the world's largest emerging economies, founding BRICS partners, both Brazil and India. They are facing the steepest US duties, and the leaders both talking to each other. Makes it very clear what Mr. Lula had said, that he would call up PM Modi also, Xi Jinping of China, another BRICS ally, that is facing 30% US levies. So it is very clear that the forces, the various countries are aligning their forces to take on what Mr. Donald Trump is doing. And, this has also comes after Ayushman, Prime Minister's statement earlier today morning when he said that, there will be no compromise with the interest of Indian farmers at any cost, and he may have to pay a heavy price for it, but he will not relent in any manner. So it is making very clear that what Prime Minister Narendra Modi here is doing, is standing up against the bully. He's rallying his friends, and he's letting his actions do be the message. And, rather than take on Mr. Trump directly, there has been no phone call exchange between Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi, but Mr. Modi has come on the phone line with the Brazilian president for over an hour to discuss how both the countries are facing the worst 50% tariffs from the US and how they should align their forces more. It also comes on a day, Ayushman, when Indian National Security Advisor Mr. Ajit Doval was in Moscow, and he announced that the visit of the Russian President Vladimir Putin to India is almost finalized now. So, those words should also be taken with a lot of seriousness, because while India is facing 25% extra tariff due to its ties with Russia, Mr. Ajit Doval landed in Russia yesterday, and today he has made the statement that the Russian president will soon be in India. So all this is I think, a lot of messaging going on from India by rallying its forces and going not just Brazil, but also citing its old friendship with Russia to stand up to the Mr. Donald Trump's tactics.
Absolutely. It seems Narendra Modi doubling down on the strategic interests of the country and rallying allies as well. And all these allies, including the president of Brazil, also rallying to the prime minister to ensure that India has a plan on track to carry all these other nations along. These two big emerging economies, Brazil and India, slapped with 50% tariffs. I'm also joined by Siddhant Mishra on the broadcast. So Siddhant, clearly it seems that Prime Minister Modi's message to Donald Trump, the message which came in today, that India will never compromise on its economic and strategic interests, it has resonated across the globe towards other US allies as well.
Well, that's right, because, the BRICS nation are indeed at a receiving end, whether it's Brazil, whether it's China, whether it's India. All the three nations are affected by Trump's tariff. Now, the reason, what I find behind this conversation is, from last 2 days, President Lula has been saying that he will not speak to President Trump. He will speak to Prime Minister Modi and President Xi. Perhaps President Lula wants a joint statement from BRICS leaders on Trump's tariff. In fact, earlier today, there has been a telephonic conversation between President Lula's special envoy and Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. In fact, there has been a very strong statement which came from Chinese Foreign Ministry, Chinese Foreign Minister. In fact, the Chinese embassy spokesperson here in New Delhi. So this particular tariff that has been imposed on China, Brazil, and India perhaps have I won't be saying that brought the three countries closer to each other, but perhaps there is an understanding, and all three countries are at a receiving end, and utilizing this opportunity, Mr. Lula wanted to get a joint statement from BRICS leaders. Perhaps I think that this particular conversation was regarding that. Indian side's release does not mention a discussion over tariff, but Brazilian side, in fact, President Lula writes on X, and he confirmed that this was regarding the importance of defending multilateralism and the need to address the challenges of the current situation. In fact, Lula said that he will be coming to India next year. Also, very important point, Ayushman, Lula also recalled the expansion of the scope of Mercosur and India agreement. Perhaps this is a trade agreement between Mercosur and India, and perhaps during Indian Prime Minister Modi's visit to Brazil, India requested for its expansion. So that was also discussed.
Right, Siddhant, please stay with us, because talking about outreach to allies, remember Trump's tariff strike against India has taken place, as Trump claims, because India imports Russian oil. But discussing India-Russia ties, now Ajit Doval is in Moscow, and India is only doubling down on its strategic interests and its ties with its all-weather friend, that is Russia, as Brazil and India show solidarity aimed at the tariff storm that has been sparked by Donald Trump. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval met Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow. Both sides discussed ways to further strengthen Russia-India strategic partnerships and discuss the preparation of the bilateral summit by the end of this year. So despite what Trump has to say, India hammering the point home that its strategic interests will not be compromised. Siddhant continues to be with us on the broadcast. And those are the visuals on your screen from Moscow. NSA Ajit Doval having those talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin. So, Siddhant, the message has been sent pretty much to the entire globe. Right after Trump's tariff strike, these kind of announcements coming in from both the Indian government as well as the Russian government to only expand their strategic interests in their cooperation with each other.
And in fact, this visit was pre-scheduled before Trump imposing tariff on India. In fact, this visit carries a lot of significance, especially in terms of strengthening ties with Russia, and there is a release also which we have received from the Russian side, and release says the parties discussed ways to further strengthen the Russia-India special and privileged strategic partnership. the leaders also discussed cooperation between Russia and India in multilateral formats and exchanged views on topical issues of international security. In fact, NSA Doval met his Russian counterpart also this morning, and the video which has been released by the Russian side, in that NSA Doval's Russian counterpart could be heard saying about the rules-based order, perhaps giving emphasis to the supremacy of the rules-based order, etc. So, Russia very well understands India's position, and it's a very special and privileged strategic partnership between the two countries. This visit holds a lot of significance in terms of expanding strategic partnership. As far as S-400 supplies to India is concerned, both sides also held talks over the energy security, and at the same time, regional and global issues were also discussed during the meeting.
Right. Siddhant, please stay with us because we're getting some more breaking news. Let's talk about Russia. And this is Trump's push to achieve that ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine. Remember, he said he would end this war in 24 hours. And this is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive when it comes to the secret offer that reports suggest that Trump's team has made to Vladimir Putin. Now, this has been accessed by CNN News 18. Reports suggest Moscow received a favorable ceasefire proposal from Trump's circle, allegedly coordinated with European powers. Key terms include the de facto recognition of Russia's territorial gains, the dropping of sanctions, a non-expansion pledge from NATO, and continued U.S. military aid to Ukraine, but on acceptable terms to Russia. This deal was hammered out after the meeting between Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and Russian President Vladimir Putin. So this is the big news that's coming in when it comes to this massive concession that could be coming in from the Trump administration to Vladimir Putin. Remember, Donald Trump wants to achieve peace, wants to achieve this ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine, something he had promised on the campaign trail. But are the concessions too high coming in from the Western powers to the Russian Federation? Siddhant continues to be with us on the broadcast. Siddhant, this is a very sweet deal, but it seems that the other NATO allies and even Ukraine may not go with it. But is Trump trying to create a position where they will have no choice but to go with such a deal where Russia ends up keeping all of its territorial gains, pretty much carving up half of Ukraine, and at the same time gets a pledge from NATO that it won't expand its member base?
Well, that's right, Ayushman. In fact, the main point of contention, in fact, we both have discussed it many times, is the territorial issue. Perhaps Ukraine wants Russia to withdraw from the gained territories. Russia wants to retain those territories. And in fact, during the talks in Istanbul and during the discussions later, perhaps this became the point of contention, and because of which there was no breakthrough achieved. Now, what Manoj Gupta is bringing for us is that there are three or four key terms. One is ceasefire, not peace. The second one, as you rightly said, de facto recognition of Russia's territorial gains, with formal talks delayed for 49 to 99 years, perhaps buying more time. Most sanctions dropped, plus the return of Russian oil and gas to EU. No NATO non-expansion pledge. Continued U.S. military aid to Ukraine. So, most of these points are pretty much obvious after President Trump coming to power in United States. President Trump has never been very vocal of NATO's expansion towards the eastern side. As far as military aid to Ukraine is concerned, perhaps Ukraine will require a lot of aid to redevelop, reconstruct, once the conflict stops. So it is in that line. The sanctions would definitely be dropped because that will be the first demand from the Russian side. Or any which ways, the price of Russian crude has fallen below $50 per barrel after the second round of sanctions imposed by European Union. So that would definitely be the demand from the Russian side. Now, this is a secret deal that has been leaked, perhaps to a Polish publication. And Manoj Gupta is reporting on that basis. And in fact, Witkoff met President Putin day before yesterday, and it looks like that meeting ended on a positive note, very positive note. And this is the reason that Yesterday, President Trump said that I will be meeting Putin very soon. Today, Putin said that his spokesperson said that the arrangements are being done.
Right.
Then Putin said that one of the locations could be UAE, because UAE president was on a state visit to Russia. So, a lot of positive indications. So perhaps, there is something which is cooking, before between the two
Absolutely.
countries. And because of that, only both sides have confirmed for the meeting.
Absolutely. But at the end of the day, if Trump says it's been a highly productive meeting, clearly he's given Putin everything that he wants. So clearly it will be a highly productive meeting, because Putin has been very belligerent in not going ahead for a ceasefire. But if these are the terms where Russia gets to keep all of the territory it has gained by pretty much carving up half of Ukraine, at the same time getting a pledge from NATO that it won't expand its member base, also getting the sanctions lifted from the United States, it's an extremely sweet deal. And the edge is with Vladimir Putin, because Trump only wants a ceasefire to make the point domestically that he is a peacemaker. He's not pretty much interested in the security dynamics inside Europe. But Siddhant, please stay with us, talking about the United States and its strategic interests. More breaking news coming in, where Pakistan's Chief of Army Staff, Field Marshal Asim Munir, has arrived in the United States for a military visit on the invitation of CENTCOM. Munir is in the United States for the CENTCOM change of command ceremony. This is also information brought to us by our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. So Siddhant, clearly the United States continuing its ties with Pakistan when it comes to the military level. But this was quite a routine visit that Asim Munir is making to the United States, but at the same time, high on optics when it comes to Pakistan's entire role when it comes to the Pahalgam terror attack, and the stand the United States has taken in condemning the war on terror. Even besides that, the United States continues to see Pakistan as an ally in the war on terror.
Well, that's right, Ayushman, and also very important to highlight for our viewers that General Michael Kurilla played a very, very significant role. In fact, he and his team played a very, very crucial role in bringing Pakistan close to President Trump. So it all started when Pakistan handed over terrorists to the United States, and perhaps, if I remember clearly, then in the U.S. official release only it was mentioned that at that point in time, Asim Munir requested the army of United States that, look, I'm handing over the terrorists, but make sure that this gets conveyed to President Trump and Secretary Rubio. So since those days, Munir wanted to come close to President Trump. And so General Michael Kurilla, Pentagon, and this entire defense setup of United States played a very, very significant role in bringing Munir close to President Trump. Point number one. Point number two, indeed, there is a lot of coziness between U.S. and Pakistan. We have been witnessing in last 3 months. And this is the second time Asim Munir will be in the United States. Perhaps this one is for the transfer of command of Michael Kurilla to Admiral Brad Cooper, who will be promoted to Admiral. This is what Manoj Gupta is reporting for us. So there's no doubt that Pakistan has always maintained good military ties with the United States. Pakistan is the United States non-NATO ally. But more important is the kind of political and diplomatic uplift that Pakistan received after Operation Sindoor from United States. Perhaps that is something which is happening after a very long period of time.
Right. Siddhant, please stay with us, because shifting focus to Canada, where some more news is coming in, where what we are learning now is the Canadian police have released a statement on the shooting at comedian Kapil Sharma's cafe in the Surrey area. Police now say they are investigating the shots fired at Kapil Sharma's cafe, and the entire incident is now under investigation, which is the second incident at this location in just the last 1 month. Police say the shooting caused damage to the windows and the building, but fortunately, the staff on the premises were uninjured. To get more details, Siddhant continues to be with us on the broadcast. So, Siddhant, the second shooting in just 1 month, what kind of angles are the police looking at?
Well, that's right. In fact, the last investigation has not been concluded, Ayushman. That's what the locals are telling us. Now, there's a statement which has been released by Sarai Police, and it says that officers are investigating shots fired incident at a Newton neighborhood business that occurred early this morning. This is a second incident at this location in last month. At approximately 4:40 a.m. in the morning, the frontline officer responded to a report of shots fired outside a business in South Avenue. The same business was in the location of a similar incident. In fact, Delta Police Department units responded while it appears multiple shots caused damage to the windows and building. Fortunately, the Surrey Police would like to thank Delta Police Department officers who responded to this incident. So there's nothing much in this release. All they are confirming is that shots have been fired this morning. They are looking into the matter. They are thanking their other colleagues. So this is happening for the second time in less than a month's time, Ayushman. And last time around also, they couldn't conclude the investigation. Nobody was arrested. This time around, again, the cafe was attacked. Now, nobody knows who is behind this. But, to give a context to our viewers, from last 2.5 years, these transnational gangs are quite active in Surrey, British Columbia. In fact, there have been multiple extortion calls made by them to builders, to businessmen, to musicians in British Columbia.
Right.
Perhaps one of them could be behind this attack. We really don't know. But it is up to the police to conclude the investigation and find the perpetrators.
Right. So that's the angle that's emerging. That's one of the prime angles, that this could be an extortion tactic by local gangs in the area. The police have now released a statement and told CNN News 18 as well that they will take action, and the investigation is currently underway. They have pointed out that there has been damage at the cafe, but none of the staff have been fortunately injured in this entire incident. But the investigation is still underway. Fortunately, no lives have been lost, no injuries have been reported. We will continue to track all the developments coming in. For now, a quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
This is News 18.
Is in Israel. In fact, managing editor Zaka Jacob has spoken exclusively to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There are several important things that he's highlighted. This also comes at a time when there is high speculation if Israel is going to be annexing Gaza. And in this exclusive conversation that Benjamin Netanyahu had with Zaka Jacob, the Israeli Prime Minister made it clear that Israel will not annex Gaza as the speculation is being made, that an international body will govern Gaza, and that is what Israel stands for. He also did tell us that the aim is to destroy Hamas and to ensure that Hamas is out of Gaza, and that is the only aim that Israel is working towards. Benjamin Netanyahu also said that we will get our hostages back, and that is a vow that we had made to the people of Israel, and that is something he aims to deliver. He also said that war will be over if Hamas lays down arms. That's something that he said even as the world is looking at what happens next in Gaza as the humanitarian crisis there only deepens. But speaking of India and Israel, the Israeli Prime Minister has spoken at length to CNN News 18 about Operation Sindoor, about India's fight against terror and Pakistani-backed terrorists. In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu also said that Israeli arms were used in Operation Sindoor by India, and that has proven that they are battle ready, that the Israeli arms that were used by India, that were supplied by Israel to India, even in the past, have still proven their mettle, and there is no doubt over these arms and ammunitions. Now, this interview with Benjamin Netanyahu, this conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu also comes at a time when India is seeing 50% tariffs from the United States. That's also something that the Israeli Prime Minister spoke about. He went on to say that the United States understands that India is a solid partner. That is the sense that the world has been getting, irrespective of the tantrums and the threats that are coming to the fore from the US president.
Breaking news coming in, a green light for the release of the Udaipur files from the Delhi High Court. That's the big piece of news that's coming in. The Delhi High Court has refused to stay the release of the film. The Udaipur files will release tomorrow. The High Court has turned down the plea by Kanhaiya Lal murder case accused Javed. That's the big piece of news that's coming in, where this film will now be released tomorrow on the Kanhaiya Lal murder case in the wake of the Sartan Se Juda controversy that rocked the entire nation. And now The Udaipur files will be released tomorrow after the green light from the Delhi High Court. This film will now be released tomorrow. The High Court has turned down the plea to block the release of the film. Remember, the argument was made that this film paints the Muslim community in a negative light, but that argument has not flied with the Delhi High Court, and now this movie will be released tomorrow. To get more details, I'm joined by my colleague Ananya Bhatnagar on the broadcast. Ananya, over to you.
Well, definitely, the film would be releasing tomorrow itself. There is no stay per se that has been granted by the Delhi High Court. The High Court has refused the stay application filed by one of the accused in the Kanhaiya Lal murder case, and now finally, the Udaipur files might see the light of the day.
Right. Thank you, Ananya, for getting us that piece of breaking news. We have to wait and see when it comes to the release of this film, if everything goes smoothly tomorrow. But the green light has now come in from the Delhi High Court. And days after the deadly cloudburst in Uttarkashi, which has claimed 6 lives and left several still missing, relief and rescue efforts continue. So far, 190 people have been rescued so far. Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami visited the Dharali village and took stock of the relief and rescue operations. Over in Himachal Pradesh, relentless rain and landslides have cut off more than 600 roads, including 4 national highways. Schools are closed in 4 districts, and the Kinnaur Kailash Yatra has now been suspended. My colleague Anshul Singh gets us this report from Ground Zero.
Well, thanks to the weather conditions over here, the situation has improved, and now helicopter sorties are something that is possible, and that is the reason why at this point in time, several NDRF and SDRF officials are being airlifted and are being dropped all the way in Dharali. Over here, I'm reporting from the ITBP base camp, which is the epicenter from where the relief material and along with the relief material, the people who are injured are being brought over here, and the initial first aid is being given. I'll just move out of the frame and try and show you in the visuals over here the manner in which this massive operation has been launched by ITBP over here. Right in front of our cameras, at least 5 to 6 helicopters are standing over here. These helicopters are bringing the injured from Dharali all the way over here to ITBP base camp in Uttarkashi, and from here they are being given the initial medical aid. Another helicopter is just landing over here. Apart from the injured that are being brought over here, the relief material is also being transported from this location all the way up to Dharali. So definitely this is a massive operation that has already been launched. A new helicopter has come in. Remains to be seen if at all this helicopter is yet again carrying some injured people in the helicopter. You can see that people are now coming out. These people were stranded in Dharali over the last few days, and now finally they have been able to reach back over here, and they will be given the initial medical checkups would happen over here, and then if at all they are deemed fit, then they would be released from here. But definitely this is a massive operation that has already been launched over here. I will try and show you the other side as well, that the supplies that the NDRF and SDRF has on this location. The NDRF teams are deployed over here. Senior IAS officers have been given this entire task to go ahead and carry on with this entire operation, making sure that each and every person who needs that initial help, initial first aid.
ये फ्लश फ्लड हमारे साउथ कैंप में आया। इसके कारण इंडियन आर्मी को 8 जवान, एक जेसीओ, 7 जवान का नुकसान हुआ है, जो अभी तक मिसिंग है। धराली गांव का जो कनेक्टिविटी है वापस जल्दी से जल्दी रिस्टोर हो जाए। 30 से 40 लेबरर्स जो यहाँ पे काम कर रहे थे वह शायद मिसिंग है। 8 यहाँ के जो जनता में से क्षतिग्रस्त। मैं पूरे यहाँ की जनता को आश्वासन देता हूँ, इंडियन आर्मी आपके साथ है और आपके इस क्षति को दूर करने में और मदद करने में पूरी मदद करेगी।
So rescue operations continue on a war footing as all agencies as well as the army on the ground battling adverse weather as well as terrain. But that's all we have to pack in on the show. Good night and take care.
This is News.
in Israel. In fact, managing editor Zaka Jacob has spoken exclusively to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There are several important things that he's highlighted. This also comes at a time when there is high speculation if Israel is going to be annexing Gaza. And in this exclusive conversation that Benjamin Netanyahu had with Zaka Jacob, the Israeli Prime Minister made it clear that Israel will not annex Gaza as the speculation is being made, that an international body will govern Gaza, and that is what Israel stands for. He also did tell us that the aim is to destroy Hamas and to ensure that Hamas is out of Gaza, and that is the only aim that Israel is working towards. Benjamin Netanyahu also said that we will get our hostages back, and that is a vow that we had made to the people of Israel, and that is something he aims to deliver. He also said that war will be over if Hamas lays down arms. That's something that he said even as the world is looking at what happens next in Gaza as the humanitarian crisis there only deepens. But speaking of India and Israel, the Israeli Prime Minister has spoken at length to CNN News 18 about Operation Sindoor, about India's fight against terror and Pakistani-backed terrorists. In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu also said that Israeli arms were used in Operation Sindoor by India, and that has proven that they are battle ready, that the Israeli arms that were used by India, that were supplied by Israel to India, even in the past, have still proven their mettle, and there is no doubt over these arms and ammunitions. Now, this interview with Benjamin Netanyahu, this conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu also comes at a time when India is seeing 50% tariffs from the United States.
The minister says he intends to take military control of all of Gaza. Right now, Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with the security cabinet to present this plan. Earlier, he spoke with Fox News and said the aim is to root out Hamas before handing the territory to a civilian government that is not Hamas. Many inside Israel are warning, though, that this move is not a good idea and would displace Palestinians yet again. Sources say Israel's military chief believes it would trap Israeli forces and endanger the lives of hostages. Now, while the Kremlin and the White House hash out details for the meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, Russia is trying to cut off her son on the battlefield. It's the only regional Ukrainian capital initially occupied by Russia, but later liberated by Ukraine. Russian troops are still bombarding the city, and as Nick Payton-Walsh reports, they have new goals.
Russia is moving to cut off and cut up the city of Kherson, claiming its drones would hit all cars on this road into a city occupied from above, where Russian attack drones haunt your every move.
Incredible damage being done to the city.
President Volodymyr Zelensky is leaving the door open for a meeting like that. He says Russia appears, quote, more inclined toward a ceasefire. At the same time, President Zelensky is keeping his guard up against possible deception, and it comes as Russia launches a new bid to exert control over the southern Ukrainian city of Kherson. Nick Payton-Walsh has the details.
Russia is moving to cut off and cut up the city of Kherson, claiming its drones would hit all cars on this road into a city occupied from above, where Russian attack drones haunt your every move.
Incredible damage being done to the city. Clearly, Russia trying to force normal life. Drones circulating around ordinary people trying to live here.
But this weekend, the occupier went further still, moving to split the city in two, trying to cut off its southern island, still home to about 2,000 people, by blowing the bridge. Drone footage caught the moment, but it was only partially successful, shredding nerves as much as concrete, and sparking a sudden evacuation effort, during which, oddly, the Russians seem to be letting hundreds of civilians out.
And there seems to be some kind of pause in drone activity, from what we can make out, enabling some of these evacuations.
Коли вони ума наберуться, і оце зробили отаке страхолюдіння, щоб повбивали все, не за мира було, га? Коли приїде Трамп чи хто, щоб уже ми такої старості не заслужили, які нам зробили отут.
They lived alone with almost nothing, so have even less to go to.
Ну, я вже так устала от этой стрільби, що мені вже нерви не видержують. Я бачила цю кімнату до Зеленського. Меня вже поселят туда ехать. Я ж на одной ноге на костыле.
925 evacuated end Wednesday. But don't try suggesting here this is Russian mercy.
Їм абсолютно байдуже, які це цілі. Тому говорити про якусь людяність з точки зору росіян тут абсолютно недоцільно.
Russian drone operators post images of their hunting people in the city. The gaudy music, as if it is sport. Wherever we go, anxiety, our cameras might reveal locations to the Russians, especially at this hospital. 3 injured from drones and shelling already, and 2 more once we leave. Oleg, 62, ran outside to help after one drone blast, but was hit by a second.
А ну ни хера летит еще один, и незаметно оттуда он взял. Падаю, там у меня идут эти, ну, скаты такие вдоль забора. Я за них падаю, а ноги, если прям вот перебросил бы, а так ноги же там остались, туловище там, и вот попало по ногам.
Many are stuck here, unable to fend for themselves on release at home.
Но известно, что 3 дрона наверх. So there are 3 drones over the hospital.
The buzz and gunfire we heard outside moments earlier, just how life is here.
The all clear has been given after the 3 drones overhead, and now we have to go quickly.
Hours after we leave, the city and island are hit hard. Russian bloggers giving all civilians a week to leave the island. Talk of mercy here, short-lived, short-sighted too. Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, Kherson, Ukraine.
The stakes here laid out by Nick Payton-Walsh there. Thank you for that reporting. The question remains, can U.S. President Donald Trump accomplish a seemingly impossible task, achieve lasting peace between Russia and Ukraine? The White House says President Trump intends to meet face-to-face with his Ukrainian and Russian counterparts as early as next week. While a major sit-down like that would normally take more time to plan, officials note the U.S. president is urging his team to move fast. Russian President Vladimir Putin also says he's open to meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky if certain conditions are met. My next guest is a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. Charles Kupchan joins us now from Washington. Thank you for taking the time. Even in the possibility of this meeting, we're already seeing a few mixed signals. The Kremlin saying it could happen as soon as next week with preparations underway. Sources tell CNN President Trump told European leaders he intends to meet with both Putin and Volodymyr Zelensky. Russia now appears to be saying certain conditions must be met if that were to happen. What is top of mind for you when it comes to a potential meeting between these 2 or 3 leaders that needs to immediately get done if this becomes a reality?
Well, those sort of mixed signals and the confusion about what's going on here is par for the course. Because from the very beginning, I would give Trump credit for reaching out to Putin, to trying to end a war that Ukraine won't win. But there hasn't been a real strategy from the get-go. And so far, we've had 5 phone calls between Putin and Trump. We've had multiple visits of Witkoff to the Kremlin. We'd have meetings between Russian officials and American officials in the Middle East. What do we have to show for it? Nothing. The Russians have yet to demonstrate that they're negotiating in good faith on a nightly basis. They launch drones and missiles against Ukraine. So I'm hoping that in the visit that took place a few days ago of Witkoff with Mr. Putin, Witkoff made some progress. Witkoff has some reason to believe that if Trump sits down with Putin, the Russians will be ready to compromise. But we don't yet have an indication that that's the case. Both sides need to do more homework before this kind of meeting can be productive.
And this was Special Envoy Steve Witkoff's 5th time visiting Russia this year, this most recently meeting with Putin. I guess at a basic level, is there anything substantial you expect a Trump-Putin meeting or a Trump-Putin-Zelensky meeting at that high-level principal level would be able to get done that Witkoff's visits to this point might not have been able to?
Well, I think Trump has to be very careful about giving Putin a meeting with the American president. That is a big win for Putin. In many respects, one of the things that Trump can give Putin is sitting at the table with the big boys, coming back in from the cold, rehabilitation of sorts. And to give Putin that kind of reward, you have to have Putin ready to pay a high price. And I'm really looking at one issue that has yet to be clarified. The ceasefire in place makes sense. Russia holding on to the 20% of Ukraine that it occupies makes sense because Ukraine doesn't have the military capability to kick them out. But what about that 80% of Ukraine that is still Ukraine? Is Putin ready to accept a Ukraine that is free, that is sovereign, that is independent, that is secure? If he's not ready for that outcome, and he thinks he can keep his thumb on Kyiv and install in Kyiv a pro-Russian regime, we're not even close to getting a deal. And so far, we just haven't seen signs that Putin is ready to walk back from the maximalist war aims of pulling Ukraine back into Russia's sphere of influence.
And that, of course, has been one issue that has been really the stalemate, as Ukraine has said that giving up that territory is a non-starter. At what point will that dynamic change, potentially in the context of a talk like this? I want to bring up secondary tariffs because obviously President Trump has imposed steep tariffs on a number of countries, but India, already facing a new 25% tariff in effect today, is being threatened with another 25% later this month as punishment for importing Russian oil and gas. U.S. sanctions or penalties directly on Russia, pretty common at this point, not something that is unusual for them. But do you think punishing their trading partners will actually have any substantial impact?
No, I think it's a mistake. And we've already seen Prime Minister Modi push back. Now there's talk of a meeting between Modi and potentially the Chinese head and potentially Mr. Putin. So it's in some ways pushing the Indians away from us. You're getting the same thing from Brazil, where Trump has imposed 50% tariffs, and the Brazilians are now sort of siding with the Indians and the Chinese and the Russians. So yeah, I understand the impulse to try to strangle the Russian economy, but we're pushing democracies away from the United States. And frankly, I don't think this is going to work. The weakest link in American policy has been the sanctions. And that's because the Russians have other countries that will buy their oil, that will trade with them. In the end of the day, it's going to take American and European weapons flowing to Ukraine, giving Ukraine what it needs to block Putin, to get Putin to stop. I think Putin will stop when he is stopped by military force.
And you know, you talked about one of the risks of President Trump securing a meeting with Putin, bringing him back in from the cold, so to speak. One of the things that's upset President Trump is that he felt at points in this war that he could trust Putin, that he wanted peace here, and got visibly upset when Russia continued to strike Ukrainian cities through drone and missile strikes. How do you get around that dynamic and believe him now when the president clearly believed Putin months ago?
Yeah, I have to say I'm a bit surprised by this announcement of a face-to-face meeting between Trump and Putin. Because if you look at Trump's direction of travel over the last 4 to 6 weeks, it's clearly away from Putin. I think Trump felt played by Putin, and he was played by Putin. They'd have nice conversations. Trump would put down the phone, Putin would put down the phone, and he'd launch weapons, 600 drones against Ukraine. And Trump finally said, hey, I'm being played for the fool here. And then he pivoted and he said, sanctions on Russia. I'm going to stand by my friends in Europe. I'm going to sell more weapons to Ukraine via Europe. And now all of a sudden he seems to be pivoting back. It's classic Trump, right? He blows with the wind. But hopefully this is a meeting that is going to be well prepared because he has to exact concessions from Putin. Otherwise, I think Putin is just going to keep taking these conversations to the bank and keep going after victory in Ukraine.
Quoting President Trump out of a cabinet meeting on Putin, he's very nice all of the time, but it turns out to be meaningless. We will see if that changes, if this meeting becomes any sort of reality. Charles Kupchan, appreciate you being here.
Good to be with you.
All right, still to come tonight, a worsening public health crisis in Sudan as war and mass displacement drive a surge in cholera. I'll speak with an operations and advocacy director for the United Nations who's on the ground. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to One World. I'm Paula Newton in New York. More now on our top story. Israel's prime minister says he intends to take military control of all of Gaza. Right now, Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with the security cabinet to present this plan. Earlier, he spoke with Fox News and said the aim is to root out Hamas before handing the territory to a civilian government that is not Hamas. Many inside Israel are warning, though, that this move is not a good idea and would displace Palestinians yet again. Sources say Israel's military chief believes it would trap Israeli forces and endanger the lives of hostages. Now, while the Kremlin and the White House hash out details for the meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, Russia is trying to cut off her son on the battlefield. It's the only regional Ukrainian capital initially occupied by Russia, but later liberated by Ukraine. Russian troops are still bombarding the city, and as Nick Payton-Walsh reports, they have new goals.
Russia is moving to cut off and cut up the city of Kherson, claiming its drones would hit all cars on this road into a city occupied from above, where Russian attack drones haunt your every move.
Incredible damage being done to the city. Clearly, Russia trying to force normal life. Drones circulating around ordinary people trying to live here.
But this weekend, the occupier went further still, moving to split the city in two, trying to cut off its southern island, still home to about 2,000 people, by blowing the bridge. Drone footage caught the moment, but it was only partially successful, shredding nerves as much as concrete and sparking a sudden evacuation effort, during which, oddly, the Russians seemed to be letting hundreds of civilians out.
And there seems to be some kind of pause in drone activity, from what we can make out, enabling some of these evacuations.
Когда це вже все закончиться. Я даже не ожидала. Що ми вже подуріли от того всього. Коли вони ума наберуться, і оце зробили от таке страхолюдіння, щоб повбивали все, нельзя мира було, га? Коли приїде Трамп чи хто, щоб уже ми такої старості не заслужили, які нам зробили отут.
They lived alone with all
are being treated at a makeshift clinic in the town of Tawila in North Darfur. Now, the country is in the throes of its rainy season, which is contributing to the outbreak, in tandem with poor living conditions and a lack of sanitation. The conflict between the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, RSF as they're known, and the Sudanese army broke out in April 2023, when the former allies clashed over plans to integrate their troops. Since then, more than 12 million people have been forced to flee. That includes at least 7 million people who are internally displaced, as well as others who have sought refuge in neighboring countries. The International Criminal Court has said it believes war crimes and crimes against humanity are happening in Sudan's Darfur region. I want to bring in Idem Wasorno. She is the Operations and Advocacy Director at the UN's Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. She's on the ground in Sudan right now. Thank you for taking the time. Can you just describe for our audience what you have witnessed on the ground in Sudan?
Thank you so much, and thank you to CNN for having me on this session and for highlighting the plight of the people of Sudan. You've highlighted some of the numbers, but let me share what I saw firsthand in Khartoum, the capital of Sudan. Our first visit as the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs since we had to leave the capital at the start of the conflict, April 2023. I lived in Sudan. I was there for 3 years in Khartoum, in Darfur, in the east, in Kassala, and various locations, and I returned to a ghost town, a ghost city, a city utterly decimated, devastated, destroyed, looted, burned. What we see on the screens does not describe the horrors myself and my colleagues our Sudanese colleagues, some from Omdurman, some from Khartoum, saw this firsthand, their homes destroyed. We were also able to drive, when we're moving around to meetings, to our office. The UN offices across the city burnt, looted, and I saw our office completely devastated. A car seat in the grass somewhere, a mug, a complete destruction of United Nations property, of civilian assets. We couldn't get into the building because it had not been cleared yet by the United Nations Mine Action Service, who have gone office to office clearing these offices of unexploded ordnances, remnants of war. I heard harrowing stories from the colleagues who had stayed. I also was able to speak to our heroic Sudanese health workers, Sudanese humanitarian workers who stayed through the crisis, and those who returned as soon as they could. I spoke to health workers, humanitarian workers who had been themselves displaced several times, at least 7 times by one NGO worker, and at least 5 times by one colleague from the United Nations. I saw things that I never imagined I would see. And let's not forget, Khartoum was a buzzing city. This is a place we all knew. The Hilton Hotel burned to a crisp. This is where we went to have a bit of respite, those of us who were coming from Darfur 20 years ago. Sudan is not what it is today. I'm celebrating the humanitarian workers with a smile on my face because I am humbled by what I saw, what they were able to do. You talked about cholera. We were able to visit a Save the Children and local NGO center, working with Ministry of Health at the height of the cholera response. They were seeing 350 patients a day. And 2 days ago, when I was in Khartoum, in Omdurman, there was 1 patient left. They were able to save over 3,500 lives, 62 lost to cholera. Let's not forget, some of these fled the crisis, went back home, part of the 1.3 million people who returned and succumbed to cholera because of what you mentioned earlier, lack of basic services.
And Idem, I don't want to cut you off there, but I just want to ask you because, you know, one recent article in The Atlantic called this the most nihilistic conflict on Earth. And we talked about some of the eye-opening statistics. You mentioned some of them. Millions have been displaced by years of fighting, more than Ukraine and Gaza combined. About 14 million people have been displaced. Over 100,000 people have died, likely a significant undercounting there. And by the World Food Program estimates, nearly half of the 25 million people expected to go hungry this year. Do you believe the world is paying enough attention to what's happening in Sudan?
Thank you for that question. I'm grateful for CNN to air this, but I don't think so. I've been doing this for almost a quarter of a century, 24 years with the United Nations humanitarian arm, and I have not seen a conflict so neglected. If you are watching the news today, Sudan needs your help. The Sudanese people, the generous people of Sudan, the average man and woman, the child needs your help and needs your attention. But the answer is no. I think a lot more can be done. If I may, you talked about World Food Program's ability to reach people. They've reached millions of people with food aid when they have access. We have convoys and trucks, UNICEF, WFP, International Organization for Migration, United Nations Population Fund, and NGO trucks waiting outside the besieged El Fasher to try and get in to assist people. You talked about famine. Zamzam camp has famine conditions, and you saw the media yesterday, a year of declaration of famine. The world is not paying enough attention to Sudan. The people of Sudan deserve a lot. Let's not forget, Sudan produced doctors, surgeons, teachers, lawyers. Sudan, Khartoum University, Omdurman University, full of students with hope. Today, we saw some returning when I was in Khartoum, but Sudan needs the world's attention. Thank you so much for spotlighting Sudan in this episode.
And Sudan has produced people like yourself who have come back to try and help the population currently experiencing unimaginable situations right now. Dim Wasorno, thank you for taking the time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Much more to come after the break.
And welcome back to One World. I'm Paula Newton in New York. More now on our top story. Israel's prime minister says he intends to take military control of all of Gaza. Right now, Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with his security cabinet to present this plan. Earlier, he spoke with Fox News and said the aim is to root out Hamas before handing the territory to a civilian government that is not Hamas. Many inside Israel are warning, though, that this move is not a good idea and would displace Palestinians yet again. Sources say Israel's military chief believes it would trap Israeli forces and endanger the lives of hostages. Now, while the Kremlin and the White House hash out details for the meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, Russia is trying to cut off her son on the battlefield. It's the only regional Ukrainian capital initially occupied by Russia, but later liberated by Ukraine. Russian troops are still bombarding the city, and as Nick Payton-Walsh reports, they have new goals.
Russia is moving to cut off and cut up the city of Kherson, claiming its drones would hit all cars on this road into a city occupied from above, where Russian attack drones haunt your every move.
Incredible damage being done to the city. Clearly, Russia trying to force normal life. Drones circulating around ordinary people trying to live here.
But this weekend, the occupier went further still, moving to split the city in two, trying to cut off its southern island, still home to about 2,000 people, by blowing the bridge. Drone footage caught the moment, but it was only partially successful, shredding nerves as much as concrete, and sparking a sudden evacuation effort, during which, oddly, the Russians seemed to be letting hundreds of civilians out.
And there seems to be some kind of pause in drone activity, from what we can make out, enabling some of these evacuations.
Ну, конечно. Если так, что сразу, когда це вже все закончится. Я даже не ожидала. Що ми вже одуріли от этого всього. Коли вони ума наберуться, і оце зробили от таке страхолюдіє, щоб повбивали все, нельзя мира було, га? Коли приїде Трамп чи хто, щоб уже ми такой старий.
But cockatoos might have more dance moves than you. These lively parrots are known for getting down, dancing around. Look at that head bob. That's some serious stuff. And through social media, look, I can see where they're learning it from. Social media researchers decided to take a closer look. They actually identified 30 distinct dance moves by cockatoos, 17 of which had not been described scientifically before. How can you scientifically describe rhythm like that? The birds are known to dance to music in captivity, but we still don't know why, outside of just catching a beat every once in a while. The one you're seeing now, dancing to Lady Gaga and Tommy Two-Tone, in case you're wondering. But honestly, we'd be doing the exact same thing. And finally, tonight, the Latino musician, the first Latino musician, as we talk about music and as we talk about honoring people in this genre, the first Latino musician to win a Grammy has passed away. Eddie Palmieri was known as an innovative musician, and rumba and Latin jazz cockatoos would likely be dancing to the music that he brought so many people for decades. Born in New York's Spanish Harlem, he went on to become a pianist, composer, and band leader. He was the first Latino to win a Grammy in 1975 and would go on to win 7 more. In 2005, he became the host of Caliente on National Public Radio. His daughter told the New York Times he died in New Jersey after an extended illness. And thank you all for watching tonight. Stay with CNN. A lot of news to cover. What We Know with Max Foster up next.
And welcome back to One World. I'm Paula Newton in New York. More now on our top story. Israel's prime minister says he intends to take military control of all of Gaza. Right now, Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with his security cabinet to present this plan. Earlier, he spoke with Fox News and said the aim is to root out Hamas before handing the territory to a civilian government that is not Hamas. Many inside Israel are warning, though, that this move is not a good idea and would displace Palestinians yet again. Sources say Israel's military chief believes it would trap Israeli forces and endanger the lives of hostages. Now, while the Kremlin And the White House hashed out details for the meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Russia is trying to cut off her son on the battlefield. It's the only regional Ukrainian capital initially occupied by Russia, but later liberated by Ukraine. Russian troops are still bombarding the city, and as Nick Payton-Walsh reports, they have new goals.
Russia is moving to cut off and cut up the city of Kherson, claiming its drones would hit all cars on this road into a city occupied from above, where Russian attack drones haunt your every move.
Incredible damage being done to the city. Clearly, Russia trying to force normal life. Drones circulating around ordinary people trying to live here.
But this weekend, the occupier went further still, moving to split the city in two, trying to cut off its southern island, still home to about 2,000 people, by blowing the bridge. Drone footage caught the moment, but it was only partially successful, shredding nerves as much as concrete and sparking a sudden evacuation effort, during which, oddly, the Russians seemed to be letting hundreds of civilians out.
And there seems to be some kind of pause in drone activity, from what we can make out, enabling some of these evacuations.
Ну, конечно. Если так, что сразу, когда це вже все закончится. Я даже не ожидала. Що ми вже одуріли от этого всього. Коли вони ума наберуться, і оце зробили таке страхолюдіє, щоб повбивали все, не за мира було, га? Коли приїде Трамп чи хто, щоб уже ми такої старості не заслужили, які нам зробили отут.
They lived alone with almost nothing, so have even less to go to.
Ну, я вже так устала від цієї стрільби, що мене вже нерви не видержують. Я бачила цю всю кімнату до Зеленського. Я мене вже посіли туди їхати. Я ж на одній ногі на костелі.
925 evacuated end Wednesday. But don't try suggesting here this is Russian mercy.
Їм абсолютно байдуже, які це цілі. Тому говорити про якусь людяність з точки зору росіян тут абсолютно недоцільно.
Russian drone operators post images of their hunting people in the city. The gaudy music, as if it is sport. Wherever we go, anxiety, our cameras might reveal locations to the Russians, especially at this hospital. 3 injured from drones and shelling already, and 2 more once we leave. Ole, 62, ran outside to help after one drone blast, but was hit by a second.
А ну нихера летит еще один, и незаметно оттуда он взял. Падаю, там у меня идут эти, ну, скаты такие вдоль забора. Я за них падаю, а ноги, если прям вот перебросил бы, а так ноги там остались, туловище там.
But will the Ukrainian president attend? This is what we know. The long-anticipated in-person meeting between US President Donald Trump and the Russian President Vladimir Putin could happen next week. Mr. Putin said today during a meeting with the Emirati president that he has nothing against the idea of Mr. Zelensky attending if certain conditions are met, though. He also confirmed he would likely meet with President Trump next week and that the UAE could be where the talks take place.
We have many friends who are ready to help us organize events of this kind. One of our friends is the president of the United Arab Emirates. I think we will decide, but this would be one of the quite suitable places.
Well, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says he should be involved in any talks.
Everyone knows that key decisions in Russia are made by one person, and that this person is afraid of sanctions from the United States of America, and that it is only fair that Ukraine should be a participant in the negotiations.
Let's go straight to Christian Holmes. It does suggest, doesn't it, hearing from Zelensky there, that he's not currently involved in this meeting that seems to be being teed up next week.
Well, I do want to make one thing clear. There is nothing that has been finalized yet. And anyone that you're talking to at the White House, they're telling you that it's not final until it's final. There are still things that they have to agree on, particularly logistics, setting, what exactly the sit down would even look like. Would Zelensky be involved? All we know right now for certain is that President Trump, on this call with European leaders, suggested that he would be sitting down or was open to the idea of sitting down with Vladimir Putin as early as next week. And when you talk to some of these White House officials, they're a little bit squishy on exactly when that would happen or what that would look like. And that's because there are a lot of logistics and pre-planning that would have to go into this. Now, President Trump in that same call mentioned Zelensky as part of this, saying essentially that he would meet down with Putin and then afterwards would have a trilateral with both of these leaders. But again, one of the things that was interesting is that Trump was asked about this yesterday, and he said that he has been burned by Putin before or let down by Putin before. And that's why you're not seeing the White House really get ahead of this, or even President Trump, because they're going to see how this plays out. And one thing to point to is what you heard from Vladimir Putin there, saying he'd be open to having Zelensky there if certain conditions would be met. When you look at certain conditions being met, that's just part of what has to go on in terms of negotiating between the United States and Russia. And we're just simply not there yet. From everyone I've spoken to, these are preliminary conversations. They, of course, looking at multiple locations. I've heard the White House has been briefed on this idea of UAE, but there are other places that are still in play. It's still very early. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not working to try and get something on the books. We know President Trump is eager for a meeting with Vladimir Putin. We also know that he's been urging his staff to look into various options, talking to them, asking them questions about what's even possible, how this would look. But again, they are all being pretty careful when it comes to publicly releasing any information about this, because President Trump has now, in a way that he didn't believe the first term, seen himself be burned by Vladimir Putin on multiple fronts, having these lengthy conversations with Putin in which he goes back on his word. So now you're seeing a much cagier Donald Trump when it comes to talking about the Russian president.
Okay, Kristen, at the White House, thank you. Protests underway across Israel tonight, and in Jerusalem, where the Security Cabinet is actually meeting right now on a plan to expand the Gaza war. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel intends to take control of all of Gaza. He's pushing to expand the war, to root out Hamas, despite opposition from the Israeli military chief and the families of the hostages. An Israeli official says the operation would take months and require forcing more than 1 million Palestinians out of Gaza City and other areas into compounds in southern Gaza. Here's what Mr. Netanyahu told Fox News.
Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to, in order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza, and to pass it to civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do.
Well, as Israel weighs expanding its offensive in Gaza, hostage families are taking to the water, urging leaders to reconsider. They say continuing the war will only further endanger hostages and have launched a flotilla in protest, sailing towards Gaza.
Unfortunately, we cannot enter Gaza and get our loved ones back home. But this is a call, this is an SOS call, this is a mayday call to the Israeli government. The decision of the cabinet to prolong the war will be a death sentence to those alive and will make it impossible to return those who have been murdered by Hamas and still are held in Gaza.
For Palestinian civilians in Gaza, an expanded war could make the current humanitarian crisis unfathomably worse. CNN's Oren Liebman following all these developments for us from Jerusalem.
The key question here that we're looking for coming out of the Security Cabinet meeting is, what does the full conquest of Gaza, as one Israeli official put it, look like? And that's a question that the political echelon has to essentially decide and then order for the Israeli military. According to the military, Israel already controls some 75% of Gaza with a military occupation. So what does pushing into that last 25% look like? The phased plan that's being considered, according to Israeli officials that we have spoken to, would take 4 to 5 months. The first phase would be evacuating Gaza City and other populated areas. That's approximately 1 million Palestinians, nearly half the population that would be displaced into southern Gaza, where Israel and perhaps the U.S. would build compounds to effectively house and shelter and contain them. Meanwhile, at that point, the debate is whether Israel lays siege to what's left of those areas or conducts a more intrusive operation and goes directly into those areas where, in some cases, Israeli soldiers haven't been to this point. Now, what's critical to note here is the discord within, or between rather, the Israeli military level and the political level. The IDF Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, has warned that a full military occupation of Gaza would endanger Israeli soldiers, would endanger the hostages in areas where they are believed to be, and would add a tremendous burden onto the Israeli military after nearly 2 years of war. And that's not to say anything for the humanitarian crisis that would likely worsen if Israel expands its control of Gaza. Meanwhile, as you just heard from Netanyahu there, he is pushing for a full military takeover, effectively the larger of those escalation options that are being considered. The question now is what comes out of the Security Cabinet meeting. It's possible that after hours of discussions, there may not be a vote, and they'll continue discussing it in the coming days. But frankly, if Netanyahu wants to push this through, the expectation is that he very much has the votes to move in the direction that he just stated he wants to go in.
Oren Liebman there. Nations around the globe dealing with the harsh new reality today in the wake of another sweeping round of US tariffs. US President Donald Trump is celebrating the levies, which are the highest the United States has imposed in nearly a century. The new tariffs could drive up the price of a number of products for American consumers, including computers, clothing and toys.
The overall effect is going to be less trade. There's going to be fewer imports. Those imports are going to be a bit more expensive. Because we're tariffing a lot of parts, a lot of inputs, we're going to be exporting less. So the net effect is primarily a reduction in trade with higher prices for many consumers, and then some significant compression of profits in those sectors where companies decide to sort of eat the cost of the tariff out of their profit margin.
Let's see what investors make of all of this then. The Dow is down about 0.2% currently. CNN business and economics reporter Anna Kubin is with us. We're really getting it. I mean, people didn't know if it was going to happen or not, but actually, if we step back from this, it's a profound change to the global system, right?
It's absolutely enormous. I mean, some of the tariffs that we're seeing on US trading partners, US allies are really need to be seen to be believed. We've got 50% on Brazil. We've got 39% on Switzerland. It's completely upended the global trading order. And it's also not the end of it. I mean, Trump is looking into putting extra tariffs on pharmaceuticals, for example. There are investigations into that. He said this week that he could put a tariff up to 250% on those exports into the US. So we are not at the end of this by any stretch of the imagination.
In terms of people forget, don't they? They keep implying, some American politicians imply these are taxes on foreign companies and foreign countries, but they're not. They're taxes on US businesses, and they will affect the flow of product going into the US.
Yes, and we actually saw the Deputy Prime Minister of Ireland today say that Irish businesses need to start thinking about diversifying.
Because they're big in pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, diversifying who they send their products to. And so although we've seen the US come out today to say that about $100 billion worth of import taxes have been collected in revenue since April. I mean, obviously, that's a very healthy number. But in the long run, this could lead to higher inflation. We're already seeing signs of that potentially, and also slowing jobs, slowing job growth. Will US businesses be, because of all the uncertainty around this, discouraged from hiring, for example?
And then the consumers will feel it at the other end if indeed it does transpire.
Yes, well, US businesses who import products from abroad could be passing on higher costs to the end consumer. That is certainly something that many economists expect.
Okay, Anna, thank you so much. Clock ticking down to two major deadlines in the battle over redistricting in Texas, one that could have national implications across the US. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has asked the state Supreme Court to decide in the next few hours whether he can remove Democrats from their seats for leaving Texas. The state's Attorney General says Democrats have until Friday to return, or he'll declare their seats are vacant. Meanwhile, US Senator John Cornyn of Texas says the FBI has agreed to help state law enforcement as it tries to bring Democrats back. It remains unclear, though, what type of role, if any, the FBI would play.
We know that the governor has no power outside of the state, and we know that the federal government cannot get involved in this unless there's a legal reason why they are allowed to get involved. And frankly, this isn't my seat. I mean, it's sure as hell not Governor Abbott's seat. And if they want to come take it, they got to go through the people of the state of Texas, because this is whose seat this belongs to.
Steve Contorno is with us from Chicago, the temporary home for a number of Texas House Democrats. Steve, where do you think this is going to go then?
That's a great question. That we've been sort of playing this hour by hour because it has been changing. At the same time, we are at a stalemate in many respects. The lawmakers have left the state. The Texas legislature can't do anything without a quorum, and this legislative session is scheduled to end on August 19th. So we have just gotten into this sort of escalating war of words in the meantime, with some significant threats being levied at these lawmakers from Republicans in Texas and the White House itself. Now, I will say, in talking to these lawmakers, they expected to face some hardships from leaving the state. They knew they were going to get fined. They knew that if they tried to get back into the state, they could have law enforcement chasing them down. They did not anticipate that they would have Greg Abbott attempting to remove them from office. That is something that caught them off guard, and they actually huddled with their lawyers to see if this was something he actually had the power to do, and they were assured that he does not. And they also did not anticipate having a potentially compliant FBI working with Texas law enforcement to track them down outside the state. The reason why they left for Illinois and New York and Massachusetts is that they were far away from the jurisdiction of the Texas Rangers and would not be able to be brought and dragged back to the Capitol. The governor of the state, Greg Abbott, is saying that he actually has FBI agents looking for these individuals, not just in the streets of Texas, but outside of Texas as well. Now, this could all just be bluster, and that is certainly what Texas Democrats believe. However, we have asked the FBI office in Chicago. Right now, they have no comment. All of this is taking place as this debate continues to escalate beyond Texas to the national level. We are seeing California begin to take steps to rewrite and redraw its own map to retaliate for what Texas is doing. We also saw the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, in Indiana today, meeting with lawmakers there and hoping to encourage Republicans to redraw the Indiana map to favor Trump as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. Steve, thank you. We'll be keeping across it and following your updates. Another interesting move from President Donald Trump, wanting a new US census count, but one that will not include people living in the US illegally. On social media, the president said he's instructed the Department of Commerce to work on this. Traditionally, the survey counts the population of each state regardless of immigration status. The census data is then used to determine congressional representation. Our Constitution mandates a national census every 10 years based on, quote, the whole number of free persons, not just citizens. Coming up, more on Mr. Netanyahu's push for a full takeover of Gaza, despite some opposition from families of hostages. How will Israelis react to his plan? We'll discuss.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Happiness could lead to living longer.
And welcome back to One World. I'm Paula Newton in New York. More now on our top story. Israel's prime minister says he intends to take military control of all of Gaza. Right now, Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with the security cabinet to present this plan. Earlier, he spoke with Fox News and said the aim is to root out Hamas before handing the territory to a civilian government that is not Hamas. Many inside Israel are warning, though, that this move is not a good idea and would displace Palestinians yet again. Sources say Israel's military chief believes it would trap Israeli forces and endanger the lives of hostages. Now, while the Kremlin and the White House hash out details for the meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, Russia is trying to cut off her son on the battlefield. It's the only regional Ukrainian capital initially occupied by Russia, but later liberated by Ukraine. Russian troops are still bombarding the city, and as Nick Payton-Walsh reports, they have new goals.
Russia is moving to cut off and cut up the city of Kherson, claiming its drones would hit all cars on this road into a city occupied from above, where Russian attack drones haunt your every move.
incredible damage being done to the city. Clearly, Russia trying to force normal life. Drones circulating around ordinary people trying to live here.
But this weekend, the occupier went further still, moving to split the city in two, trying to cut off its southern island, still home to about 2,000 people, by blowing the bridge. Drone footage caught the moment, but it was only partially successful, shredding nerves as much as concrete, and sparking a sudden evacuation effort, during which, oddly, the Russians seemed to be letting hundreds of civilians out.
And there seems to be some kind of pause in drone activity, from what we can make out, enabling some of these evacuations.
Ну, конечно. Если так с утра, когда це вже все закончится. Я даже не ожидала. Що ми вже подуріли от этого всього. Коли вони ума наберуться, і оце зробили от таке страхолюдіє, щоб повбивали все, нельзя мира було, га? Коли приїде Трамп чи хто, щоб уже ми такої старості не заслужили, які нам зробили отут.
They lived alone with almost nothing, so have even less to go to.
Ну, я вже так устала от этой стрільби, що мене вже нерви не витримують. Я бачила цю кінець до Зеленського. Де мене вже поселять туди їхати. Я ще на одній ногі на костелі.
925 evacuated end Wednesday. But don't try suggesting here this is Russia.
For a full takeover as a way to root out Hamas, despite opposition from members of the military and families of hostages. An Israeli official says the operation would require the mass relocation of Palestinians into compounds in southern Gaza. Palestinian parliament member Mustafa Barghouti accuses Israel of ignoring an alternative plan that would end Hamas rule. He told CNN that Mr. Netanyahu's real goal is ethnic cleansing.
The plan is there, but Netanyahu refuses it because Netanyahu not only doesn't want any Palestinian to rule Gaza, he doesn't want to have any Palestinian in Gaza. This is an act of ethnic cleansing in the 21st century. And I am so shocked that the American administration, the Trump administration, is participating in that and allowing it to happen. This will make the United States complicit.
Well, Gaza's Interior Ministry is asking countries to stop airdropping aid, saying the grave dangers to people on the ground far outweigh any benefits. It wants more land crossings to be opened instead, a call echoed by the World Food Programme, which says, quote, "We can't airdrop our way out of a famine." CNN's chief global affairs correspondent Matthew Chance is getting an up-close look at airdrop operations from Jordan, riding on an Air Force plane that dropped aid into Gaza. He explains the obstacles and the danger surrounding those airdrops.
You got these big transport aircraft behind me. These are from the Jordanian Air Force, but there are other countries as well, like Germany and Belgium and the United Arab Emirates and France and Britain. They're all sort of taking part in this international humanitarian effort to drop aid in Gaza, and they're loaded up with pallets in the back cargo space. You then take off from this airport in Amman, which is in Jordan, head over towards the Gaza Strip. The back opens up, and then the aid pallets, they parachute off into the waiting crowds below. And you can see on the tail fin of this aircraft there's a very idealistic scene painted of a Jordanian transporter, actually one of the Jordanian transporters, dropping humanitarian aid into Gaza, and people are gratefully receiving it. The reality is much more chaotic, much more violent. Remember, there's an intense humanitarian starvation crisis underway in Gaza. And so people are absolutely desperate for any kind of food that they can get. And so these aid drops result in chaos on the ground, people scrambling, violence. There have been multiple stabbings of people as they try to get their hands on the aid packages. Also, people have been killed by the aid pallets actually hitting them on the head as they drop down. And so, look, this is a far from perfect means of delivering humanitarian assistance into that crisis zone. But having said that, there is intense starvation that's gathering pace in the Gaza Strip. And so today, for instance, we delivered 6.5 tons of powdered milk and tinned food to Gaza from the back of one of these Jordanian military transport planes. It's not much. It's nowhere near enough to tackle the hunger problems in Gaza, but it's better than nothing. And for some people in the Gaza Strip, it may make the difference between life and death.
Well, we've seen large protests in Jerusalem and in Israel over the last several weeks calling for an end to the war. So what we want to know tonight is, how will Israelis react to an expansion of the war in Gaza, if indeed there is one after this cabinet meeting? Joining me now, Daniel Levy, president of the US Middle East Project. Thank you for joining us. I mean, we are tonight seeing multiple protests across Israel, organised largely by the hostages of the missing families. They clearly don't want an expansion of this war. What about the rest of Israel? I mean, how much support is there across the electorate?
Well, that's why this is a significant moment, Max, because it's another one of these moments where that internal polarization is coming to the fore, this time not just with many of the families of those Israelis still being held in Gaza, who are convinced that the obstacle to getting their members of family back is Prime Minister Netanyahu, and that he is now further endangering them, but of course also because of this schism with the military leadership, who are saying this endangers the hostages, this is going to put us in an even more untenable position. I think in the back of their minds may well be issues that they won't articulate, such as, are we going to be held responsible for further war crimes? And they know that they will have to hold this territory and be the providers of assistance. That's probably going to go very badly, given everything we've seen thus far. And they will be subject to resistance from the guerrilla movements that remain. However, so that's what's driving an internal schism. However, the bigger picture, I think, if one zooms out and looks at it from the outside, is this could well be a distraction, because whether it's Netanyahu's plan of moving into these three areas, or whether it's what the military is saying, which is to encircle the three areas and carry out strikes from the outside, both of those plans entail the continuation of what is credibly being described by many individuals and organizations and experts as a genocide. Whether they go with the Netanyahu or the military leadership plan, there's no ceasefire, dozens being killed every day, no ability to get the aid that's needed in. You just saw those pictures, airdrops, and this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, defined by Médecins Sans Frontières as massacres masquerading as aid. That situation is going to continue to deteriorate, and it's all part of what is openly stated by the Netanyahu government, which is to kettle Palestinians into a concentration camp in the south of Gaza in advance of their expulsion. And it's the alignment of these extreme statements and the extreme actions on the ground, which I think is leading to an increasing call for action, not just words, to prevent this.
Netanyahu's still referring back to what happened, obviously, that horrific attack in Israel, and saying Hamas needs to be completely degraded. That's what's really driving this mission. And there are people, of course, who relate to that. This is the one final chance they have to stop terrorism coming from Gaza.
You see, Max, does one ever believe that if you continue an occupation, if you deny people their rights, if you pursue a genocide against them and an apartheid regime, that under those circumstances you will have security? That never happens, Max. And what Netanyahu is actually telling us is very important, because he is saying that whether the hostages are released or not, we are going to continue with this campaign of maximalist goals. That has been his message throughout, because some people have said, you know, if only Hamas would release the hostages, it's over. Netanyahu's government has told us throughout these 22 months that they will pursue these maximalist goals irrespective of the release of the hostages. They won't achieve those goals. They haven't achieved them thus far. One of the interesting things going on, I think, Max, in this standoff with the military leadership is Netanyahu creating a scenario whereby he will again blame the military for not achieving what can't be achieved, because there's no military solution. You need politics. Netanyahu refuses politics. He will blame them because either he will say they didn't pursue my plan, or he will say they didn't do it with enough enthusiasm, enough vigor. They were always against it. The interesting counterpoint to that is that this is a chief of staff appointed by Netanyahu himself, not the guy who was in charge on October 7th. If he does stand up to Netanyahu, I'm not suggesting that is necessarily going to happen, but if he does, it could be an even greater internal crisis, because let's acknowledge that one of the issues is Israel tries to portray an image of being omnipotent. But Israel is a small country. They face real issues with the number of reservists, with exhaustion. This would pile further pressure on them. And you can't manage a perpetual war with a divided society. And I think that's why many former senior military figures and many others in Israel, some are criticizing the morality of this, but most of them stepping back from the issue of the war crimes. They're not focusing on that. They are focusing on whether this is a step too far, an overreach on the part of Israel that could boomerang, not just in terms of its international reputation, but also in terms of whether the society can be held together under these conditions.
Daniel, as ever, really appreciate your analysis on this. We're still waiting for the outcome of that cabinet meeting. It could have happened all week. I mean, we've been talking about it all week, but it still hasn't happened yet. So clearly there is that big internal debate, isn't there, in those cabinet meetings with the military still being resolved. Thank you. Still to come, the presidents of Russia, Ukraine and the US could meet as soon as next week for a historic summit. Details on what needs to happen, though, for that to become a reality.
And welcome back to One World. I'm Paula Newton in New York. More now on our top story. Israel's prime minister says he intends to take military control of all of Gaza. Right now, Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with the security cabinet to present this plan. Earlier, he spoke with Fox News and said the aim is to root out Hamas before handing the territory to a civilian government that is not Hamas. Many inside Israel are warning, though, that this move is not a good idea and would displace Palestinians yet again. Sources say Israel's military chief believes it would trap Israeli forces and endanger the lives of hostages. Now, while the Kremlin and the White House hash out details for the meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, Russia is trying to cut off her son on the battlefield. It's the only regional Ukrainian capital initially occupied by Russia, but later liberated by Ukraine. Russian troops are still bombarding the city, and as Nick Payton-Walsh reports, they have new goals.
Russia is moving to cut off and cut up the city of Kherson, claiming its drones would hit all cars on this road into a city occupied from above, where Russian attack drones haunt your every move.
Incredible damage being done to the city. Clearly, Russia trying to force normal life. Drones circulating around ordinary people trying to live here.
But this weekend, the occupier went further still, moving to split the city in two, trying to cut off its southern island, still home to about 2,000 people, by blowing the bridge. Drone footage caught the moment, but it was only partially successful, shredding nerves as much as concrete and sparking a sudden evacuation effort, during which, oddly, the Russians seemed to be letting hundreds of civilians out.
And there seems to be some kind of pause in drone activity, from what we can make out, enabling some of these evacuations.
Що ми вже подуріли от того всього. Коли вони ума наберуться, і оце зробили от таке страхолюдіння, щоб повбивали все, не за мира було, га? Коли приїде Трамп чи хто, щоб уже ми такої старості не заслужили, які нам зробили отут.
They lived alone with almost nothing, so have even less to go to.
Я вже так устала від цієї стрільби, що мені вже нерви не видержують. Я бачила цю кінець до Зеленського. Мене вже посіли туди їхати. Я ще на одній ногі на костелі.
925 evacuated end Wednesday. But don't try suggesting here this is Russian mercy.
Їм абсолютно байдуже, які це цілі. Тому говорити про якусь людяність з точки зору росіян тут абсолютно недоцільно.
Russian drone operators post images of their hunting people in the city. The gaudy music.
Ukraine, Mr. Putin said today he would likely meet with President Trump, and the US president told European allies on Wednesday that he intended to meet with his Russian counterpart. But American officials are now suggesting nothing has been finalized. And there's the question of whether Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky will attend the talks, which one former official in Kyiv said is absolutely necessary.
Theoretically, President Trump can strike any deal he wants to have with President Putin, but he understands that he will not be able to enforce it without Europeans and Ukraine. So therefore, he is not going to make that deal, because making a deal with Putin will expose him, an unenforceable deal with Putin will expose him to enormous level of criticism for siding with the Russian dictator, while he will have no real leverage to enforce it if Europeans and Ukraine continue to oppose it.
President Zelensky is leaving the door open for a Trump-Putin meeting. He says Russia appears, quote, more inclined towards a ceasefire, though Zelensky is also keeping his guard up against possible deception. This as Russia launches a new bid to exert control over the southern Ukrainian city of Kherson, as Nick Payton-Walsh explains.
Russia is moving to cut off and cut up the city of Kherson, claiming its drones would hit all cars on this road into a city occupied from above, where Russian attack drones haunt your every move.
Incredible damage being done to the city. Clearly, Russia trying to force normal life. Drones circulating around ordinary people trying to live here.
But this weekend, the occupier went further still, moving to split the city in two, trying to cut off its southern island, still home to about 2,000 people, by blowing the bridge. Drone footage caught the moment, but it was only partially successful, shredding nerves as much as concrete, and sparking a sudden evacuation effort, during which, oddly, the Russians seemed to be letting hundreds of civilians out.
And there seems to be some kind of pause in drone activity, from what we can make out, enabling some of these evacuations.
Казаться вже все закончится. Я даже не ожидала. Що ми вже подуріли от того всього. Коли вони ума наберуться, і оце зробили от таке страхолюдіння, щоб повбивали все, не за мира було, га? Коли приїде Трамп чи хто, щоб уже ми такої старості не заслужили, які нам зробили отут.
They lived alone with almost nothing, so have even less to go to.
Я вже так устала від цієї стрільби, що мені вже нерви не видержують. Я бачила цю всю кімеру до Зеленського. Мене вже посіли туди їхати. Я ще на одній ногі на костелі.
925 evacuated end Wednesday. But don't try suggesting here this is Russian mercy.
Їм абсолютно байдуже, які це цілі. Тому говорити про якусь людяність з точки зору росіян тут абсолютно недоцільно.
Russian drone operators post images of their hunting people in the city. The gaudy music, as if it is sport. Wherever we go, anxiety, our cameras might reveal locations to the Russians, especially at this hospital. 3 injured from drones and shelling already, and 2 more once we leave. Oleg, 62, ran outside to help after one drone blast, but was hit by a second.
Ну, нихера летит еще один, и незаметно оттуда он взял. Падаю, там у меня идут эти, скаты такие вдоль забора. Я за них падаю, а ноги, если прям вот перебросил бы, а так ноги там остались, туловище там, и вот попало по ногам.
Many are stuck here, unable to fend for themselves on release at home.
Известно, что 3 дрона наверх. So there are 3 drones over the hospital.
The buzz and gunfire we heard outside moments earlier. Just how life is here.
The all clear has been given after the 3 drones overhead, and now we have to go quickly.
Hours after we leave, the city and island are hit hard. Russian bloggers giving all civilians a week to leave the island. Talk of mercy here, short-lived, short-sighted too. Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, Kherson, Ukraine.
So what we don't know, will President Trump actually meet with his Russian and Ukrainian counterparts? Joining me now, former US Ambassador to NATO and US Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations, Kurt Volker. Thank you so much for joining us. I mean, there was much positivity about a possible meeting from both sides, the Russian side and the US side yesterday, but we heard from our White House correspondent earlier that the White House is playing this down a bit more today. Can you help explain that?
Well, first off, I think that they know that President Trump and Putin meeting together isn't going to necessarily solve anything. You got to get Ukraine part of the solution as well. The White House has been pressing for Zelensky to be included in the meeting. Of course, Russia's resisting. And I would also just take a step back from this. Yes, it's great to have a meeting, I suppose, if you want to actually push for a settlement. But let's not confuse this with actual progress. Putin has been rejecting Trump's demands for a ceasefire for months, and there's no indication he's going to do anything different right now.
Who do you think is the winner of that optic of Trump and Putin at least standing together? Because it's going to, you know, it's something that certainly President Putin will really be able to big up to his people, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's definitely in Putin's interest to be seen meeting with President Trump. Putin, after all, is an indicted war criminal for abduction of Ukrainian children. He is considered a pariah throughout all of Europe. He's not able to travel easily because of this indictment by the International Criminal Court. So getting a summit meeting with President Trump is a very big deal. And I don't think Trump needs it, but certainly it does a lot for Putin.
So why doesn't he want Zelensky? Because that would dilute that optic.
I think what Trump really cares about is just ending the war. That is his singular focus here. And he knows that in order to end it, you got to get Putin to end it because he's the one who continues it. Zelensky never wanted this war and would still agree to a ceasefire right now. You got to get Putin to do that. And it's got to be the two sides that agree to a ceasefire, which means that it has to be on acceptable terms for Ukraine as well.
It would be extraordinary, though, wouldn't it, seeing them all together? But, you know, I think people have got quite carried away with the idea that it would. But this could very well just be part of Trump's negotiation tactic, right, to set up this idea with the expectation that there will be some sort of deal to announce. I mean, they're talking about tomorrow still, aren't they?
Well, all of this is in flux. The Russians are insisting on a bilateral U.S.-Russian meeting. President Trump is trying to add Zelensky into that. We don't know whether the Russians will agree to that or whether Zelensky would agree to that. And we don't know whether the U.S. would go forward with just a bilateral meeting without any indication of any progress from Putin.
Okay. Kurt, as ever, thank you so much for joining us from D.C. Still to come, what do you get the man who has everything, or the man who is about to impose tariffs on your competitors? How does a solid gold bar sound? Apple CEO seems to think it was a good idea. We'll explain the images.
And welcome back to One World. I'm Paula Newton in New York. More now on our top story. Israel's prime minister says he intends to take military control of all of Gaza. Right now, Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with the security cabinet to present this plan. Earlier, he spoke with Fox News and said the aim is to root out Hamas before handing the territory to a civilian government that is not Hamas. Many inside Israel are warning, though, that this move is not a good idea and would displace Palestinians yet again. Sources say Israel's military chief believes it would trap Israeli forces and endanger the lives of hostages. Now, while the Kremlin and the White House hash out details for the meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, Russia is trying to cut off her son on the battlefield. It's the only regional Ukrainian capital initially occupied by Russia, but later liberated by Ukraine. Russian troops are still bombarding the city, and as Nick Payton-Walsh reports, they have new goals.
Russia is moving to cut off and cut up the city of Kherson, claiming its drones would hit all cars on this road into a city occupied from above, where Russian attack drones haunt your every move.
Incredible damage being done to the city. Clearly, Russia trying to force normal life. Drones circulating around ordinary people trying to live here.
But this weekend, the occupier went further still, moving to split the city in two, trying to cut off its southern island, still home to about 2,000 people, by blowing the bridge. Drone footage caught the moment, but it was only partially successful, shredding nerves as much as concrete, and sparking a sudden evacuation effort, during which, oddly, the Russians seemed to be letting hundreds of civilians out.
And there seems to be some kind of pause in drone activity, from what we can make out, enabling some of these evacuations.
Ну, конечно. Если так с утра гуфлять. Когда це вже все закончится. Я даже не ожидала. Що ми вже подуріли от этого всього. Коли вони ума наберуться, і оце зробили от таке страхолюдіє, щоб повбивали все, не за мира було, га? Коли приїде Трамп чи хто, щоб уже ми такої старості не заслужили, які нам зробили отут.
They lived alone with almost nothing, so have even less to go to.
Ну, я вже так устала от этой стрільби, що у мене вже нерви не витримують. Я бачила цю кінець до Зеленського. Де мене вже посели туди їхати. Я ж на одній ногі на костелі.
925 evacuated end Wednesday. But don't try suggesting here this is Russian mercy.
Їм абсолютно байдуже, які це цілі. Тому говорити про якусь людяність з точки зору росіян тут абсолютно недоцільно.
And the tariffs from the US president. The next, he's giving him a lavish custom plaque in the Oval Office. It's essentially a glass cutout designed by a former Marine corporal in Kentucky on a 24-carat gold base made in Utah.
This bond was made in the U.S., California, and this glass comes off the Corning line. It's engraved for President Trump. It's a unique unit of one.
Well, Apple recently committed to building iPhone components in the US. President Donald Trump has said companies that make these promises would be exempt from new tariffs on semiconductors, and it appears he liked the gold bar as well, didn't he, Richard?
We like the whole thing, actually. So what I have a close-up picture of it here, so I can tell you. It says, President Donald Trump, Apple American Manufacturing Program, and then it's got a facsimile of Tim's signature, made in USA. And it's, you know, the idea is this special glass that is used. It's meant to reflect sort of the wafer thin of the computer chip, but it's the glass, the same glass that's going to be used for as part of the new manufacturing process that they're going to be setting up. That special glass used for iPads and Apple Watches and the like. The whole thing is a bit bizarre. I mean, it seems to be a case of what you have to take the president, your tithe, if you will, your present, your gift, be it a glass with a gold bar or a 747 jet from Qatar.
Why aren't we questioning, the ethics of accepting these gifts anymore? Because they keep happening?
Of course, people are questioning them. The official answer would always be that these are not gifts to Donald Trump; they're gifts to the president, and that they will end up in the library, wherever his presidential library is set up. That's going to be the line that was used for the 747, and I'm assuming that that's the same logic that's going to be used here. These are not personal gifts to Donald J. Trump, Esquire, but to the President of the United States. At least that's the way it's always portrayed. But what is now really becoming clear, and it's now starting to become extremely well documented, is the number of gifts, whether it be buildings that are put up, cars that are given, a Tesla, for example, or this, that, or the other, that are given to the president in some, or his family in some shape or other. And whilst the unspoken is not a quid pro quo, nobody is fooled for one moment.
Okay, Richard, thank you. I'm sure you'll have more analysis of the gold later on Chris News Business. It's at the top of the hour.
Pure gold.
Like your show. There are new improvements, meanwhile, to the popular AI chat tool, ChatGPT. Still to come, OpenAI's major upgrade. We'll explain.
And welcome back to One World. I'm Paula Newton in New York. More now on our top story. Israel's prime minister says he intends to take military control of all of Gaza. Right now, Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with his security cabinet to present this plan. Earlier, he spoke with Fox News and said the aim is to root out Hamas before handing the territory to a civilian government that is not Hamas. Many inside Israel are warning, though, that this move is not a good idea and would displace Palestinians yet again. Sources say Israel's military chief believes it would trap Israeli forces and endanger the lives of hostages. Now, while the Kremlin and the White House hash out details for the meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, Russia is trying to cut off her son on the battlefield. It's the only regional Ukrainian capital initially occupied by Russia, but later liberated by Ukraine. Russian troops are still bombarding the city, and as Nick Payton-Walsh reports, they have new goals.
Russia is moving to cut off and cut up the city of Kherson, claiming its drones would hit all cars on this road into a city occupied from above, where Russian attack drones haunt your every move.
Incredible damage being done to the city. Clearly, Russia trying to force normal life. Drones circulating around ordinary people trying to live here.
But this weekend, the occupier went further still, moving to split the city in two, trying to cut off its southern island, still home to about 2,000 people, by blowing the bridge. Drone footage caught the moment, but it was only partially successful, shredding nerves as much as concrete, and sparking a sudden evacuation effort, during which, oddly, the Russians seemed to be letting hundreds of civilians out.
And there seems to be some kind of pause in drone activity, from what we can make out, enabling some of these evacuations.
Казать, це вже все закончиться. Я даже не ожидала. Що ми вже подуріли от того всього. Коли вони ума наберуться, і оце зробили от таке страхолюдіння, щоб повбивали все, не за мира було, га? Коли приїде Трамп чи хто, щоб уже ми такої старості не заслужили, які нам зробили отут.
They lived alone with almost nothing, so have even less to go to.
At tasks such as writing, coding, and answering health questions, the CEO of OpenAI discussed the upgrade earlier.
It can write an entire computer program from scratch to help you with whatever you'd like. And we think this idea of software on demand is going to be one of the defining characteristics of the GPT-5 era. It can help you plan a party, send invitations, order supplies. It can help you understand your healthcare and make decisions on your journey.
Lisa Chico, the tech editor for CNN Business, was watching that presentation. I mean, there was lots of very complex computer language, if I can call it that, wasn't there? But the demos were extraordinary, weren't they? The way you saw the app basically write a load of code very quickly and create apps that, even I could do it.
Exactly. And I think that's a big part of this update, as Sam Altman said during the presentation. GPT-5 is really making ChatGPT better at the things that it already does. And one of those things is code generation. So there are two areas where GPT-5 should bring some pretty big improvements. One of those, like you mentioned, is what's known as vibe coding, which is the ability to just kind of type in a prompt and have ChatGPT or another service just kind of create a website for you from scratch. And that's something that a lot of people do. If they're not really experienced, they just need to make a website as a hobby. But there are also some pretty big implications for people who work in software engineering as well. well. During the presentation, Sam Altman and other leadership from OpenAI kind of showed how the new model will make it possible to kind of debug things faster. And instead of just doing it, the model will now kind of show you its process and be a little bit more communicative along the way, which is really important because if we're going to trust AI models to help us with work and do things for us, I think being a little bit more transparent about the process and improving some of the safety elements, which is also a big theme with GPT-5, is going to be really, really crucial.
And there are various levels, aren't there? But they were saying that actually the best level, the highest grade app is available free for everyone. Once you've used it a certain amount, you have to start paying. But actually, they're really putting it out there.
Yeah, so with GPT-5, they really are trying to get it out there to everybody. So GPT-5 is available across all models, whether you're using the free version or in one of the paid tiers. And this is something a little bit different for OpenAI. And another thing that they're doing is that they're just making GPT-5 the default model. So in the past, you would have to choose the model depending on what you wanted to do. If you wanted deep research, if you just wanted a quick answer. But this model is capable of figuring that out on its own based on the prompt so that the user doesn't have to switch back and forth anymore, which I think is going to go a long way in kind of making this type of technology a bit more popular and kind of getting rid of some of the early, I guess, pain points early on.
Okay, Lisa, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, it does feel like turbulence is becoming more severe and more frequent, doesn't it? Last week, a flight from the US to the Netherlands was hit with such strong turbulence that 25 people were taken to hospital following the emergency landing. A 73-year-old man died of a heart attack during turbulence on a flight from London to Singapore last year. Scientists believe the rise in turbulence may in part be due to climate change as well. CNN meteorologist Alison Chinchar reports.
The thing is, turbulence does follow certain patterns. So we kind of tend to know what parts of the globe have more severe turbulence than others. Take a look at this map. This shows you the most turbulent flights in 2024. You're looking for those orange, red highlighted areas. The most turbulent is in South America along the Andes Mountains. The second one in portions of Asia, right near the Himalayas. Notice a pattern there. We're talking mountainous regions. The United States and Europe also have similar areas of very turbulent flights. We're talking the Rocky Mountains as well as the Alps across portions of Europe. All of these have that thing in common, which is mountainous regions. And that triggers a lot of the turbulence as that air kind of goes up and down the mountains. It can kind of create eddies or circular motion within the atmosphere. Now, here's the thing. That's one form. The other is called clear air turbulence. And clear air turbulence is a little bit different. In fact, most of it actually happens on very sunny days. But this is the one we're concerned about when it comes to climate change, because this is the one that is likely going to increase over time because of climate change specifically. Now, clear air turbulence is caused by wind shear. That's a rapid change of wind speed or direction with respect to the altitude. But as the planet warms, that type of turbulence is actually intensifying. Take, for example, from 2020 to 1979, we saw a 55% increase of that kind of turbulence over the North Atlantic and a 41% increase over the continental U.S. specifically. So this is certainly going to be a concern going forward because as we warm that air, we change the air patterns around them. And again, this could end up leading to more severe air turbulence, maybe even in some places where we wouldn't necessarily normally focus in on, especially when it comes to some of those routes that we just showed where we normally expect to see that high turbulence.
There we are, Alison Chinchar. I am Max Foster. That is what we know. Quest Means Business with Richard up next.
And welcome back to One World. I'm Paula Newton in New York. More now on our top story. Israel's prime minister says he intends to take military control of all of Gaza. Right now, Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with the security cabinet to present this plan. Earlier, he spoke with Fox News and said the aim is to root out Hamas before handing the territory to a civilian government that is not Hamas. Many inside Israel are warning, though, that this move is not a good idea and would displace Palestinians yet again. Sources say Israel's military chief believes it would trap Israeli forces and endanger the lives of hostages. Now, while the Kremlin and the White House hash out details for the meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, Russia is trying to cut off her son on the battlefield. It's the only regional Ukrainian capital initially occupied by Russia, but later liberated by Ukraine. Russian troops are still bombarding the city, and as Nick Payton-Walsh reports, they have new goals.
Russia is moving to cut off and cut up the city of Kherson, claiming its drones would hit all cars on this road into a city occupied from above, where Russian attack drones haunt your every move.
Incredible damage being done to the city. Clearly, Russia trying to force normal life. Drones circulating around ordinary people trying to live here.
But this weekend, the occupier went further still, moving to split the city in two, trying to cut off its southern island, still home to about 2,000 people, by blowing the bridge. Drone footage caught the moment, but it was only partially successful, shredding nerves as much as concrete, and sparking a sudden evacuation effort, during which, oddly, the Russians seemed to be letting hundreds of civilians out.
And there seems to be some kind of pause in drone activity, from what we can make out, enabling some of these evacuations.
Ну, конечно. Если так, что сразу когда це вже все закончиться. Я даже не ожидала. Що ми вже подуріли от цього всього. Коли вони ума наберуться, і оце зробили от таке страхолюдіння, щоб повбивали все, нельзя мира було, га? Коли приїде Трамп чи хто, щоб уже ми такої старості не заслужили, які нам зробили отут.
They lived alone with almost nothing, so have even less to go to.
Ну, я вже так устала від цієї стрільби, що мене вже нерви не видержують. Я бачила цю всю кінець до Зеленського. Де мене вже посіли туди їхати. Я ж на одній ногі на костелі.
925 evacuated end Wednesday. But don't try suggesting here this is Russian mercy.
Їм абсолютно байдуже, які це цілі. Тому говорити про якусь людяність з точки зору росіян тут абсолютно недоцільно.
Russian drone operators post images of their hunting people in the city. The gaudy music, as if it is sport. Wherever we go, anxiety, our cameras might reveal locations to the Russians, especially at this hospital. 3 injured from drones and shelling already, and 2 more once we leave. Oleg, 62, ran outside to help after one drone blast, but was hit by a second.
А ну нихера летит еще один, и незаметно оттуда он взял. Падаю, там у меня идут эти, ну, скаты такие вдоль забора. Я за них падаю, а ноги, если бы я вот перебросил бы, а так ноги же там остались, туловище там, и вот попало по ногам.
Many are stuck here, unable to fend for themselves on release at home.
Но известно, что 3 дрона наверх.
As trading comes to an end on this Thursday, and the market's been down. It was open at the beginning, and then just basically it's all just petered away, and it's all to do with tariffs and economic worries and woes and everything. 1, 2, 3, strong gavels. Trading is over. The markets and the main events of the day. The President Trump tariff reality is now with us. Massive new levies on imports take effect, the highest level in the century. The Israeli Prime Minister says he wants to take military control over all of Gaza. What does that actually mean? And a high-flying debut for Firefly. Shares in the space travel company up 40% on day one of the IPO. I'll be talking to the chief executive. We are live from New York on Thursday. It's August the 7th. I'm Richard Quest, and I'm in business. Good evening. The biggest shift in global trade since the Great Depression. The US tariff experiment has begun. President Trump has levied dozens of trading partners with high tariffs, and it all started at midnight last night. The effective US tariff rate is now more than 17%. It's the highest since the 1930s. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says the trade deals are largely completed and done, and President Trump will now focus on the cost of living in the US. The US Trade Representative Jameson Greer says the White House is remaking the world. In an article in the New York Times, he writes, our current nameless global order, dominated by the WTO, is untenable and unsustainable. And what he now calls the Trump round, we've had the Doha round, the Uruguay round, now he's calling it the Trump round of tariffs. Kevin's with me. Kevin lives at the White House. Before we do anything, let's actually put tariffs to one side. Just one thing I want to do first. Stephen Miran is to fill the vacant spot of the Fed Board of Governors that's about to become available. Miran is currently the chair of the President's Council of Economic Advisors. Now, what do we make of it?
Yeah, and we should note it's a temporary replacement. He'll be in this job till the end of January. This seat was vacated last week by one of the governors. It does allow the president to put in someone who is a loyalist at heart, someone who agrees with the president on interest rates, which is obviously the president's big grudge with the Federal Reserve at the moment. It is not the big job. We're still waiting to hear from the president on who he'll nominate to replace Jay Powell once his term is up in May. There had been a thought that perhaps the president would put essentially a successor in waiting into this governor seat, but that doesn't appear to be what the president has done here. He still has a number of other names in mind for that big job, but obviously Stephen Miran is someone who has, I think, become a more recognizable face over the last several months. He's on television quite frequently explaining the president's economic policies, his tariff policies. He is someone who the president has clearly taken quite a liking to, and so he'll fill this post until January. The president says he's still in search for a permanent successor for this governor's seat, but also for that big job. We know that there are a number of names in mind, including who he calls the two Kevins, not myself, but Kevin Hassett, the top economist at the White House, Kevin Warsh, the economist at Stanford, who was a governor on the Fed board about 15 years ago. And so we're still waiting for that big job. Expect to hear about that soon, I think.
Back to tariffs, pivot, if you will. I was interested to hear Scott Bessent basically saying that the negotiations are over. We know China's still out there to be wrapped up, but it does sound like, you know, this is what most countries will now have to live with. And the government, the administration is still banking on the fact that there's no marginal increased inflation, and they don't believe it's going to get worse.
That seems to be the play right now. I do think, you know, as time goes on, if prices start to rise, if companies start to increase these costs on American consumers, I wouldn't doubt that President Trump could potentially see some flexibility in these tariff rates. That has been sort of a defining feature of this entire tariff regime so far. The president puts the rates on, takes them off, increases them, decreases them. For now, these rates are fixed. And according to Scott Bessent, the trade deals are sort of done and dusted. I think the exception, as you said, is China. And we do expect now shortly to hear that they are extending this deadline for a deal to be reached as they try and negotiate some of these finer points. The other one is Switzerland. I think in the hopes of the Swiss that their deal and their tariff rate is not fixed. They seem to be still going back and forth on that. But I guess for all of these other countries, it seems as if this is the final answer for now.
In his op-ed, the USTR, James Grierson, talks about, I'm just trying to look at it, he says, in a few short months, the United States has secured more foreign market access than it had in years of fruitless WTO negotiations. President Trump uniquely recognizes the privilege of selling into the world's lucrative market is a carrot, a mighty carrot. So it's the Pottery Barn principle. They've sort of bought the shop, they've broken it. If they've broken it, they'll own it.
Yeah, I think that seems to be the case. And I think for President Trump, you know, Jameson Greer and the other economists at the White House talk about tariffs as a way to reorient the global trade. I think President Trump sees it as a much bigger thing. You know, he has used these not only to realign trade
imbalances, but also to exploit some of these geopolitical concerns that he has, whether it's in Brazil and the persecution of the president there, whether it's on India and what he says is the purchase of Russian oil. The president sees this as kind of like a cure-all for every ill that he sees around the entire world. And so Jameson Greer, obviously he's the trade representative. He's looking at this through the trade perspective, you know, reorienting a system that has been sort of out of place for decades and decades, starting with the Bretton Woods Conference after World War II. President Trump, I'm not sure, is thinking about the Bretton Woods Conference. He's looking at these tariffs as his sort of main arbiter of the way he wants to bend the world to his will. And you've seen that over and over again. And that's where I think he'll keep going. You know, we have heard from the president that there are still tariffs to come on pharmaceuticals, on semiconductors, all of these other areas that I think the president feels emboldened to just sort of keep going now that this new trade era has begun.
Kevin, I'm grateful. Oh, so many Kevins, but there's only one Kevin for us. Kevin Lidlock. Kevin, many thanks for joining us at the White House. Now, the Swiss government, and there's still shock in Switzerland after the 39% tariff took effect today, and the government there says they're going to fight to have that changed. But Switzerland isn't the only country reacting to the dramatic levies being imposed.
Making small countries like us pay, I find that, well, I won't say unfair. It's a bit stupid, but it's shocking, worrying.
This makes it impossible to look to a future with a peace of mind. Personally, I have no confidence in stability in a bright future because Trump is unpredictable.
We were making money. The revenues were on course with what we had projected. All right. As soon as the tariff started to really take place, that disappeared. So now we are at a shortfall.
And so to the Quest Means Business tariff basket. Now, the new tariffs on a lot of the goods won't be immediate, because if it was loaded onto a ship before yesterday and it arrives before October, then it'll face the old tariff rate. But we have been keeping a track on certain items since Liberation Day in April, the QMB. Let's start with olive oil. In early April, it cost $16.89. The price is now $17.59, almost a full dollar higher today. Coffee has gone from $8 to $8.89. Now, you think of it as that way, but that's quite a hefty rise in terms of price. That's a 10% rise in price. So if you drink that, and bearing in mind this doesn't allow for coffee from, say, Brazil, where they grow an awful lot of coffee in Brazil, as the song says. This is Colombia, but there we go, which has, I think, a 15% tariff rate. But you get the idea. When that starts, it'll really add up. Some items have actually fallen. For example, cheese. Where's the cheese? The cheese has gone from $6.29 to $6.19. Now, overall, we haven't also allowed for apparel, which is one of the larger items. Overall, our groceries cost us $59, slightly less than in April. The basket of electronics went to $1,100. That's up 40 from our April calculation. Clothing is 42, pretty much the same, and the other essentials is around just bits and bobs. Andrew Hollenhorst is the chief US economist at Citi. Now, Andrew, I'm going to tell you what you already know, which is that our tariff basket hasn't gone up that much, largely because, A, a lot of the tariffs are being eaten by the manufacturers, producers, or importers, and B, so they wouldn't have fully taken effect. But you, I think, believe, like others, it's just a question of time.
I think that's right, Richard. There is a question of time here. How long is it going to take before we see some of these price increases come through into certain goods? And we know that some businesses would have had inventories that they hadn't paid tariffs on. So all of this can take months before it comes through in the data. The important thing, though, is does this just stay focused on a goods-based inflation, which would be my view, and not spread more broadly? That's what you really start to worry about from an economy-wide perspective is this a real new inflationary shock broadly, or is this kind of a one-time rise in certain goods prices?
What's your feeling on that?
I think scenario is more of a one-time price shock. And the reason why is because of the other things that are going on in the economy. If you look at consumer spending, it's slowing down. If you look at the housing sector, we actually have a pretty weak housing sector right now with house prices that have been falling. So the other sectors of the economy, the domestic economy is a disinflationary economy. Yes, you'll probably see some price rises in certain goods, but I don't think this is the type of economy where demand is really strong and firms are going to be able to push up prices and continue to push them up.
So is the president, and essentially right, James Grierson, who points out, James Grierson in his article says that basically the worst cases of prognosis are not going to happen. The money is going to roll in, which will help negate, if not fully, at least mitigate the deficit, and therefore the naysayers are wrong.
Well, if you go back and think about the worst case scenarios, it does look like we've avoided some of those. Now, partly that's because some of these tariff rates have come down. If you remember, not that long ago, we were concerned about 150% tariffs with respect to China. This would have really snarled supply chains and greatly increased the cost of certain inputs and made some inputs just unaffordable as producers are trying to create their products. So those were the scenarios where you could have seen really big spikes in prices and really negative implications for growth. I think that has largely been avoided. And the other thing that's been avoided so far is a lot of retaliation. That was the other concern, that would we see other countries raising tariffs against the US? So far, we haven't seen a lot of that either.
So can we say that the president's policy is succeeding?
I think what we can say so far is that we have an economy that was a strong economy and that has been resilient. We need to watch to see if these price increases are going to come through or not in terms of the goods prices. But in terms of, is this tariff regime going to be something that pushes the economy into a recession or causes persistent higher inflation? It really looks like that's not the case so far.
And on the bigger, wider issue, which we can't really know for maybe 20 years, a lot of the supply chains today were built around optimization of efficiency. Therefore, if we now have production in less efficient places to avoid collateral issues like tariffs, then eventually does the US economy perform at a less productive? I mean, it may look like a headline, but actually you're making things that really shouldn't be made here, but they're being made here so that companies don't get clobbered for other. You get where I'm going with that.
Yeah, it's still a very big question. How much is production really going to reallocate it? You mentioned 20 years. That's probably the kind of time scale we should be thinking about for really big shifts in terms of where production is happening. Now, we know some of that will happen in the nearer term, and it could be that the cost of producing some goods is higher. Producing goods with U.S. labor is going to be higher than producing goods with foreign labor. But that's a policy decision, right? That's something that we should think about as a society, as a country. Do we want to pay a little bit more for shoes, for instance, and have those shoes produced in the U.S., or pay less and have them produced abroad? That's what politicians are figuring out. I'm just trying to do the economics here.
Okay, Andrew, though, when you were learning your economics, and did you ever think you would see a U.S. trade regime that was fully based on tariffs again?
Yeah, this is really a big change from where we were over the last 20 years, over the last 30 years, as you had tariff rates that were coming down globally. You had just a completely different regime. So when I was a graduate student, when I was teaching graduate students, did I think this was going to happen? No, this was not something that I expected. And that's one of the great things about this job, is we're always analyzing new and surprising situations.
And the moment you have your analysis, I look forward to you being back on Questme's Business to give it to us. Thank you, Andrew. Always good to see you, sir. Very grateful. One country, forgive me, one company that's been resilient Amongst all this tariffs is Maersk. The shipping group has raised its profit outlook on Thursday. The shares were up. Maersk chief executive Vincent Clerc told Anna Kuban, China's manufacturing rebound is helping offset other areas.
In the rest of the world, we seem to have entered now a new phase of globalization pushed by China. And what is going to be interesting to see in the coming quarters or years is whether there is a response to that from some of the countries in terms of protectionism, or whether this is going to continue and be a major trend for the industry for the years to come.
And so it's interesting what you said about a new era of globalization. I think many people would be surprised to hear that. Do you see the US playing any part of that?
No, I think that the US actually have taken the view that that this second phase of globalization was happening, and that in many sectors this was posing a danger to their ability to guarantee their national security, to have the amount of manufacturing and skill within the country and strategic independence that they have ambition to have. And you see this materializing into some of the trading policies and trading views that are coming from the United States. This has been a step actually to counter this new phase of globalization, whereas the rest of the world so far has mostly accepted it or had discussions which at least have not managed to either stem it or slow it down. To the contrary, we're seeing an incredible resilience in volumes out of Asia. It's been a trend for quite a while, and as we are well into the third quarter, it just shows no signs of abating.
So I just want to come back to the issue around US protectionism and the US trying to bring manufacturing back to its own shores. We'll have seen this investment pledged by Apple in the past few days. Do you think that if the US successfully brings back manufacturing into the US, that this is something that will help or harm you as a company?
We look at the coming decades, even assuming a rise of protectionism and a new different phase of trading order and so on, as being a long-term opportunity for us. For almost 8 years now, we have been diversifying away from purely a shipping play into a full logistics and supply chain play, which means that as the global supply chain gets rewritten or rejigged, and rebuilt with a different structure, with either nearshoring or friendshoring or reshoring or a combination of those, there's going to be a lot of need for a lot of companies for the type of solutions and products that we bring, and it's going to be a vector of growth for us in the long run. It will create some volatility for our shipping business. There is no doubt about it, because of these changes, but these changes will take time to materialize. Supply chains are long, they have many tiers of suppliers, and to move all of this is likely to actually create more growth in the short term rather than shrinkage. And while this may come later on and create some turbulence, I think that in the short run, we see a continued pretty strong growth opportunities and more opportunities for growth and creating value for our customers within the logistics field.
So what would you say are your biggest concerns at the moment?
I think, right now we have two, I would say, main concerns if you think about the macro part.
Let's leave that for the moment. Donald Trump's at the White House. Let's join.
And I want to thank Steve for being here. I saw this today. They came out. What he puts out gets a lot of coverage, and I saw some of them, and then he had a couple of others. And I'd like to ask Steve maybe to discuss a few of these numbers that were just released. I mean, literally just released. And then we're going over and we're going to do Purple Heart. We have some incredible, brave people that I look forward to. So we're going to do that right after this. Steve, could you say a few words about the various charts?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I called the president because I had some very good news from some new data that we've been able to put together that no one has ever seen before. And I'll just very quickly go through these. So I was telling the president that he did the right thing in calling for a new head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, because this shows that over the last 2 years of the Biden administration, the BLS overestimated job creation by 1.5 million jobs. Mr. President, that's a gigantic error. And I don't know if she's, I'm not.
It might not have been an error. That's the bad part. If it was an error, it would be one thing. I don't think it's an error. I think they did it purposely.
Whether that, you may well be right, but even if it wasn't purposefully, it's incompetence.
Right.
Okay, so 1.5 million jobs overestimated. We have access to the We have access to the some data that no one else does on what has happened month by month with median household income. This is based on unpublished Census Bureau data. It will be released sometime in the next 6 months, but we get an advanced look at it. And so I was telling the president in his first 5 months in office, starting in January through the end of June, the average median household income adjusted for inflation for the average family in America is already up $1,174. That's
an incredible number.
Yeah.
Just came out.
Just came out. So that's a giant gain.
And if I would have said this, nobody would have believed it. There's your number. We're doing well.
So the next one compares, we finally have the 2024 data on what happened with real family income in the United States. And so what I did was I compared the record in Donald Trump's first term with the Joe Biden first term. And you can see that, by the way, these dotted lines here, Mr. President, that's COVID. So if it had not been for COVID, these numbers would have been substantially better. But even taking account President Trump's last year in 2020, we
the
saw
White House bringing out Stephen Moore to do a glowing economic report on Donald Trump's time so far, also to cast doubt on the BLS and their jobs numbers, which of course was the whole business of the firing of the head of the BLS. Interestingly, Donald Trump sort of still pushing this notion that it was Machiavellian and a conspiracy. Stephen Moore, who knows a lot about these things, saying, well, maybe not. Incompetence, maybe, but let's not go there. But it's essentially that we'll need a few hours or so, a few minutes to look at these claims and counterclaims and work out what's true, what's not, what's sort of been embellished in a sense for the purposes of this. Because Stephen certainly knows his stuff very well. He's a very respected economist. And so what he is saying most definitely is worthy of very serious consideration in that respect. Now, in a moment or five, Israel's prime minister says his country plans to take control of all of Gaza. His military chief has reportedly already warned against the plan.
Get your cameras ready.
Wow. And welcome back to One World. I'm Paula Newton in New York. More now on our top story. Israel's prime minister says he intends to take military control of all of Gaza. Right now, Benjamin Netanyahu is meeting with his security cabinet to present this plan. Earlier, he spoke with Fox News and said the aim is to root out Hamas before handing the territory to a civilian government that is not Hamas. Many inside Israel are warning, though, that this move is not a good idea and would displace Palestinians yet again. Sources say Israel's military chief believes it would trap Israeli forces and endanger the lives of hostages. Now, while the Kremlin and the White House hash out details for the meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, Russia is trying to cut off her son on the battlefield. It's the only regional Ukrainian capital initially occupied by Russia, but later liberated by Ukraine. Russian troops are still bombarding the city, and as Nick Payton-Walsh reports, they have new goals.
Russia is moving to cut off and cut up the city of Kherson, claiming its drones would hit all cars on this road into a city occupied from above, where Russian attack drones haunt your every move.
Incredible damage being done to the city. Clearly, Russia trying to force normal life. Drones circulating around ordinary people trying to live here.
But this weekend, the occupier went further still, moving to split the city in two, trying to cut off its southern island, still home to about 2,000 people, by blowing the bridge. Drone footage caught the moment, but it was only partially successful, shredding nerves as much as concrete, and sparking a sudden evacuation effort, during which, oddly, the Russians seemed to be letting hundreds of civilians out.
And there seems to be some kind of pause in drone activity, from what we can make out, enabling some of these evacuations.
Коли це вже все закончиться? Що ми вже подуріли від того всього. Коли вони ума наберуться, і оце зробили таке страхолюдіє, щоб повбивали все, не за мира було, га? Коли приїде Трамп чи хто, щоб уже ми такої старості не заслужили, які нам зробили отут.
They lived alone with almost nothing, so have even less to go to.
Я вже так устала від цієї стрільби, що мені вже нерви не витримують. Я бачила цю всю кімнату до Зеленського. Мене вже посіли туди їхати. Я ще на одній ногі на костелі.
925 evacuated end Wednesday. But don't try suggesting here this is Russian mercy.
Їм абсолютно байдуже, які це цілі. Тому говорити про якусь людяність з точки зору росіян тут абсолютно недоцільно.
Russian drone operators post images of their hunting people in the city. The gaudy music, as if it is sport. Wherever we go, anxiety, our cameras might reveal locations to the Russians, especially at this hospital. 3 injured from drones and shelling already, and 2 more once we leave. Ole, 62, ran outside to help after one drone blast, but was hit by a second.
А ну ни хера летит еще один, и незаметно оттуда он взял. Падаю, там у меня идут эти, ну, скаты такие вдоль забора. Я за них падаю, а ноги, если прям вот перебросил бы, а так ноги же там остались, туловище там, и вот попало по ногам.
Many are stuck here, unable to fend for themselves on release at home.
Но известно, что 3 дрона наверх. So there are 3 drones over the hospital.
The buzz and gunfire we heard outside moments earlier, just how life is here.
The all clear has been given after the 3 drones overhead, and now we have to go quickly.
Hours after we leave, the city and island are hit hard. Russian bloggers giving all civilians a week to leave the island. Talk of mercy here, short-lived, short-sighted too. Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, Kherson, Ukraine.
We want to get more now on both of our top stories today. It's time for The Exchange. Joining me live from Washington, D.C. is CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Grateful to see you and really do want to get your opinion on some of these things. I mean, I will speak to you about the situation in the Middle East as that Israeli cabinet, security cabinet meets at this hour. But first, to this issue of whether or not there's going to be a meeting between Ukraine, the U.S., and Putin, it seems that the conditions here really are being set by the Kremlin yet again. How do you see this?
Yes, I think it's likely that there will be a meeting between Putin and Trump because Putin wants that. The bigger question is, will Zelensky be allowed in the room, or will Putin try to do as he has done in the past, saying, you know, the big leaders here are the U.S. and Russia. Ukraine is just a supplicant. They have no reason to sit at the big table until we work things out, and then we can talk about Kyiv later. So I expect to see that kind of maneuvering. Zelensky has always said that, you know, the president of Ukraine has always said that.
A very good evening. You're watching The Right Stand with me, Akanksha Swaroop. Deals, drama, and delusion. Mark these 3 Ds because that's what's defining Donald Trump 2.0. Laced with unpredictability, misinformation, and showmanship, this US president, who's infamously earning the moniker of a mad king, has now turned global negotiations into a political circus. Why so? Because in a move that many have described as the lowest ebb of trade ties between Washington and New Delhi, the US president slapped punishing 25% additional tariff, bringing the total to 50% on Wednesday. But Prime Minister Modi has drawn the line in the sand by categorically stating that India will never compromise on the interests of its farmers, fishermen, and dairy farmers. This, even if we have to pay a heavy cost for it, he is ready. India is ready for it. Nonetheless, the doubling of US tariffs on Indian goods not only marks an inflection point in India-US trade relations, but also raises a host of critical questions. What lies ahead for the Indian economy? How will US consumers be impacted by a humongous levy of 50%? Are these tariffs just a pressure tactic aimed to extract concessions from India on the trade deal negotiations? And what are India's options? To quote the Chinese ambassador to New Delhi, Xu Feihong, who took to X, "Give the bully an inch, he will take a mile." Your guess is as good as mine that it's a sharp jibe at the US president. All right, with that, let me quickly now introduce my esteemed panelists. In fact, I'm joined in by Professor Brahmachalani, who's a strategic affairs expert, also joined in by Anand Ranganathan, who's a famous, renowned author. In fact, we are expecting Professor to just join in just a bit, but Nishant Burlia, who's the chair of the International Affairs Committee for Americas at the PhD Chamber, is also joining us right now. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for joining in. Anand, I want to begin with you. What do you make of the whims and fancies of the US president? What is the strategic logic behind these tariffs? Is there one at all? Because one day it is the high tariffs, one day it is the non-trade, the non-tariff barriers. Some days it is India's purchase of Russian oil, even defense equipment, even our membership of the BRICS, which he deems as an anti-American grouping. What is the logic behind these tariffs?
Good evening, and good evening to my fellow panelists. I speak here strictly as a layman. In fact, one of the vagaries of the entire imbroglio as far as tariffs is concerned, that I, being a scientist, have been poring over economics and finance and things about tariffs. But be that as it may, when you say what's the logic behind it, I'm afraid there is no logic, because when it comes to a bully, you cannot apply logic. You cannot manage a bully. You can either be defeated by a bully, or you can either defeat a bully. And here, I think, we need to do 4 or 5 things immediately. The first is we need to realize that you cannot manage Trump. And in doing so, realizing that you can't manage him, we need to manage our books. And if we manage our books, we'll manage Trump automatically. Now, what do I mean by that? In one thing, I would give Trump his due. He is right. We must come to the table. We must negotiate, but not with Trump, but with Russia. And I'll explain why. We must negotiate with Russia for it to give us the discount that it was giving in the second quarter 2 years ago, which is about 3 times the discount on Russian oil per barrel compared to Saudi rates giving right now, roughly around 6% right now. If we increase it to 3 or 4 times, then we would immediately offset any losses that we would gain in the entire next year because of the hiked tariffs of 50% by Trump. We must do that. So if we are able to do it, Goldman Sachs has said that our GDP, we would take a hit of about 0.3% of our GDP because of the 50% tariffs. And that would be completely offset if we manage to negotiate a better discount on the oil that we are purchasing from Russia. So that's number one. The second thing we must do is we must impose reciprocal tariffs on the USA. The bully must be looked in the eye. The bully must be shown the mirror and his hypocrisy in punishing us for buying Russian oil that he and his European chums continue to buy and were 2 years ago imploring us to buy so as to stabilize world prices so that it would comfort them. Look, China immediately imposed reciprocal tariffs the moment Trump did so, and China kept on increasing them incrementally till such time Trump relented and has now decreased them from 150% to 35%. Number 3, we must impose 2% tariff and call it blood tariff on the EU and the USA, as they are financing the brutal war in Ukraine, where emotions are being, held to ransom and people are being killed just because the EU continues to buy 3 million tons of Russian iron and nickel, 18 million tons of Russian LNG and 8 million tons of Russian oil, and USA continues to buy 3.5 million tons of Russian fertilizers and 435 million tons of Russian uranium and 1.1 million tons of Russian oil refined by India. Now, the point is number 4, India has saved 2.2 lakh crores or $26 billion in the last 3 years through buying Russian oil instead of Saudi oil. Had it not, our inflation would have increased cumulatively by 1.47% over what it has been for the past 3 years. So we must, number 4, increase the quantity of oil that we buy from it. And the fifth and final, we must sit back and wait and let the bully be deranged, and if he can be deranged more than what he already is.
All right. Thank you for setting the tone of this debate, Anand. Professor Brahmachalani, I want to bring you in quickly on the point that Anand also made on China. Remember, they've managed a 90-day reprieve. Everybody is asking, what did China do and what can be India's learning? Remember, in April itself, whether it is MOFCOM or China's Customs Administration, they barred export of rare minerals from China, 7 of them, I believe. And that seems to have really worked with the United States. Is India in any kind of a position to follow a similar kind of a trajectory? Or also, how do you weigh in on the idea of reciprocal tariffs?
You ask a good question, Akansha. Unfortunately, US-India relations have plunged to their lowest level in this century, thanks to Trump's economic war on India and his singling India out. He has singled India out for US secondary sanctions. India has become the first victim of Trump's secondary sanctions. Now, this really clearly shows that the US is not a reliable strategic partner of India. But to answer your question, I have been advocating for quite some time, since the time Trump launched his tariff offensive, that if India were not to impose counter tariffs, it will be at the negotiating table in a much weaker position. India has to retaliate in a calibrated manner. And this is what India did during Trump's first term. In his first term, when Trump slapped India with 25% tariffs on steel, 10% on aluminum, and then stripped India's generalized system of preferences status, GSP status, which affected $5.6 billion worth of Indian exports, what did India do? It retaliated by raising tariffs on 28 specific US products, from chickpeas and lentils to diagnostic reagents and metal compounds. This came into effect in June 2019, and the Indian retaliation had a sobering effect on US policymakers. In the US, exporters lobbied the administration for tariff relief. They wanted the administration to negotiate with India. This helped catalyze trade negotiations, and eventually, on the eve of the G20 New Delhi summit, there was a broader US-India trade resolution and a rollback of tariffs by both sides.
Okay.
So we have an example of how counter tariffs had a sobering effect on Washington. So we should apply the same model again. Right now we have only issued strong statements. We have called out Washington's double standards. We have vowed to safeguard national interests. That is not sufficient.
Sure.
You have to send a message to Washington that you won't take it lying down.
Absolutely. I think the sharply worded statements have already been released. It is time for action. And like I said, Anand did set the tone for this entire discussion, because he also alluded to how we should be prioritizing Russia as well. Fred is joining us. Remember, he's a very famous journalist joining us on the show. Good to see you, Fred. Fred, many like me believe that there are no coincidences. And so perhaps I'll say that it is no coincidence that Steve Witkoff happened to be in Russia at the same time as was the Indian NSA, Mr. Doval. News has come in that President Putin will be visiting this very month. What do you make of these overtures? And many are asking the question, how much will depend on the ceasefire deadline as far as Ukraine is concerned for India?
First of all, this is much, much bigger than Russia, Ukraine. Trump is clearly trying to reshape the world economic order. He's using blunt force and these threats against countries like India. And it's not, I mean, he's citing Ukraine, but I think that even if magically the Ukraine issue went away, you'd still be facing this kind of turbulence from this new regime in Washington.
You know why I say so? Because there's no hyphenation for him at the moment between Russia and India, because they are all part and leading domineering forces of the BRICS.
Yes, and this is what it's about more than anything else. It's about the rise of the global South, a lot of changes and an inevitable decline in not just the hegemony, but the influence of the United States and second Europe. But it is an extraordinary moment in another way, because it seems like there is an imminent summit between Putin and Trump. You know, after months of grim news and pessimistic forecasts, suddenly Witkoff left Moscow yesterday, and there's talk of Putin and Trump meeting next week. And it might be followed by a trilateral meeting, including Zelensky. It seems like, if one reads the Kremlin tea leaves, which is never very easy, but it seems like Witkoff brought a peace proposal, a comprehensive peace proposal that Putin could accept. So we might be looking at, you know, fingers crossed, a solution to this war and a peace settlement in the near future.
It's interesting you mentioned how guarded the Kremlin is. Perhaps India can learn a lesson or two. They're waiting for Steve Witkoff to communicate with the US president, and subsequently a statement from the US president before the Kremlin issues their own official statement. But let me also bring to our viewers the set of flip-flops by the US president, who's in fact trumping logic, to quote literally. The Vietnam flip-flop to begin with. The initial trade deal, remember, was placed at an 11% tariff. Donald Trump unilaterally announces 20% tariffs. Vietnam never officially accepted that deal. Then comes Donald Trump's tariff witch hunt claim. The tariff used as political tool by President Donald Trump would impose 50% tariff over ex-President Bolsonaro's trial as far as Brazil is concerned. He, in fact, accused Brazil of carrying out a witch hunt against the former Brazilian president, Jair Bolsonaro. US has a trade surplus with Brazil. On Canada, Donald Trump's 51st state howler, he imposed 25% tariff over alleged fentanyl crisis. That's a shocking pitch of making Canada 51st US state. Increased the tariffs to 35% over claims of Canadian inaction as far as the fentanyl trade is concerned. Let's talk about South Africa, India's another BRICS partner. Trump made white genocide claims, shocking showmanship inside the White House. Remember, that was also quite a spectacle. 30% tariff was slapped over alleged white genocide. That was a charge that he used. Arm twisting, EU, Taiwan, Japan threatened EU, Taiwan, and Japan with tariffs without investments in the United States. EU asked to make $600 billion investment to avoid these high tariffs. Taiwan was asked to buy 49% stake in Intel, invest $400 billion. Japan was asked to invest $550 billion to avoid tariff on auto. What's shocking is that, in fact, whether it's Taiwan or Japan, they will now be also battling 100% tariff as far as semiconductors are concerned. Let's quickly go back to our guests who continue to stay with us. Let me bring Nishant. Nishant, thank you for your patience, for waiting your turn so patiently. I want to bring you in on the issue of pharma. Remember, that is one sector which many are saying will be least impacted. We have a strong bilateral trade going on between Washington and New Delhi. But do you think that will stay at the moment, going by the way Donald Trump's continuing with that tariff tirade?
So thank you very much for inviting me to the panel. First of all, I'll start a little bit one step behind. First of all, I must compliment the Indian government on its negotiations. It's been doing so excellently. And I would say this is the last, what you're hearing is more of a last-minute negotiation tactic, which is in the public domain, but we should be unfazed by it. Pragmatically, frankly, our services sector remains unaffected. merchandise, when it comes to pharmaceuticals, electronics, other key sectors are also affected. So we have to also understand that the impact on us is very limited. And the reality today is that the US is looking to diversify supply chains, mostly out of China and Europe. And India has only become more relevant because where the only change I would make is I should point out that, you see, there's already been a financial sanction system in place under OFAC for multiple decades. Most Indian businesses, at least M&E businesses doing primary business in the US, can't do business with Russia. That's the reality of it. So this is only that's happened. What was in the financial domain has come on the trade domain. So, the reality, I do want to put this in larger context. I think it's very important to address these things rationally, and I'm very confident the government is doing that as well. As for farmers concerned, to your specific question, 25% of the US today struggles to afford medication. I don't see a scenario where even to put up a plant in the US, it would take 2 to 3 years of capex, validations, and then you would start supply. So it's not something which is very possible in these 4 years. I think we should just take a step back, relax, negotiate well. The government's doing an excellent job. We have many strategic cards to play, and go from there.
I think Nishant's made an excellent point, Anand. The strategic cards that we have over here, take a moment to assess on the advantage that India has. And many are saying that given our trade deficit with the United States, which amounts to over $45 billion, doesn't India have an upper hand? And won't the US consumer bear the brunt of this, Anand?
Yes, the US consumer would. In fact, that is what the common logic of economics tells you. But we would also, as I said, take a brunt. In fact, Goldman Sachs has estimated 0.3% hit to our GDP. But as I said, we can completely offset it by negotiating heavy discounts from Russia on the oil that we are purchasing from it. And I gave you the figures. So if for example, right now we're getting 7% discount. If we increase it to 30%, which we were getting in quarter 2 of 2023, we would completely offset any losses that we would incur because of the 50% tariffs. Be that as it may, I think this is also an opportunity for us to look inward. And I think here, I'm afraid it's a tragedy of our times that our opposition is the one that has tied the hands of our prime minister. Because when the prime minister says, I will protect the interests of my farmers, I'm sorry, what he's doing by protectionism of the agricultural sector is actually completely ruining it. The entire sector is in shambles. One of the greatest days in independent India was when Prime Minister Modi announced the 3 farm laws. That would have catapulted us to a middle-income economy within a decade, because if any sector is crying out for reforms, and please remember that 44% of our active labor force, which is around 300 million Indians, is involved in agriculture, a sector that contributes only 13.5% to the GDP. From production to purchase, everything is absolutely medieval. It is crying out for reforms. The opposition had promised those very farm laws as reform. But when Modi brought it, they took a U-turn. So the tragedy is we must not, just think of protecting the farmer. We must open up this sector.
Okay, I'm running short of time. Professor Chelani, how should India respond now? Should we look at reform or leverage creation, diversify? What are the options?
We need to respond in a calm and measured manner, but we should not minimize the impact of these high tariffs. These high tariffs against India, if they remain in place, they're going to scare away foreign investors. They're going to scare away foreign companies that want to move manufacturing to India. The longer term impact is going to be serious. And Trump is also threatening to impose industry specific tariffs, for example, on pharmaceuticals. So given what Trump is up to, he's seeking to reorder global trade. He's making an example of India. For example, his executive order targeting India for purchasing Russian oil conveniently leaves out the biggest buyer of Russian oil, China. In fact, his punitive tariffs on India have little to do with Russian oil. and they have everything to do with forcing a one-sided trade deal. This is the whole game. He is using hardball tactics to strong-arm India to accept a largely one-sided trade deal, the way he strong-armed the EU to accept a trade deal on American terms. And look, and I think the biggest, the most ironical part is that, you know, he has, in seeking to claim, he's claiming to punish India over Russian oil. Yet, Indian energy exports to the US, refined fuel exports, like diesel, like gasoline, like jet fuel, these refined fuels made from Russian crude, they exempt from his tariffs. They exempt both from his first round of 25% tariffs. They also exempt from the punitive tariffs.
I'd like to give quick closing thoughts to Fred. 15 seconds, Fred. 15 seconds, Nishant. I'm so sorry I'm running short of time. But Fred, how much of a role can the Russian president play, given that he's the one at the mediating position right now between US and India?
Yes, I hope that the issue of Ukraine and Russia will be settled soon. We all you know are full of hope. But as for the larger issue, you know, Russia has been enduring the worst barrage of sanctions ever leveled against the country for the past 3 years. They found the way to survive, and I'm sure that India can rise to this challenge. It's a very creative, dynamic economy. I think that the Russian example shows you that you really shouldn't be afraid of this.
Oh, absolutely. Nishant, closing thoughts on how will India survive these 50% tariffs?
Strategic autonomy is only possible through technology. This year, more than half of car sales in China are EV. In a decade, oil won't matter to China. We have to look at the technology edge while protecting the groups most impacted.
All right. Thank you for sharing those concrete insights. Gentlemen, it was a pleasure having you here on The Right Stand. And before I end this discussion, I'd also like to take you through Donald Trump's claims on Russian oil and, in fact, how he has been making these bizarre claims. India fueling Russia's war was the first and the most bizarre claim. He said that the fact is that India is not even the top buyer of Russian oil is, in fact, what contradicts Donald Trump. Trump's claim on Russian oil was also that India is profiteering from the sale of Russian oil because we are selling it on the open market. The fact is that United States itself asked India to buy that Russian oil to keep the prices stable. This was under the previous Biden administration. Donald Trump seems to have forgotten to question his own country's precedent, the previous administration as well. Now, Donald Trump's claim on Indian tariffs was that India is the tariff king, also the abuser of trade duties. The fact is that India's average tariff almost is same as Donald Trump's NATO ally, Turkey. India's average agricultural and non-agricultural tariff is 16%. Turkey's is at 16.2%. Trump's claim on Indian economy is that India is a dead economy. The US does very little business with India. The fact is that India is the fastest growing major global economy. US is India's 5th largest trading partner. India-US trade, in fact, valued at over $130.4 billion just in the year 2024. Also, do not forget that Donald Trump has invested heavily in the real estate market of the country. Trump's claim on India-Pak ceasefire was that he brokered the ceasefire by linking it with the trade deal. The fact is that Prime Minister Modi himself denied it in the floor of the House as far as Donald Trump's claims are concerned. And with that, we're slipping into a quick break. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back with the return of Tulsi Virani on television. From politics all the way to prime time, here's a candid chat with Smriti Irani, aka Tulsi Virani, with CNN News 18's Anand Narasimhan. Stay tuned.
Namaste and Jai Hind. For every Krishna Bhakt, we know the importance of Tulsi. And for every viewer who's enjoyed watching her over the years and still remembers Kyunki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi, we know the importance of Tulsi. So the first time perhaps on news television in Tulsi attire, in character, and just taking a break to have a chat with us is Smriti Irani, or should I say Tulsi Virani? Namaste, Jai Shri Krishna. How are you?
I think it's very surreal to see Tulsi, character
and
Tulsi and Tulsi.
Yeah. So that is why the importance of Tulsi per se. But how's it been for you, Smriti? Let me first ask you. You've always been associated with that character, and bringing that character back to life 25 years down the line. So it's more than about 2 generations through.
I think you've done as much television as I have. You have oscillated between sports and politics now. There is a premium that anybody associated with media holds when you can relive or retell something that was very popular. We are extremely grateful that our effort to reprise, to retell a story has met with success. And that is something that we hold very dear because, like you said, generations have changed. एक पीढ़ी आती है, एक पीढ़ी जाती है, कई पीढ़ियां गई. For many people, this is also that opportunity where they used to sit with their family members together 25 years ago. And many of them today have lost some members of that family. And the response has been that, I remember my mom, I used to sit with her and watch, or my grandparents and watch. So through a show, they are reliving that emotional journey themselves. And I don't think in the near past, any television show has managed to recreate that emotional moment.
The Neta to the Abhinetri.
The Neta and Neta have always walked simultaneously. I don't think that I have ever spoken on issues of politics in this avatar. So for many people, it might be a new aspect of my persona publicly, but I have deliberately kept it separate. Today, I'm cognizant of the fact that I'm not in cabinet, I'm not in parliament, so I can afford to speak in the attire and speak to a real news channel.
True, correct.
Which is
And
into political and social and economic affairs.
Then we have to talk politics with you, Smriti. So you'll have to switch between Tulsi mode and Smriti mode, or Neta and the Abhineta
When you're
mode.
interviewing Smriti Irani,
Yes,
I mean, Tulsi, we have to see inside.
Yeah, we will, and that's a promise that we'll do. So let me first ask you, the Prime Minister, and I think the biggest raging conversation that affects all of our lives as a nation also is this entire tariff issue and what President Trump has imposed, this ad valorem 25%. And the Prime Minister has today come out and made a statement which perhaps sends a huge message. And I would like to understand from you where he says that it may affect me personally, but I'm not going to compromise the interests of our fisherfolk, our farmers, our MSMEs, and I will not compromise Bharat's interests. Now, are we staying at a big challenge
from
now?
our country, courtesy the MEA, which reflects the Prime Minister's resolve, is extremely telling. It's very stoic, it's very powerful, and it is telling to the effect what the Prime Minister has enunciated, that India's interests will be upheld, that the interest of those in the agriculture sector will not be sacrificed. And when the Prime Minister says it, this is a Prime Minister who's lived up to his word. Yes, he is at the receiving end of the mockery of the opposition, but that has never dissuaded him from delivering for the national good. So given that the US of A has used tariffs and the tariff regime as an instrument to broker certain issues which are favorable to their country, as an Indian citizen, I'm extremely confident that the interests of India are safe in the hands of Prime Minister Modi.
But do you believe it's a huge challenge, because you also lead a lot of think tanks that takes Bharat story to the world?
Yeah.
So when you interact with especially counterparts in the US of A and in the West especially, is there a colored perception of Bharat, or is there a discomfort over Bharat's rise and growth?
There is definitely, and I will say this from my own geopolitical experience, there is always a sense of discomfort when you speak with a sense of resolve, when you speak not only after reflecting on your past, but you also speak very steelily so about the prospects of your own future. As we climb the ladder of economic success globally, as the world comes to this recognition that yes, India is not to be taken lightly, as we try and now aspire to be number 3, number 2, and then number 1 in terms of the economies of the world, there will be people who will try to elbow us out of that ladder. So this is a given. This was expected. I think that for those who are not new to geopolitics, this is not a nuance that they have not seen before. The only thing is that you have a prime minister who doesn't take things lying down.
Sometimes does this whole aspect of sthita prajna, that means strategic restraint, does that test you?
Well, he is not only known for strategic restraint, he's also known for Sihavalokan, which is to look back at his journey, measure the way forward. And you have to be mindful of the fact that this is a gentleman who has spent not only over 2 decades in a constitutional position of governance and not in opposition, but this is also a gentleman who has traversed across the country as a BJP Sangathan person. So he understands the needs of almost every region, every religion, every section of society. And he has also seen in the 10 years that he has led, in his 11th year, he has seen how much still needs to be done. That cannot be done when you bow your head down. That has to be done when you meet every country eye to eye.
25 years ago, you came from a particular, there were those struggles that you went through before you attained stardom. 25 years down the line, you are an achiever, you're a role model for a lot of people. Do you believe Bharat is a dead economy?
I think that
Two people have said that.
I think those kinds of aspersions are made so that they rile you up. Anybody with experience, political, administrative, geopolitical for that matter, does not get dissuaded from such aggressive stances. Anybody who's had enough political experience knows that when it comes to a call where the country has to stay united, you let your political skirmishes be and you respond in a very measured fashion. You know that they're trying to put you into a particular corner so that they make you cop a particular issue on a particular deal. Do you make it tougher for your negotiators by falling trap to somebody else's narrative, or do you create your own conversation? So instead of responding to things which are meant to change a narrative or disrupt a narrative, I think responsible politicians should be measured in how they respond to the current situation.
Though you have been in opposition in the past.
Yes.
There is an opposition which was in government in the
Yes.
past. Are they behaving responsibly? Especially, is someone like Rahul Gandhi doing justice to his stature as the LOP?
I think that there is obviously an expectation from the leader of opposition's disposition, which obviously has failed citizens like you, and that is why you're ire. But I also believe that today is not the time to settle scores when it comes to India. It is not the time to settle scores when you call names out to your armed forces. It is not the time to settle scores when you try to create a disruption only for the sake of disruption. What serves purposefully the country best is when you create a conducive environment for conversation, for deliberation, for debate. Disruption becoming a norm of your politics is a poor reflection on your political capacities.
Do you also believe that the opposition has to also raise intelligent questions? So there is a certain level of intelligent challenge of the government that is required. Is that happening?
You have too many expectations of the opposition. You have to recognize that they are in opposition for that very reason.
No, but
if they were genuinely intelligent, would
because
they
there
still
are
be
those
in
who believe that
opposition?
the leader of opposition is somebody else, should be somebody else. The current person is not carrying
that is for the opposition to decide.
Is not giving dignity to that office.
That is, if the opposition is in that kind of a disarray, that is for the opposition to decide. I, who is a member of the ruling party, cannot make choices on behalf of the opposition. You cannot expect members of the ruling party to have that kind of sympathy for the opposition. If they are in a state of disarray, that is not something which would sadden me. I believe that as a citizen, would I want my Sansad to be more proactive? Yes. I would like my government to be given the opportunity to speak in detail on every issue. But for that government to speak, there has to be an atmosphere where deliberation and debate is encouraged.
Now to you, 2024, there was a change in roles. There was a setback that happened in terms of an electoral loss. Has the party sidelined you? Or have you come to terms with
And
the
who was
defeat?
I with yesterday? It's a very weird question to ask.
No, but those are.
Part of the
I have to
Prime
ask you.
Minister's
I have to
Council.
ask you. Say, she was a hotshot mantri. Where is she now? Oh,
Well,
she's got to
you
go
do
back to
not
play
become a
Tulsi Virani
mantri.
because she's
You
not
don't
getting
become a
a political
mantri
career
if
as
you're
an
not in
MP.
parliament. Now, those basics of how our constitution works are known to you. So I'm a bit flabbergasted that you would ask me such a question.
So there is a perception. So I want you to dispel it and say your
Secondly,
piece.
I'm sure you've seen me with the national president yesterday.
Ji.
I'm sure you've not missed the fact that I've been appointed to the Prime Minister's Council. So those who are sidelined never get appointed to the Prime Minister's Council, for the Prime Minister's Museum for that matter, or have audience with the national president of the Bharatiya Janata Party. There is obviously a desire to seek some kind of a response from me. But I think that this whole Zen-like aura of mine is disturbing a lot of people.
No, but how difficult or easy was for you to accept that there is going to be a different role? There's going to be
Well,
a
I
shift.
lost an election in 2004. I lost an election in 2014. How different is it for me now in 2024?
Because you also evolved as a leader, haven't you? Yeah, you've also got into a place of power, dominant
as
policy.
tenacious in 2004 as I am in 2020.
That is an inherent characteristic, but
Yes.
in terms of experience, also you evolved. So,
Yes.
So did it take some time?
No, I think that you would be well positioned to read Rudyard Kipling's If. Have you read it ever?
No,
It's
I
a
haven't.
lovely poem. It teaches about how you should
Oh,
teach
yes.
success and failure just the same.
Correct.
And if you're somebody who is spiritually inclined, what does the Gita teach you? So I've read it. I've ingrained it into my life very well.
Yeah,
And
you
I
have
think
to have
what
a
you
samanavastha.
see, you have to have, because imagine this: if I'd won 2004, then I wouldn't have fought Amethi 2014. If I had won 2014 from Amethi, then I would not be, completing my 2 terms in Rajya Sabha. I'm a 3-term MP. So there are many ifs and buts, and life is to be led in between.
This talk that आपने दिल्ली छोड़ दिया, अब आप मुंबई में रहते हो.
नड्डा जी तो दिल्ली में है.
तो आप मुंबई में रहते
You
हो.
last saw me in the Prime
and you're so
Minister's
much more
Council.
further away from Amethi. So what
No,
happens
but
to the
you
house in Amethi?
last saw me in the Prime Minister's Council meeting at Teen Murti. You last saw me yesterday. You saw me with Nadda ji in
Nadda ji,
Delhi.
correct.
So I guess I'm omnipresent now. I'm everywhere.
So what about Amethi? Have you given up on Amethi?
No, I have a home there. How can I give up on a house? How can I give up on home? How can I give up on my own people? See, the difference is when I went in 2014 to Amethi, BJP did not have a government in Uttar Pradesh. I had a party, Sangathan, which had not polled more than 30,000 votes. Stalwarts like Sharad Yadav, Maneka Gandhi, they had all lost. Many of the stalwarts of Indian politics, unki zamanat zabt ho gayi thi. Now, for me, in 22 days to go from 30,000 votes to 3 lakh votes was unheard of in Amethi. We won every assembly seat while I was there. We had never won Zilla Parishad. I made sure that we won the first Zilla Parishad ever in the history of our party in Amethi. By the time Yogi ji came as CM, I had 2 Vidhayaks from Amethi who were ministers in his government. My politics has never been only about me. It's been about my party. It's been about the policy. It's been about what I can contribute to my country. Did I build my party by the time I finished my 10-year stint in Amethi? There were 1 lakh BJP members there. So in a district where you don't get more than 30,000 votes, in 10 years to create 1 lakh members, that's quite an amount of work.
I remember.
Apart from what I did.
True, and I tracked you through Amethi, and I've come down to Amethi and spoken with you.
So I'm talking about the Sangathan aspect.
No, but despite all of that, did you reflect on what happened in 24?
I know what happened in 24. My party knows what happened in 24. But the honest to God truth is there are many truths that I will not speak on camera. And I think that one is mature enough to realize most people in politics, when they are envisaged, when they are looked upon by citizens, and especially after a loss, the normal conversation among citizens is, "Arey kaam nahi kiya tha." In terms of my political journey, citizens only ask one question: "Itna kaam karne ke baad bhi?"
Kitna kaam karega?
And I'm happy that at least I'm not besmirched ki kuch nahi kiya. The concern of the average citizen is, "Itna kaam kiya." इतना build किया. But that is politics.
But there are also people who always constantly try to pull you down.
But that is a given in politics. To say that it only happens to Smriti Irani is to paint me as one saint when everybody is sinner who's trying to stone me to death.
Correct. But those who, how do you deal with that?
You don't.
You don't.
You just keep carrying forward. Because if you get so engrossed in who's pulling you down, you're always looking down. The idea is to keep looking up.
Oh, that's a nice one. I'm going to take a note of that. The other part, and I know because viewers, she's not only been part of the BJP for a long time, she's also been part of the RSS, and there is a history. Family has also got an association. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Correct. So this whole thing about the court ruling that came about Bhagwa Atankwad and the acquittal at the Malegaon 2008. What's your point of view there?
I think we knew that the Congress party and the UPA regime was trying to ensure that it spoke in a forked tongue, that while it said terror has no religion, it was particularly trying to target the Hindu religion. Because for them, how do you engage or how do you stifle the growth of the BJP is to target the religion. BJP is not a religious-based party.
But it
is a nationalist party.
But it's seen as a Hindutva party.
And the RSS works for Hindutva, but it works predominantly for the country, for culture. So I think that somebody took a misstep in the Congress regime and deliberately targeted the religion while they wanted to target us as organizations and entities. At the end of the day, I think on the basis of evidence, the courts have ruled, and hence to opine on the opinion of the court would be a bit juvenile. But I'm of the opinion people always knew that saffron and terror don't go hand in hand.
What happened with Sadhvi Pragya, the way she was treated, the torture that she met through? There are many of the acquitted who believe that this is only faisla. It's not justice. It's not nyaya yet, because those who inflicted the torture haven't been punished.
Can you ever give her her time back? Can you give her her dignity back? Not only her, but others. Can you give their dignity back? Can you give the years of their lives back? Can you give them the peace of mind when they were being tortured back? So no matter what comes from a court judgment, ultimately a human being has lost much which cannot be defined.
So, but those who inflicted that, shouldn't they be criminally pulled up?
Like I said, for me to
Can it
opine
just be
on the
politics,
opinion
Smriti?
of not only the courts, but also what the government can or may do is something which I would be very restrained on. But I believe that those who are riled up or are justly so, because at the end of the day, it's a woman's dignity that was totally destroyed. I have seen the human being. I have seen the torture. It is very visible on the face. But that is not the only person. There were others who were also deliberately embroiled. And I'm of the opinion that Derai Durustai justice was done. I'm grateful for that. Because can you imagine endlessly going from one courtroom to another and justice not being given even this much? That is a bigger horror. As somebody who has chased judgments in court in a personal capacity, I cannot imagine the horrors that they've gone through.
But this whole attacking Hindutva, even with Op Sindoor and Op Mahadev, you had former chief ministers like Prithviraj Chavan and all saying कि इसको भी भगवाधारी भगवागिरी कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पर भी Hindutvaization हो रहा है.
But then what happened in Pahalgam? Victims were told, जाके मोदी को बोल दो. क्यों? There was religious identification. They were shot down for the faith, for the religion that they practiced.
It was checked also. Khatna hua hai ki nahi, they were stripped
That's
and
what I'm
checked.
saying. So instead of reflecting on what an opposition leader has to say, the country has rejected them. So why should I waste my time reflecting on them?
We're going to take a pause here. जैसे हमने कहा था, there will be Smriti and there will be Tulsi. Both will be there. अब आपको अंदर लिए चलते हैं इनके घर में, इनके सेट में क्या हो रहा है. So she's conversing with us in between shots, and that it's like second nature. So we are in the dining hall of Shanti Niketan. That's what it is. It's a set, viewers. So it's quite surreal.
For you it is, because you've seen me in both the avatars. So I saw you absolutely gobsmacked behind the monitor.
Yeah, because you're not only dressed as Tulsi Virari, but I've seen Tulsi get into character. So Smriti Irani becomes Tulsi Virari like that. In a split second, when moment they say action, it was a one take shot.
Sounds very ominous.
But
it's another human being.
They're not just that, another human being. I'm just also asking you, is this second skin to you now? Do you sometimes, are the lines blurred between Smriti and Tulsi? That's what I'm asking.
I've tried to play the character as close to the real me as possible, with many obviously changes in how that character responds to certain situations as compared to the real me. So that is why for people who've seen the real me or the political me, it's a bit surreal to see me in this avatar. Because those who have seen me politically only on camera, they know of somebody either who is extremely either angry at an issue or is very verbose on a particular issue. Of late, people say that, why are you so stoic politically? Those who know me in real life, they know that I'm also somebody with a modicum of sense of humor. So they see the transference of that humor onto the character at times. So yeah, it is surreal for people who watch me. It's surreal for people who know me. It's not.
No, for you?
For you. But for me, it's not.
Is any part of Tulsi part of Smriti Irani?
I think the question has to be asked,
the other way around?
Is Smriti there in Tulsi?
Tulsi.
What I'm very lucky about, I think, is that there are certain sensibilities that one picks up on the way in one's political or social journey, in one's journey as a family person. The creators, the channel, the platform itself, and we sat together as to how would we like to portray a particular story. We were very mindful of the fact that we want to contextualize it in terms of certain real life experiences that people are having. Today, I can very, very positively and with a great sense of modesty say there is nothing on television that can guarantee that they will be played 25 years from now. The fact that we could play out a story 25 years ago and today are very well received speaks a lot about how the character is received as a family person.
So that evolution 25 years later, the audience has also evolved.
Yeah.
Somewhere the mindset remains the same. The audience is also evolved.
I think that when 25 years ago we played out the story, we took up issues like marital rape. And Anand, if you remember, 25 years ago and even today, it's a very difficult conversation to have. And especially when you're in a one TV setup, in a one TV home, where the whole family comes together, it's a sensitive topic to have discussed through a show. We spoke about euthanasia 25 years ago. Even today, it's a difficult conversation to have. Today, you will not find female protagonists who will have a pot shot taken at them about weight, age, looks, about whether they can, withstand being the punching bag and not speak volumes. Also, we've had the male character for the first time speak up on issues like, why can't my girl be more educated? Why shouldn't my boys know how to make things around the kitchen?
So you're teaching them to make chai?
Bhajiyas have also been made. Chai
she made amazing chai for us. We couldn't get that on tape, but it was great chai. And it's actually a real kitchen. Right? It's a set, viewers.
Functional kitchen.
It's a functional kitchen.
The fact that we have male actors also contributing to that conversation, again, is a huge shift, because most male characters on television today are not having those kind of conversations within the family setup that is being imagined for them or speaking to the viewers. So we have the Mihir character speaking up for the wife, for the daughter.
But there are a lot of younger actors. So
Yes.
Do they look at you as an actor, or do they look at
What is extremely satisfying for me is the fact that many of them discuss politics. They want to know how parliament works. Amar is the one.
Just walking in. Hi. So that's the quintessential Mihir.
I spoke about how I said make sure that bail is a rule and not an exception. And then one of your journalists called up and said, how did he say this?
So that's the influence that the politician and the person who's read the law.
It's nice when you, he's not mic'd up.
Yeah,
right?
so you
So I think what is he was saying that you become I don't know, the idea is it's a group of actors. So when you can enhance each other's value, even the youngsters who are working today, they get a larger body of work and opportunity because they're a part of this project, which means they financially benefit from it.
Okay, let me ask you this. Is this the same Smriti, or has she changed?
She's
much, look at him.
She is much bigger asset than she was earlier for the show. I can say that.
Being
a politician adds a value to the show.
Number one, he's also become the politician. He's talking about acid.
No, because like she said, one line she added about the law. Who will know better than her? Yeah.
But it also has to be done in a partnership.
Yeah.
You know, you yourself are a working professional in television. You may have lots of suggestions. Your co-worker, your colleague may not be open to those suggestions.
Right.
What we've managed to create on this set is that we all kind of support each other, which includes, you've seen
We've always done that. Yeah.
We've
Even
done that.
first season
That
also.
is how you create history. You don't create history in isolation.
Lovely.
You always create history. You create a legacy. When
team is
people
there.
when you have a great team, you have a confluence of ideas and aspirations.
फैंटास्टिक तो इनका भी शॉट रेडी है मेरा तो नहीं आपका भी
तेरे
शॉट
शॉट में मैं हूँ
ये भी है
तो दोनों साथ में तो अभी साथ में हम सबको थैंक यू करते हैं थैंक यू वेरी वेरी मच एक साथ हाँ
जय श्री कृष्ण
जय श्री कृष्ण now
Thank
for us
you.
to get behind the camera they go and take their
Earn our
spot
living and my paycheck.
thank you so much thank you so much
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. There seems to be no end to US President Donald Trump's tariff tyranny. He's been throwing one tantrum after another, especially against India. First, he imposed 26% tariff on Indian goods in April, but it was shortly put on hold. What followed were negotiations on the trade deal, and it's clear Donald is not happy and wants India to concede more, especially on agriculture. In public, mounting pressure on continued trade with Russia, last week, Trump announced 25% tariff on India, and yesterday, he doubled down by doubling. While India is in no mood to buckle down, it made that clear by none other than Prime Minister today, there is a level of uncertainty and setback due to these tariffs, and India has to brace for it. In the eventuality that they don't go down as more negotiations on trade deal take place, what can India do? Some say this is a golden opportunity to unleash another set of economic reforms. Others say the impact can be absorbed via other means because US dependence is pretty low as far as our exports are concerned. Yet more suggest that India should retaliate with retaliatory tariffs. So what steps will India undertake? What steps can it undertake moving forward to counter the US's led selective targeting in the raging trade war? We'll take that up with our guest joining us in just a bit. First up, let's understand the impact of Trump's tariffs. While sectors like seafood, textiles, gems, jewelries, auto parts, and leather goods are bracing for the hit primarily, let's break down the overall impact. Analysts predict a potential downside of up to 1% to the real GDP growth due to these tariffs if they stay where they are. The tariffs have already caused the Indian rupee to weaken, and stocks of export-reliant companies are set to drop. This uncertainty could lead to conservative approach from investors and tighter capital inflow. A sustained period of high tariffs could disrupt supply chains, leading to significant job losses, particularly in labor-intensive sectors in India. Indian officials are exploring the opportunity of how many new markets can be looked at in regions like South Asia, Africa, and Latin America to diversify trade relationships and reduce reliance on the Indian market. This is something that India now has to do on a war footing. Industry experts have voiced serious concern about the latest tariff strike. Let me just take you through some of the voices that have come in. Head of research at Swastika Investment, Santosh Meena, for example, has said that they are hopeful about the 20-day window that remains open for negotiations with the US. Rahul Aluwalia is founder director of Foundation of Economic Development, and he says the main sectoral impact will be borne by labor-intensive areas. President of Seafood Exporters Association, Pawan Kumarji, has called it a doomsday for the seafood industry, and that impact would be felt by farmers too. A. Sastibal, chairman of Tirupur Exporters Association, has claimed that tariffs come as a big setback for the textile and apparel exports. Kirti Bhansali is chairman of Gem and Jeweler Export Promotion Council, claiming that Indian firms will now have to explore the option of rerouting their products through other countries into the US. And the principal economist at HDFC Bank, Sakshi Gupta, has claimed that impact on private capex and domestic manufacturing will pose a key risk for the Indian economy if the situation stays as it is. Now, of course, I say if repeatedly because we don't really know if this is the long-term approach that US will employ even for the rest of the presidency of Donald Trump. Under such circumstances, what can India do to mitigate this impact, if not completely avoid it? Despite the tariff announcement, India remains committed to resolving trade disputes through dialogue. So that, of course, is the approach that India has talked about openly, that let's reach a mutually beneficial trade agreement with the US. That is why India is not reacting in a knee-jerk fashion. India is actively now exploring strengthening trade relationships with other countries, as I mentioned, other regions to focus on, including the Middle East, Latin America, Africa. UK deal has been signed, the European Union, to reduce its reliance on the US market. The Indian government should plan at least a substantial export promotion mission to support exporters affected by global trade uncertainties and tariffs. India could also look at evaluating potential concessions in the farm and dairy sectors in its trade talks with the US. But as it stands, and as the Prime Minister has already made it clear, this is not the route that India is going to employ. It's one of the options, but possibly not to a great extent. India has reiterated its stance on prioritizing energy security and market-based decisions for oil imports from Russia. But remember, that market also changes remarkably from time to time. So can there be a potential shift towards US oil supplies if pricing becomes more competitive? That is a route that will maybe placate Donald Trump and US a little bit more. Lastly, India can consider reciprocal tariffs on US in response, but of course, that is possibly going to be the last resort once everything else has been exhausted. So, given that the Prime Minister has made a nation-first stance, given that he has said we're not going to compromise on certain key issues, which seem to be the roadblock here, what could be India's plan versus Trump? That debate is coming up.
Why are you singling India out for these additional
It's
sanctions?
only been 8 hours, so let's see what happens. You're going to see a lot more.
China buys more Russian oil than India does, and they have not been targeted for that. So why is India having its tariffs doubled?
As the boss says, let's see what happens. Keep in mind that we have over 50% tariffs on China already.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं।
Let's go across to our guest joining us, RP Singh, National Spokesperson of the BJP, and Mahima Singh, Congress Spokesperson with us, Tara Karta, former Director of NSCS, and Ajay Bagga, Market Expert, is also with us. Ajay Bagga, I want to begin with you. I've listed out some of the issues that India is potentially facing now. Can India withstand the kind of uncertainty that these high tariffs have now imposed on India? What is your short-term view? Because I know in the long term, things can change quite a bit. Your short-term view first, can India withstand this?
Yeah, Shivani, the basic thing, we have to look at it at three ends. One is the individual companies who are supplying to the US. They will be hit quite badly. If you look at textiles, for example, that's the maximum one. 58% of carpets exported are going to the US. Nearly 59% of garments go to the US. Knitted and woven have another 35% dependence on US exports. So, and these are very labor intensive sectors. So the companies who were exporting, they get exposed immediately. There were delegations which are meeting the government with solutions. The second order effect, Shivani, comes in when these companies lay off people. They are working at 40-50% capacity now because those Christmas orders are not coming through. So when people start getting laid off, just to give you a back of the envelope calculation, for $1 billion of textile export, you would have about 100,000 people working. to make that. And there will be 100,000 more ancillary workers who would be supporting them. So it is very labor-intensive sectors for India which get impacted. Third is the broader impact on the Indian economy.
Yes.
That our estimate is about $23 to $30 billion, which is not that huge on a $4.2 trillion economy and growing at about 10-11% nominally. It's about 10% of our annual growth, or about 0.6, 0.7% of our normal GDP growth. So it's not that big on a country level. We can absorb it.
But at the sector-wise is the issue, as you're pointing out. So from what you're saying, the solution can very easily be to focus on those sectors which are the most impacted, figure out alternative markets for them, maybe a short-term program for them, and mitigate some of the initial setbacks and losses. Am I correct?
Absolutely. So sector-wise, we can give them some takeout. See, a lot of them, Shivani, are now setting up options in Dubai and in London. London has a free trade agreement. UK has a free trade agreement. So there will be a lot of transshipment happening via UAE, which again has a preferred tariff structure with the US and with the UK. But not all are, able to do it. Gems jewelry will be able to do it because they don't take up that bulk. But to do it for textiles is tougher. Auto ancillaries were already facing that. So about a 25% hit to auto ancillaries, supplying into the US is coming. So you're spot on. I think if the government does targeted subsidies to the specific sectors, specific companies, that will sort it out. We need to support them for the next 3-4 months. And by that time, alternate routes will be found out.
But you feel alternate routes or alternate markets are available?
Markets are available. The second thing would be to cut GST and to help the domestic consumption rise up, to absorb some of it. See, again, it's a very huge economy. It is 330 lakh crore economy. And we are talking about the hit of about 3 lakh crores. So that puts it in perspective. We don't understand when we say 0.6%, it doesn't hit us. But when you see that it's such a massive economy, a little bit the government does it, it's a drop. For the Indian consumption, it becomes a drop. We can very easily absorb it, but we need, I would say, 2-3 things. Cut the petrol prices so more money comes into people's pockets immediately. Cut some GST rates for the affected sectors. Third, give some boost on the domestic side. Already Finance Commission will come. Payrolls are going up. DA payments will come. Festive season is coming. I think a lot of things could be done.
But the picture is not as half bad as some you would imagine when you hear of 50% tariff and this, very cutthroat kind of a backlash going on between India and US. But I want to go across to our political representatives now. RP Singh, don't you think it's time for the government to start talking about some of these things? Yes, government will do what it is considering it best. The Prime Minister's message has gone out to the public and the media loud and clear. But there should be more communication, right, of what the Indian government is planning to do financially to shield some of these industries.
Well, Shivani, I think it's a little too early. We should wait for another 25 days or 20 days because the final delegation of the US has to come by 25th August, and we still have those 21 days margin in between. And India is playing it very tactfully, not going around and saying that we are going to hit you and probably go for a retaliatory tariff and all, but taking it as situation works out. And that's why PM is going to China also. NSA is already in Russia. And then it's a message also that it's not that we can't open up to other economies, or we can't have a better relationship with the other economies also. So I think it's just a matter of another 20 days, and before that we should just play it calmly. I mean, we should not be.
You don't think that a domestic message is required at this stage?
PM today has given a very clear domestic message today itself when he said that I will not allow my farmers' interest to be compromised, or my fishery people who comes from a fishery background or into fishery trade, their interest to be compromised. So PM has said it very clearly today morning itself. But coming to the other issue, I mean, remember somewhere in April, mid-April, almost 250% tariff was laid on China, and then these things started working on. So it's matter of how do you deal with the situation. China went with the tariff on American products, but we are still calibrating that. India is still calibrating that, and I'm very hopeful that things will fall in place with India also.
Okay. Mahima Singh, what justifies the Congress's attack repeatedly that it is weak leadership that is leading to this? Some would argue US is upset precisely because we haven't been weak-kneed in front of them.
Jai Hind, Shivani, you plainly refer to President Trump's language. You see, in his previous social media posts, at least the last two posts, he has stopped referring to India as a friend, which he earlier, used to. Which Mr. Narendra Modi has openly always boasted that they are very close friends. In fact, Mr. Narendra Modi was one of the first heads of the nations to meet Mr. Trump. Dr. S. Jaishankar was very much there at his swearing-in ceremony, was the first to meet Marco Rubio. Yet we are in this situation, and this hasn't started now, Shivani. This whole arm twisting and the warning of it started on November 30, 2024, right after President Trump's swearing-in. Now, after this threatening came in from President Trump yesterday, you look at Brazil's response. You look at President Lula's response from Brazil. He has categorically, clearly stated that he is going to get together all the BRICS partners and he's going to get a coordinated response sent to the America. And he has said he'll be calling Mr. Narendra Modi first, and thereafter he'll be calling China's premier. So you see, but what we are afraid of, and what the Honorable LOP has stated categorically clearly. Rahul Gandhi ji has tweeted, and you would have seen the reason PM Modi cannot stand up to President Trump despite his repeated threats is the ongoing US investigation into Adani. One threat is to expose the financial links between Modi, Adani and Russian oil deals. Modi's hands are tied. And why does he say that, Shivani? We need to look at that specifically. Now, let me take you to that briefly. You see, Mr. Trump has clearly, in his last social media post, in his Truth social post, you would see there's a line that he says that we have learned that India is still indirectly dealing or trading. I'm not verbatim quoting him, but the gist of it is that indirectly India is still, which means he is specifying that, okay, all right, you have stopped trading directly, but you're still indirectly. So arm twisting is only getting intense. And
but India is not giving in. No, Mahima ji, you have to give credit where it's due. You may be right that, yes, relationships have soured. I don't think anybody is denying that reality. But we are not giving in, right? That is why things are at a standoffish position.
Shivani, I would have liked my Prime Minister, who thumps his chest saying that he is self-proclaiming himself as the Vishwa Guru, I would have liked him to respond at least like the Brazilian president, if not more than that. You know, the way he thumps his chest in the parliament, at least half of that, at least a clear message. Why is he taking
RP Singh, let RP Singh respond on this.
Problem with the Congress party, the spokesperson of the Congress party, is that they have put in an earplug which only speaks the language which they suits against India, which is against India, when they don't hear what Prime Minister said in the Parliament. And what did the MEA said after the tariff and before the tariff, after Operation Sandur? They don't want to hear that because they have a narrative to build. Anything happens, they have to go and speak against Modi. For them, its target is Modi, and in a way, target is India also. It's not that they are targeting Modi. But other problem is that why can't they see beyond all this? That Prime Minister has categorically said today that I would not allow the interests of Indian farmers to be compromised. I would not allow.
No, they're saying respond to Trump. Respond to Trump in his own language, in the tone that he's employing against India. That tone is going worse and worse every day. Why can't India respond?
Well, what about the language which Trump was using earlier? Let me just read out one part of it. He said about the Indian economy, India is thriving democracy and one of the fastest growing economies in the world. This is Donald Trump. Prime Minister Modi is working very hard to lift the millions out of the poverty, the Indian middle class in booming. So, we are not here to answer or question him, whatever he has to say. When today they have claimed that they are going to claim for a Nobel Prize because they have got a peace between some 10 list of some 10 nations, that they have brought a peace in between those 10 nations. Either many of them don't claim that it was Donald Trump who got the peace between the nations. Let them do what they have to do. We have to do what is it? It's in India's interest. That's why Doval Saab in Russia, Prime Minister is going to China. So whatever is in the India's interest, that's uppermost than anything else.
Mahima Singh, 30 seconds, then I'll go across to Tarakata.
It's quite intriguing. One is that this BJP spokesperson has some obsession with hearing aids, earplugs. I don't know what is his obsession. Let me go forward to just say that Shivani, we are asking. China's name has already been eliminated from the list because China retorted and very strongly gave a very strong response.
But we are not China, no, Mahima Singh. We have to know our limitations. Our economy is not Chinese economy.
Maybe 30 seconds. Allow me an uninterrupted response, Shivani, please. The other is Brazil. Brazil retorted earlier, and it has come again, and it has it is a smaller democracy than India, but Brazil has the guts. Prime Minister Modi doesn't. The thing is, the BJP cannot see beyond Modi. We are seeing beyond Modi, beyond the whole problem. That underlying is the problem of Adani, underlying is the investigation of Adani, underlying is the indirect deals that Adani has at behest of the government of India.
Tarakata, give me a minute, because let me ask RP Singh to respond on that issue, because this issue has been raked up since yesterday by Rahul Gandhi. Yes, please respond to that particular question, RP Singh.
I'll answer that also, but here what do Mr. Anthony had to say in the parliament when he was asked about the, give me a second, sorry.
Yes?
Yeah, here it is. He said that we will not build up any roads or any infrastructure on the China border because China will use that. That was the state of affair of India versus China. They talk about that how is India doing versus China, or how is India doing versus America, how is India doing versus Russia. India is very clear that it will take a stand which suits India or Indians first, then anyone else. Whether it's oil, whether it is the technology, whether it is the NASA or anything else.
Okay.
So that will happen. But coming to the point, as far as Adani goes, I mean that has nothing to do with the Indian government. I mean that's separate. I mean all corporate do their work, and however they want to operate their company, they operate.
Okay, I have to go to Tarakata. Tarakata, there are, of course, many signals diplomatically and strategically that the Indian system is sending. It's not responding in the way Canada would, or Brazil would, or even China would, although China also usually only speaks through its spokespersons and nobody else. What is strategically the room available to maneuver this situation? Because BRICS countries are under attack. Global South is under attack by America. India is under attack more than, let's say, China, because maybe the US president feels he can arm twist India more than China. Is the strategic partnership between BRICS countries really going to come to India's aid in this case?
Not at all, because that is not the way we work. And I'm a little saddened that parties expect our prime minister to act the same way as Trump does. That is not the way I would expect my prime minister to behave. He is dealing with this with dignity. I think the foreign minister has made our position amply clear. And number three is, Trump is a negotiator. We've got, as the gentleman said, I think on 25th, the US delegation is coming. Now, look at his statement, Trump's statement, 50% more tariffs if you continue to buy Russian oil at a time when the NSA is in Moscow. Okay, so he wants the Russian war to stop. He wants a victory for himself. One way or the other, to get this war to stop, he's using you. Okay, so that, I think all of us understand what that was. It is in our interest that the Russian war should stop.
Yes,
because
of course.
Our weapon systems are getting held up because of the war.
Yes.
I hope that in this dialogue, which Putin, I think, is supposed to come in August, which is very close to the US delegation arriving here for the tariff talks.
I think Putin is coming a little bit later in the year. I think the Russian agency corrected that. Putin might come to India a little bit later in the year. But there are, of course, negotiations on the ceasefire front that US and Russia are supposed to have, because that in itself could affect the situation on tariffs.
Absolutely, yeah. But this is an important factor that you're buying Russian oil. I mean, this has been repeated. Right? That is not directly against you in terms of the 25% tariffs. As I think it was your own data, which showed excellent data, it's not really on top of the charts, the 25% aspect of it, not the additional. That additional one kicks in, then you are in serious trouble. But that is why he is a negotiator. You negotiate with him. Meanwhile, you carry on with your, like you said, you've had this, you've got the PM going to China later on in the year. I'm not saying that's a huge thing. That's a nice meeting. But nonetheless, you had the Australian Deputy Prime Minister here. You've got the Australian Armed Forces people coming here. You've got, you had the UK FTA. So you're already opening up your options.
No, but strategically speaking, I want to understand from you, China, Brazil, India, others facing this brunt from Trump. Do you think it can realign the world in any significant way going forward? The US hegemony versus the multipolar world that everybody else is talking about? Or are interests so divergent? Let's say even between India and China, we are not very, we have suspicions on China ourselves. So how much of that collaboration can really take place?
No, you're right, Shivani. There is that possibility is there. For example, you recently had the Australian PM in Beijing, saying that this is an excellent relationship. So matters could change, and that could change very fast. But I want to again emphasize one thing. This tariffs trade, while it is extremely important for us, is one very small part of the larger Indo-US relationship. The rest of it is carrying on as usual, is business as usual. We've had delegations here. We've got, we've got a bunch of things going on. Like I said, you recently had the NISAR satellite, which is a joint US ISRO venture. So that part of it goes on. You don't want to imperil that by unnecessarily. I would not like my PM to start using the same kind of language which Trump uses. That is not what I expect from a.
And do you think pressing the button on US defense exports, I believe there are reports emerging that already some things that could have been under consideration, they've been told we are no longer considering it. Do you think that would be an effective tool for India behind the scenes?
I would prefer not, because a lot of it is to do with our, people who are involved in innovation. And they are very critical parts of a US further downstream in terms of the armaments industry. I would not like to go down that road. Of course, that's for the government to decide. But it's not such a strong leverage. So if it's not a leverage, why use it?
Why use it? Okay. Yes, Ajay Baga, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, 2 points. Taraji gave a very good strategic view. Shivani, we must understand this. When Russian oil is out of the way, Russian defense equipment will come in. Trump has found, he's attention seeking. He's found the biggest lever in the world. He's leveraging the size of the US market to get deals from countries. So it's not going to stop at Russian oil. Next, he will say, stop buying the S-400. We are going to buy 6 more batteries. He will say, we want to develop the Su-57, which is the latest plane, much better than the F-35. He will say, you are buying Russian planes. I'm going to put tariffs. So this is not going to end. You have seen with EU, what does Trump want? He wants to levy higher tariffs on you. He wants 0 tariffs on all his exports to you, which we will not give. Third, he wants you to invest huge amounts where the profit go to the US government. He wants you to come in, which again, we won't do it. And fourth, he wants vassals. He doesn't want allies. So, we are the 4th biggest economy. We are behaving. I'll give you the Brazil example. Why Brazil could do what it did. The US has a $24 billion surplus with Brazil. Brazil takes more goods from the US than the US sends to Brazil. So Brazil could afford to do it. We have a $41 billion deficit. We have to first ensure that those companies and the employees, our economy is safeguarded. So, and secondly, getting into a wrestling match gets you nowhere. We have seen that the Chinese have the rare earth minerals. They have a much bigger economy, $17-18 trillion. They could negotiate. We are much smaller in
So India is punching, but it's not punching above its weight, at least though that situation has not arisen. It is doing what it can do in a reasonable way right now, but also drawing its own red lines. I've run out of time. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. Moving on, 4 days after the big atom bomb of an evidence charge. And 2 days after delaying the big press conference, Congress's leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, finally revealed the evidence that he has been talking about on voter theft against the EC itself. He claimed that an investigation found massive voter fraud in a Karnataka Assembly segment during the 2024 Lok Sabha election and accused the Election Commission of colluding with the ruling BJP to steal elections. He claims that the voter theft was carried out via the means of same voter appearing multiple times in voter rolls and sometimes in multiple states, fake or invalid addresses, bulk voters at a single address, and indistinguishable or micro-sized photo on voter IDs. So let me break down the charges that Rahul Gandhi has made in detail in his presentation today. He says the party got suspicious after a considerable difference between the exit polls, opinion polls, and the results. He further added that as the Election Commission refused to share digital voter polls data, it's difficult to analyze the data. He raised the case of Karnataka, claiming the internal polls of the party indicating 16 seats, but the party only secured 9, thereby raising eyebrows. The party then investigated one of the 7 unexpected losses. This constituency was that of Bengaluru Central, and the focus was on Mahadevpura, where the party found allegedly 1 lakh votes to be quote-unquote stolen. He further added that these votes were stolen via duplication, fake, invalid addresses, and bulk voters. Let me play out an excerpt from that presentation, and then we'll tell you what the EC is saying.
गुरकीरत सिंह डांग, इनका नाम बूथ नंबर 116, 124, 125 एंड 126 में 4 बार जूम इन कीजिए। ये देखिए गुरकीरत सिंह डांग, फादर नेम रणबीर सिंह डांग, हाउस नंबर A413, वो दिखाइए। गुरकीरत कौर डांग, सॉरी गुरकीरत सिंह डांग, हाउस A413, पूरब मैनर, 4 बार आता है। और ये सिर्फ एक व्यक्ति नहीं है, हजारों व्यक्ति हैं। या तो एड्रेस है ही नहीं, या फिर एड्रेस 0, हाउस नंबर 0, स्ट्रीट नंबर 0 दिखाइए। हाउस नंबर 0 देखिए, मुनियप्पा जी, मंजुला मुनियप्पा जी का हाउस नंबर 0। अच्छा ये देखिए टेकराज सबकाता, इनका फादर का नाम DFOI GAIDF, हाउस नंबर 0 में रहते हैं। हस्बैंड नेम इनका, नीचे जाइए, टिक्का कुमारी आचार्य, नेम YTDR, किसी ने ऐसे ही टाइप कर दिया है, YTDR QPF। 40,000 ऐसे वोटर हैं। या एड्रेस 0 है या फिर एड्रेस है ही नहीं।
Taking note of Rahul Gandhi's allegations, here's what the Election Commission has said. Karnataka CEO asked Rahul Gandhi to submit a signed affidavit. The CEO sought details on ineligible and eligible voters and even invited Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party for a meeting. This meeting is scheduled tomorrow between 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. Now, the CEO has requested doubtful voters' details under oath and also mentioned that if the leader of opposition is lying, then he could face action under the Representation of People's Act and sections of BNS 2. One of the bone of contention for Rahul Gandhi has been that the Election Commission has refused to provide digital electoral rolls, but this debate has already been settled way back in 2018 when petitioners, including Kamal Nath, had sought EC to publish the draft voter list in text format ahead of Madhya Pradesh Assembly elections. While the court rejected the plea and observed that over the last few decades, the EC as a constitutional authority had built a reputation of an impartial body and that it had to be trusted. But let me break down some of the arguments that the EC made and what the court said. The Election Commission argued that norms don't provide for electoral rolls to be published in searchable data form, and the Supreme Court upheld that norms mention for electoral rolls to be provided in text mode, and the same is supplied to the petitioner, or in other words, to political parties. The poll body had further added that it cannot supply searchable format due to privacy concerns, data mining concerns, and the Supreme Court agreed that electoral rolls don't have to be in searchable PDF formats. The poll body at that time had added, this is a court case, that searchable PDF isn't the legal right of any political party, and the top court observed that it is for the Election Commission to decide what format the draft electoral rolls should be provided. But with that, let's open this up to our second debate of the day. The atom bomb is finally here. Is it really an atom bomb, or is there more holes in the Congress's theory? And is this even more reason to back an SIR so that these errors can actually be weeded out? That's coming up with our guests.
I say with absolutely no doubt that we have proof that will show the whole country that the institution of the Election Commission does not exist.
ये क्रिमिनल एविडेंस और इलेक्शन कमीशन देश में पूरे एविडेंस को डिस्ट्रॉय करने की सोच रहा है. They are colluding with the BJP. They are helping the BJP destroy the election system in India. Same photo, same address. 33,000 was stolen like this.
ये कोई पहली बार राहुल गांधी संवैधानिक संस्था पर हमला कर रहे हो, ऐसा नहीं है. मगर प्रश्न उठता है कि जिन राज्यों में इनकी जीत होती है, एक बार भी उन्होंने उन वोटर लिस्ट को पकड़ कर आकर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस नहीं किया है जिन राज्यों में उनकी जीत हुई थी.
RP Singh of the BJP, Mahima Singh of the Congress Party continue to be with us. I'm also joined by Rishi Bagri, who's a political commentator, and Akhil Swami, political analyst, is also with me in the studio. Mahima Singh, I begin with you. Finally, Rahul Gandhi's press conference has happened. Tomorrow, there's going to be a march in Bengaluru too. But are you willing to do what the CEO is asking you to do, which is that give this to us under oath, be responsible for the allegations that you're making?
Once again, Jai Hind, Shivani. And you opened your debate by saying, finally, after 2 days of delay, this is happening. You should have also cited the reason. Why was it delayed? Because a very tall leader, a very tall tribal leader, Shri Shibu Sorenji had passed away. And we had put out an official message that this press conference is going to be delayed on the account of Shibu Soren's demise, number one. Number two is that you are a very well-recognized English channel, and this press conference was extensively held in English. I fail to understand why did your channel choose to play out Hindi excerpts of his press conference rather than the very long English.
I don't understand. What's the problem there?
Because your viewership is mostly English, Shivani, and most people who are watching your channel abroad in other countries would, Hindi, it is difficult for them to.
But more people will understand Hindi. Most of those Indian English speakers also understand Hindi.
Okay. Can I turn the question back to you and ask you what was the problem in playing the English visuals?
No problem. I don't know why this is a problem for you.
Why? Of course it is, because you're an English channel or become an Hindi channel.
What does that even mean, Mahima Singh? We are an English channel, but we play Hindi bites all the time. We also have Hindi-speaking guests on our debates.
Absolutely. But when you have English available, that is one point. All right, I don't want to beat around the bush.
But it is still his words.
I have made my point. Your viewers would have understood what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Now, let me just move forward and ask very pertinent questions of the ECI, which is going out and saying that swear it on the oath.
Yes.
We want to ask the Election Commission of India and the CEO of Karnataka why, when this data was asked of the ECI, the data that was 7 feet of data, few kilos of data that was provided to us, why are these sheets not OCR optical character recognition enabled? Why are these?
I just read out the verdict in this matter.
You are not Shivani. Neither are you the ECI spokesperson, nor is the BJP spokesperson representing the ECI. So I would like to remind the both of you that we are all discussing an issue where the ECI is in the center. ECI doesn't send its spokespersons. So let's just have our say. I am not representing ECI, and neither are you. We are questioning the ECI, and I think as citizens, all of us are together in that one.
I get that, but because you have been asking this question, ma'am, because I have been doing this debate, and Congress representatives have repeatedly asked this question. I have taken out the 2018 judgment by the Supreme Court, which Congress leaders fought. It was decided that this is not your right to ask for searchable formats. Whatever is given is fine under law. You can't ignore that judgment.
Are you done speaking? Shall I speak, and may I please speak uninterrupted, madam?
Yeah, sure.
Would you please allow me that? For your viewers to properly understand what we are trying to say. Now, you see, you're referring to one judgment, but we are the people of India, and we'll question wherever it needs to be questioned, any constitutional authority. And there's a very pertinent question here. In Bangalore Central Lok Sabha constituency, we wanted to study the entire data, but of course it was very impractical. So we picked up this one constituency where the BJP, which had an abrupt result, where the BJP has actually won, and which made all the difference in that constituency, because there was at least, they have won this constituency by a slender margin. And when we went out to read that data, Shivani, and it took us 6 months, 30-40 people sat. Okay. The question is, why has the Election Commission of India been constantly, frequently changing rules? Why when the Punjab Haryana High Court asked instructed rather, I would say, the Election Commission of India to provide the data to Mahmood Pracha within 2 weeks, ahead of the deadline, very swiftly, the rules were changed pertaining to provision of that data. Then thereafter, very recently, this new order has come out.
One second, ma'am, once again, you're going into what is the domain of the courts. I'm sorry, I cannot. One second, I'm coming to you. One second. What is already being fought in courts is domain of courts, right? You, me, anybody, political party, political leader, citizen, lawyer, they have to go to courts to then get the judgment that they want. That is not a political battle to be fought. That's a legal battle to be fought, which is why I played out the 2018 judgment. It is very relevant to the questions that Congress party has been asking. The other question the Congress party has been asking is on CCTV footages, particularly post 5 p.m. And on that also, the EC has responded. I'll ask my producer to run that response. So my job is to give your charges and also the response of what is the status quo on that issue. That 2018 judgment is the Supreme Court judgment. That is the law of the land today. But ma'am, very quickly, I have to go to our other guest. Very quickly, are you willing to take this fight to where it needs to go, which is, it will have to be legal. Rahul Gandhi or somebody else will have to provide this under oath. Already 6 months is too far beyond the 45-day limit to file any election challenge petitions. But let's say this is a matter of grave citizen concern. So let's say a legal battle is fought on this. I'm all for it. But somebody has to front that fight legally, right? It cannot be a public battle.
Shivani, I must say this to you here. As you emphasize upon the opposition, you must emphasize upon the BJP and upon the ECI.
I'll go to them next.
So whether they are represented here or not. Now let me just utter the 5 reasons categorically. Why are we here? And what did Mr. Rahul Gandhi highlight? By the way, he has answered your question during the press conference. If you heard the press conference,
yes,
your team dig out his response.
He said my word in the public is a public oath.
Yeah, he's the honorable leader of opposition. He is speaking publicly. What is an affidavit for? An affidavit is for such written statement which can be denied later on. As an advocate, I can tell you this. But when a public statement is made by none other than a leader of opposition, the ECI should take it prima facie suo motu.
They cannot. That's not how the processes cannot be overturned. I can understand in the political court of the public, yes, Rahul Gandhi's words will be judged versus the BJP's words. But the EC cannot take this forward unless they get some sort of an evidence signed by someone, undertaken by someone. They can't proceed without that. You're a lawyer, I'm sure you know this. But I have to move on. RP Singh, I'm limited time. RP Singh, respond to the charges that Rahul Gandhi has made today in his press conference. Rahul Gandhi has also said that this was done deliberately to benefit the BJP in certain constituencies, that the EC was in on it and it was done through fraudulent means. Please respond to that.
Even then they won Karnataka.
No, they're talking about 2024 elections.
I'm coming to that also. when was the last time they won that constituency? Let them also come with that also. Please ask your research team to research that also, that whether they won that 2023, 2020, 2018, 2013, and by what margin they lost that seat in all these elections also. So there are pockets which are the party pockets, and then party keep winning in spite of whatever sort of wave it is, or is whatever they say incumbency or anti-incumbency is there, but party keep winning those pockets. But that point aside, I mean, that Telangana election, more than 22 lakh voters were deleted, and Mr. Ravindra Reddy was clapping and appreciating the election commission that we have done good job because it suited them that time. OIC sir, last parliamentary election, 5.5 lakh voters were deleted. And then still he won the election in the last parliamentary election of one constituency, the Hyderabad constituency. So, when the problem with them is now when you ask them, will Mr. Rahul Gandhi put a paper on oath to the election commission? She said no, because they are dynasty, they are the elite class, they are the privileged class. So why shall they file something on an oath?
But what about the evidence per se that Rahul Gandhi has revealed? There is multiple entries, there are bogus entries, at least one can say so on the face of it. Is that not a matter of concern?
Oh yes, it's a matter of concern, and that's why SIR should happen. I mean, thank you. You speak one language inside the parliament, you speak against SIR inside the parliament. Outside parliament, you hold press conference which says that SIR should happen. If you are saying all this has happened, then it's more the SIR is required today.
Okay.
I mean, I'm saying so. And give me another second, sorry, Shivani. And I'm saying, I give a challenge. Let Mr. Rahul Gandhi file whatever he has said to Election Commission in Karnataka on oath. He won't.
Well, then it wouldn't go any further. It will just stay in the realm of charges and counter charges.
Put in his mouth.
Okay. If the Congress party is serious about this, then they certainly need to mount some sort of legal effort on this, because without that, there might not be any movement as far as the evidence per se is concerned. But Rishi Bagri, I want to come to you. Ma'am, I'll come back to you. Ma'am, I'll come back to you. I have limited time. Two of my guests have not spoken. The Congress party is claiming, and this has raised eyebrows, that our internal survey suggested we should win so many seats, but we won less than that. And a seat that we thought we should win, we didn't win. Now, if we start going to put the results of an election on the touchstone of what the party's internal survey said, then no party will ever accept defeat.
Shivani, I don't understand what is this internal survey is all about. Every party's internal survey will show them that they are winning. This is what always internal survey do. This is what every party says. So I don't take this thing. You need to talk about the Bihar SIR. That's the basic bone of contention. Bihar SIR draft has come to all these poll agents. There are 1 lakh poll agents of Congress and RJD combined and CPI combined. Not a single objection has been filed by them in last 7 days. Not a single objection. एक objection भी नहीं file हुआ है. And afterwards, after when the election happened, and if they lose, they will come up with this thing that boss, ये तो आपका draft letter में problem था, and there was we needed to file the objection. This is exactly the Rahul Gandhi is picking up the 2024 election in Karnataka, and he's talking about one particular constituency जहाँ पर dead voters है, missing voters है. अरे भैया, आप तो ये draft मिला था, आप क्यों नहीं पहले verify किए? हारने के बाद आपको क्यों आप नींद से जागे हो कि अरे इसमें तो डेड वोटर्स भी थे, मिसिंग वोटर्स भी थे, डुप्लीकेट वोटर्स भी थे, एंड हाउ कैन यू प्रूव दैट ऑल दिस डेड वोटर, मिसिंग वोटर्स एंड ऑल दिस वोटर्स हु आर हैविंग अ मल्टीपल presence are voting to the BJP? You cannot prove that thing. So that is one thing. Secondly, I think he is acting like a child. He always comes with the Maharashtra Assembly and Lok Sabha election की उसके time Lok Sabha और Assembly में 5% बढ़ गया, 4% बढ़ गया. 2004 में भी तो 5% बढ़ा था, 2009 में भी 4% बढ़ा था. आप तो दोनों टाइम जीते, तब आपको कोई दिक्कत नहीं हुई. लेकिन जब 2019 में 2024 में 4 या 5% का जंप आता है वोटर्स में, तब आप यू स्टार्ट टॉमिंग 40 लाख बढ़ गए, 30 लाख बढ़ गए. अरे भाई, ये तो हर समय बढ़ती है. This is the thing which happens always. And then he comes with a very interesting thing. There's a rise in the voter turnout after
during the last 2
hours.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, last 2 hours. Obviously, yeah, the provisional is basically of 5 p.m. and votings go till 6 p.m. Does he even know even the last person who is standing in the queue has the right to vote? अगर वो 7 बजे भी होता है, 8 बजे भी होता है, उसको वोट करने का अधिकार है if he is standing in the queue. So that is one thing which he doesn't even understand basic
On
politics.
that, the
and
EC has already said that if you look at the numbers, the average voting pattern per hour in the last 2 hours post 5 p.m. basically, it is not abnormal. So that is still Maharashtra charge. What should be done on the Karnataka voter list is the question today. Akhil Swami is also joining me. Akhil Swami, don't you think that for this to be a scientific study, we also then need to study a constituency where Congress did win? We need to go through that voter data. Obviously, the Congress one might not be inclined, but as a nation, if this was to be a scientific study, if this voter list has found to have dead voters, wrong voters, multiple entries, we need to then have a study of another constituency which Congress won and see if that voter list did not have these anomalies. Because I don't think it's anybody's case that voter lists do have anomalies. They build up over a period of time, which is why these revision exercises are mandated by the Election Commission. Akhil Swami.
See, any study can be made by BJP, Election Commission, or anybody. Now, the point is that the Congress has studied a particular constituency and they had put the facts before the public. Now, it's a public document and Rahul Gandhi has made a statement, he has made a charge, and if he is making a wrong charge, the Election Commission should file a defamation case against him, because Rahul Gandhi has procured this information from Election Commission. And in last time when Rahul Gandhi was the court of Gujarat has punished Rahul Gandhi for a 2 years imprisonment and his parliament seat, everything. He made an oral statement. This is the oral statement. If he is making a wrong statement, the defamation should be filed by the Election Commission. Now, the point is, whatever you can do it around the country, and that should be done. Now, it's not a question of legal battle. It's a fraud committed with the public of India. And we will not allow this government or any government for that matter to take our right, fundamental right of vote. And if a single voter has voted 5 different places with the same identification number, and the thousands of voters, and in a particular parliamentary constituencies, if there are 7 assembly constituencies, the Congress leads in 6, and in one constituency, the Rahul Gandhi has put the fact before the public. Now, the battle is in the court of public. Now it's in the public court. 1,05,000 votes, the fraud that has been committed, either the defamation should be filed against Rahul Gandhi or election commissioners should be arrested and they should be put behind bars.
Okay. The BJP...
Rajiv Agrawal and Ganesh Kumar Gupta should be arrested, or Rahul Gandhi should be arrested. We, the public, want our democratic rights to be safeguarded, and we will not allow RP Singh or BJP to steal our election process.
Okay, RP Singh, very quickly. In fact, Rahul Gandhi has made a very large charge today that all elections are choreographed. They are not real elections in India.
Well, what else he will say? I mean, that he has lost almost 90 plus elections in last few years. But let me tell you the real...
Rigged elections he has lost. You have rigged the elections and he has lost. The public has voted for Congress and you have won and you have defrauded the country.
Sir, one by one. Yes. RP Singh, very quickly, I have
fraud किया है अपने देश के साथ.
Limited time, sir, 30 seconds. For 20 seconds.
और इसकी सजा आपको मिलेगी.
सबसे बड़ा फ्रॉड तो आपका नेता जो जेल जाएगा, चिंता मत करिए, उसी की चिंता हो रही है ये.
अरे आपके इलेक्शन कमिश्नर जेल जाएंगे. आपने हमारे साथ धोखा किया है. हमारे साथ धोखा किया है. कर्नाटका की जनता ने, यूपी की और बिहार के लोगों ने जाके वोट दिया है. आपने कर्नाटका इलेक्शन को कन्नड़ियों से अन्याय किया है.
Okay, one by one. Can I let's discuss the merits of this issue, please. RP Singh, I'm sorry.
Supreme Court should take
Ashwin
a cognizance and punish the election commission for this.
Akhilji,
constitution or no constitution.
Akhilji,
nobody is
I
above the
challenge
public
you.
of India.
I give a challenge. Let's question Rahul Gandhi file what he has said today in front of election commission or not. I give a challenge.
Okay, Rishi Bagri, very quickly. Rishi, 15 seconds, and Mahima Singh, 15 seconds.
No, I mean, let's be very honest. I mean, India's voter list is vast, and this kind of anomalies tend to happen. I mean, dead voters, the missing voter, untraceable voters. This is the reason why SIR is very important. Okay. And secondly, I would like to say very clearly, very fastly, in 2014, BJP won election with a very huge mandate. The CEC The EC was appointed by the UPA government. The EVMs were made during the UPA time, and every administration was with the UPA government. And still, BJP got 282 seats and NDA got 352 seats.
Yeah, okay, all
How
right.
we explain
Maimaji,
that?
I have 10 seconds. I'm really sorry. 10 seconds only.
Badi meherbani, Shivani, because I just have a very simple question, and you should answer that while the public ponders over that. Should the Election Commission of India not appear to be fair in its approach and its conduct?
Okay, I'll take that forward. It's about the appearance of being fair in its conduct as well. That's the larger political battle. I do thank our guests for joining us. Of course, we'll continue to keep our focus on this issue. Time for a very short break. Thanks a lot for watching, please.
Good evening. You're watching Brass Tacks with me, Poonam Burde. US President Donald Trump has embarked on what one would call a tariff tantrum. First, he imposed 26% tariffs on Indian goods back in April. That was shortly put on hold. What followed were negotiations on a trade deal. Those negotiations are still on. But despite that, Donald Trump last week announced 25% tariff on India. And yesterday, he doubled down. He raised it up to 50% with a caveat that there are 21 days before it comes into effect. He's even threatened to raise it further. Now, while India is in no mood to buckle down or to bow down to this pressure tactic that's coming to the fore from the United States, New Delhi has made it clear that there is a level of national interest that needs to be looked at, and that is exactly what we are going to do, that we're not going to cow down to anybody's pressure. But there is some amount of uncertainty that is being seen by certain sectors that could feel the heat, that are bracing for impact if those negotiations on a trade deal do not take place in the next 20 days and these 50% tariffs do come into effect. Could that be a setback to some of these sectors? Well, they're definitely bracing for it. But as far as India is concerned and its stance is concerned, not only are we continuing with these negotiations with the United States, but India is also engaging with both adversaries and allies. From Moscow to Beijing, New Delhi has signaled that we won't be boxed in by what Donald Trump is trying to do, that there is a pressure play that we are seeing from Washington, but that's not something that is going to push us down to toe the line that the US president wants us to. Now, as far as these tariffs are concerned, semiconductors and pharmaceuticals are currently exempt. But who knows with Donald Trump what's coming next?
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil,
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional
It's only
sanctions?
been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Secondary sanctions
You're going
very
to see a lot
soon.
more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
to
see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions. In other words, we'll be putting a tariff on of approximately 100% on chips and semiconductors. But if you're building in the United States of America, there's no charge, even though you're building.
Now, from August 27, this 50% tariff would come into effect unless India and the United States crack a deal or if Trump decides to double down further. But the 50% is not the total tariff for India. There are certain sectors that would be paying more. For example, let's just take apparel, and there are two parts to it, knitted and woven. As far as knitted apparel is concerned, it already faces 13.9% as the most favored nation tariff. Add the 50% that was announced yesterday, and that takes it up to 63.9%. US's share in India's exports in that particular region, in that particular sector, is about 34%. Now, as far as woven apparel is concerned, it would face a total tariff of about 60%. The 50 that we had yesterday and the existing 10.3 MFN tariff. But India is not ready to make concessions, at least as far as some sectors are concerned. Dairy, agriculture, those are sensitive both economically and politically for New Delhi, which is why those leeways that the United States wants us to make, those have not been made just yet. And that was reiterated by none other than the Prime Minister of the country, Narendra Modi, today.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Now, India has 20 days to avoid those 50% tariffs. So here's what India could do to mitigate the consequences. The negotiations that are currently underway, India remains committed to resolving this trade dispute through dialogue. We are going to be seeing the United States' negotiating team in India in not too far from today, perhaps about 2 weeks from now. So mutually beneficial trade agreement with the United States is one option that we're exploring. India, meanwhile, is also actively looking at strengthening trade relationships with other countries and regions, including the Middle East, including the European Union, Latin America, and Africa as well. Just recently, we signed an FTA with the United Kingdom as well. This is to ensure that we reduce our reliance on the US market, and it's also a signaling that India is not only dependent on the United States. The Indian government is planning a substantial export promotion mission to support exporters that would be affected by these uncertainties and by these tariffs. India is also re-evaluating potential concessions in the farm and dairy sector while these talks go on. Now, India has reiterated its stance on prioritizing energy security and market-based decisions for oil imports from Russia. But officials are also suggesting that there could be a potential shift towards US oil supplies if the price was competitive, because the only issue seems to be price. But is that the only issue for Donald Trump? Is Russian oil and India's continued import of that is the only issue that Donald Trump has? Many would suggest it's not. And lastly, India can consider reciprocal tariffs on the United States in response, much like what China did, which is why we did see a 90-day pause that came into effect from the United States as they continued their negotiations with China. But listen in to how the United States and the Trump administration has been responding when they've been cornered on the hypocrisy that India has been highlighting about importing from Russia.
China buys more Russian oil than India does, and they have not been targeted for that. So why is India having its tariffs doubled?
As the boss says, let's see what happens. Keep in mind that we have over 50% tariffs on China already.
Right, but you could go higher. But they haven't been punished for buying Russian oil. And India is being
We
punished
have
for that.
over 50% tariffs
But
on
not because
China,
of
so we don't
buying
want to get
Russian
to a
oil.
point where we actually hurt ourselves. Okay?
But do you see why people would be confused by that?
And I think I've given a really good answer to that. You got tariffs of 50%. We already have high tariffs on China. So I take your point. The president certainly will be working with China on that issue.
Do you agree with him that that was a really good answer?
That shows exactly what I think could be the worst outcome for the United States, that India has reacted very negatively, as you might expect, to these tariffs related to Russian oil purchases, in part because they see that China has not been tariffed. And Trump seems to be, in the minds of many China experts, setting up to treat China more leniently than he's treated India.
Let's open this up of what this could mean for India if those 50% tariffs do kick in on the 27th of August. Joining me on this broadcast is Anjali Prasad, the former Indian permanent representative to the WTO. Lisa Curtis, director of the Indo-Pacific Security Program at the Center for a New American Security. And Sujit Bala, author and former executive director of the IMF, join us. Sujit Bala, let me begin by asking you. This is not doomsday, as many would predict it, but it's not ideal either. So how should India be reading the kind of tantrum, as you, if one would call it, that Donald Trump seems to be throwing? Sujit Bala?
Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't know who the question was addressed to.
Go ahead, Mr. Bala.
Can you just ask the question again and I'll respond? Yeah.
How should India look at this? I mean, India so far has stood its ground, but this doesn't seem to be just about buying Russian oil. There seems to be a lot more at play of why Donald Trump has decided to go the way he has.
Yeah. Look, the way I look at this entire episode or series of episodes for the last 5 months or so, while we've been negotiating a trade deal, is like a chess game. And as you know, India has done very well in chess. We have the world champion, male world champion, and the female world champion.
Yes.
So this is, I will wait till 27th of August when there is an Indian delegation going to the US to hammer out the final stages of this deal. Prior to that, it's optics and it's a chess game. I really don't think, if you want the conclusion, I don't think we will end up at the present position at all. So, but we should look at this as literally gameplay by very, very senior officials and leaders around the world. And it's the way we know how Trump negotiates. And, you know, and that has been well talked about by everybody, that he is a real negotiator, player of games. We'll see. And, you know, as in the earlier part of the show, we've seen how the deal or non-deal with China has fluctuated many times. And we still don't know the final outcome of that negotiation. So I think, you know, he said, clearly Trump has set his cards on the table, and we are beginning to set our cards on the table, and let's see how it all works out.
Prasad, then, is this just an arm twisting tactic from the United States, that his, you know, perhaps frustration with a lot of other things, including with Vladimir Putin for not being able to end the ceasefire, not being able to end the Ukraine war as he promised he would, maybe that seems to be spilling on to India? Is that what you think is happening?
Thank you for having me on your show. Well, I tend to agree with the fact that this is a game of brinkmanship that is going on. And we need to wait and watch, because it will be who blinks first. We may do whatever it takes. We may compromise as much as possible. But my reading is that the goalpost will shift again. And it's not going to stop at this. My personal understanding of this whole situation is that behind this Russian oil business and blood on your hands and things like that is from President Trump's Make America Great Again program, where he is wanting to go back to the kind of actions that were taken around the Second World War and the Great Depression, when behind high tariff walls, American industry grew and became strong. So it was a kind of an infant industry argument that somebody has put in his mind, that if America raises its tariffs, then local industry will be strengthened and the domestic market will start to thrive. But my point here would be that he has imposed tariffs across the world on a number of countries, and this could adversely affect the US market itself. And to what extent the internal dynamics of the US market will accept this sort of action, we have to watch. So there is still time, and I don't think we should compromise in a hurry. We should still wait and watch. We need to watch what actions.
Good evening. You're watching Brass Tacks with me, Poonam Burde. US President Donald Trump has embarked on what one would call a tariff tantrum. First, he imposed 26% tariffs on Indian goods back in April. That was shortly put on hold. What followed were negotiations on a trade deal. Those negotiations are still on. But despite that, Donald Trump last week announced 25% tariff on India. And yesterday, he doubled down. He raised it up to 50% with a caveat that there are 21 days before it comes into effect. He's even threatened to raise it further. Now, while India is in no mood to buckle down or to bow down to this pressure tactic that's coming to the fore from the United States, New Delhi has made it clear that there is a level of national interest that needs to be looked at, and that is exactly what we are going to do, that we're not going to cow down to anybody's pressure. But there is some amount of uncertainty that is being seen by certain sectors that could feel the heat, that are bracing for impact if those negotiations on a trade deal do not take place in the next 20 days and these 50% tariffs do come into effect. Could that be a setback to some of these sectors? Well, they're definitely bracing for it. But as far as India is concerned and its stance is concerned, not only are we continuing with these negotiations with the United States, but India is also engaging with both adversaries and allies. From Moscow to Beijing, New Delhi has signaled that we won't be boxed in by what Donald Trump is trying to do, that there is a pressure play that we are seeing from Washington, but that's not something that is going to push us down to toe the line that the US president wants us to. Now, as far as these tariffs are concerned, semiconductors and pharmaceuticals are currently exempt. But who knows with Donald Trump what's coming next?
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil,
It's okay.
like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional
It's
sanctions?
only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Secondary sanctions
You're going to see a lot more.
So this is a taste. of
You're
what's
going to
to
see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions. In other words, we'll be putting a tariff on of approximately 100% on chips and semiconductors. But if you're building in the United States of America, there's no charge, even though you're building.
And from August 27, this 50% tariff would come into effect unless India and the United States crack a deal or if Trump decides to double down further. But the 50% is not the total tariff for India. There are certain sectors that would be paying more. For example, let's just take apparel, and there are two parts to it, knitted and woven. As far as knitted apparel is concerned, it already faces 13.9% as the most favored nation tariff. Add the 50% that was announced yesterday, and that takes it up to 63.9%. US's share in India's exports in that particular region, in that particular sector, is about 34%. Now, as far as woven apparel is concerned, it would face a total tariff of about 60%. The 50 that we had yesterday and the existing 10.3 MFN tariff. But India is not ready to make concessions, at least as far as some sectors are concerned. Dairy, agriculture, those are sensitive both economically and politically for New Delhi, which is why those leeways that the United States wants us to make, those have not been made just yet. And that was reiterated by none other than the Prime Minister of the country, Narendra Modi, today.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
Now, India has 20 days to avoid those 50% tariffs. So here's what India could do to mitigate the consequences. The negotiations that are currently underway, India remains committed to resolve tariffs. So here's what India could do to mitigate the consequences. The negotiations that are currently underway, India remains committed to resolving this trade dispute through dialogue. We are going to be seeing the United States' negotiating team in India in not too far from today, perhaps about 2 weeks from now. So mutually beneficial trade agreement with the United States is one option that we're exploring. India, meanwhile, is also actively looking at strengthening trade relationships with other countries and regions, including the Middle East, including the European Union, Latin America, and Africa as well. Just recently, we signed an FTA with the United Kingdom as well. This is to ensure that we reduce our reliance on the US market, and it's also a signaling that India is not only dependent on the United States. The Indian government is planning a substantial export promotion mission to support exporters that would be affected by these uncertainties and by these tariffs. India is also re-evaluating potential concessions in the farm and dairy sector while these talks go on. Now, India has reiterated its stance on prioritizing energy security and market-based decisions for oil imports from Russia. But officials are also suggesting that there could be a potential shift towards US oil supplies if the price was competitive, because the only issue seems to be price. But is that the only issue for Donald Trump? Is Russian oil and India's continued import of that is the only issue that Donald Trump has? Many would suggest it's not. And lastly, India can consider reciprocal tariffs on the United States in response, much like what China did, which is why we did see a 90-day pause that came into effect from the United States as they continued their negotiations with China. But listen in to how the United States and the Trump administration has been responding when they've been cornered on the hypocrisy that India has been highlighting about importing from Russia.
China buys more Russian oil than India does, and they have not been targeted for that. So why is India having its tariffs doubled?
As the boss says, let's see what happens. Keep in mind that we have over 50% tariffs on China already.
Right, but you could go higher. But they haven't been punished for buying Russian oil. And India is being
We
punished
have
for that.
over 50% tariffs
But not because
China,
of
so we don't
buying
want to get to
Russian
a
oil.
point where we actually hurt ourselves. Okay?
But do you see why people would be confused by that?
And I think I've given a really good answer to that. You got tariffs of 50%. We already have high tariffs on China. So I take your point. The president certainly will be working with China on that issue.
Do you agree with him that that was a really good answer?
That shows exactly what I think could be the worst outcome for the United States, that India has reacted very negatively, as you might expect, to these tariffs related to Russian oil purchases, in part because they see that China has not been tariffed. And Trump seems to be, in the minds of many China experts, setting up to treat China more leniently than he's treated India.
Let's open this up of what this could mean for India if those 50% tariffs do kick in on the 27th of August. Joining me on this broadcast is Anjali Prasad, the former Indian permanent representative to the WTO. Lisa Curtis, director of the Indo-Pacific Security Program at the Center for a New American Security. And Sujit Bala, author and former executive director of the IMF, join us. Sujit Bala, let me begin by asking you. This is not doomsday, as many would predict it, but it's not ideal either. So how should India be reading the kind of tantrum, as you, if one would call it, that Donald Trump seems to be throwing? Sujit Bala?
Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't know who the question was addressed to.
Go ahead, Mr. Bala.
So can you just ask the question again and I'll respond? Yeah.
How should India look at this? I mean, India so far has stood its ground, but this doesn't seem to be just about buying Russian oil. There seems to be a lot more at play of why Donald Trump has decided to go the way he has.
Yeah. Look, the way I look at this entire episode or series of episodes for the last 5 months or so, while we've been negotiating a trade deal, is like a chess game. And as you know, India has done very well in chess. We have the world champion, male world champion, and the female world champion.
Yes.
So this is, I will wait till 27th of August when there is an Indian delegation going to the US to hammer out the final stages of this deal. Prior to that, it's optics and it's a chess game. I really don't think, if we want the conclusion, I don't think we will end up at the present position at all. So, but we should look at this as literally gameplay by very, very senior officials and leaders around the world. And it's the way we know how Trump negotiates. And and that has been well talked about by everybody, that he is a real negotiator, player of games. We'll see. And, as in the earlier part of the show, we've seen how the deal or non-deal with China has fluctuated many times. And we still don't know the final outcome of that negotiation. So I think, he set, clearly Trump has set his cards on the table, and we are beginning to set our cards on the table, and let's see how it all works out.
Prasad, then, is this just an arm twisting tactic from the United States that his, perhaps frustration with a lot of other things, including with Vladimir Putin for not being able to end the ceasefire, not being able to end the Ukraine war as he promised he would, maybe that seems to be spilling on to India? Is that what you think is happening?
Thank you for having me on your show. Well, I tend to agree with the fact that this is a game of brinkmanship that is going on. And we need to wait and watch, because it will be who blinks first. We may do whatever it takes. We may compromise as much as possible. But my reading is that the goalpost will shift again. And it's not going to stop at this. My personal understanding of this whole situation is that behind this Russian oil business and blood on your hands and things like that is from President Trump's Make America Great Again program, where he is wanting to go back to the kind of actions that were taken around the Second World War and the Great Depression, when behind high tariff walls, American industry grew and became strong. So it was a kind of an infant industry argument that somebody has put in his mind, that if America raises its tariffs, then local industry will be strengthened and the domestic market will start to thrive. But my point here would be that he has imposed tariffs across the world on a number of countries, and this could adversely affect the US market itself. And to what extent the internal dynamics of the US market will accept this sort of action, we have to watch. So there is still time, and I don't think we should compromise in a hurry. We should still wait and watch. We need to watch what actions others are taking and how they are responding to this situation. We need to talk to our interlocutors, which we are doing, I believe, and we need to then take a concerted position.
And those negotiations are underway. India has drawn the red line as far as at least those two sectors are concerned. But even when we had the UK FTA, many said that certain concessions were eventually made to get that deal done. So there may be some elbow room in this deal as well. But Lisa Curtis, I want to ask you this. Speaking of how life could change for the average American, Donald Trump believes that it would be for the better. But could it be for the worse? Because certain items will definitely get more expensive. Also, it's not just India that he's targeting. He's targeting a lot of other Southeast Asian countries, and that's going to completely disrupt supply chains. It already has begun to do so.
I think there's a lot of concern in the United States about what these massive tariffs are going to do to prices within the United States. We're seeing that concern grow. There's a lot of talks of recession starting within, a year to 18 months from now because of the tariffs. So yes, there's a lot of concern about what's going to happen to the US economy. But I think, as a close watcher of the US-India relationship, I'm concerned about the broader strategic relationship that presidents from the United States, Democrat, Republican, over the last 20 years have been investing in, because these leaders have seen the logic in investing in the US-India relationship on all fronts: economics, technology, defense, you name it. It is important for United States national security to have a strong relationship with India. And the concern I have is that President Trump is narrowly focusing on India through the tariff lens. And I think this puts at risk the larger relationship. I agree with Surjit Bala that this is, gamesmanship and trying to play hardball for the trade negotiations. And that's all well and good. But I think the level of criticism, the intensity of the criticism, calling India's economy weak, and the persistence of the pressure that Trump is putting. And this is all in the context of the US-India tensions over the aftermath of the India-Pakistan conflict and the contradictions between President Trump's position that the Trump administration had brought about the ceasefire between India and Pakistan. India has on several occasions directly contradicted that. So this is all happening in a broader context, which is not good for the overall relationship. And we see this, slow decline in US-India trust and confidence. So I think we would be naive to think that, oh, this is all gamesmanship and, public posturing and, it's not going to have any impact at all on the overall partnership between the two nations. I don't agree with that. I think that Trump is risking the broader relationship.
And it's not just a relationship between India and the United States, isn't it? I mean, India was seen as a counterweight to China in the Indo-Pacific region. But from what we've seen Donald Trump do in the last few weeks, especially, is that it seems like Russia, China, and India have all come together. And if that axis were to be formed against United States, Trump may be gone a little less than 4 years later. But what happens to the United States that is fighting this particular axis?
Well, I don't think it's going to be so easy for Russia, India, China to have a trilateral access. Okay, India and China had a major border crisis just 5 years ago. And I think India does view China as a strategic rival that threatens its borders. So I don't think that's really realistic to see this trilateral cooperation between the three countries. But I also think that it's detrimental to the United States that India may look to get closer to Russia. And so it's going to be a problem, I think, for the broader strategic partnership unless we see the Trump administration pull back on the rhetoric. We see the negotiations taking place and moving in a more positive direction. It's not too late, but I do think we need to see a change in course. We need to see a course correction by the Trump administration toward India.
Because many would suggest that this was really an ego bruise that Donald Trump was nursing than actually having any factual basis to what he was doing. But Anjali Prasad, I want to ask you this. The negotiations are still on. India says we won't make any concessions that would hurt our sensitive sectors like agriculture or like dairy. But if both sides stay true to what they're saying right now, how do we move forward from here?
Look,
well,
as far as India is concerned.
Sujit Bala, I'll come to you. This was for Anjali Prasad.
To my mind, agriculture and dairy are very sensitive sectors for India. We have subsistence farmers and we cannot afford to have subsidized imports. Look at the per farmer subsidy that the US gives and look at the per farmer subsidy that India gives. We give $48 per farmer, roughly, according to an estimate, while the US gives $7,000 per farmer. So what we are going to face will probably decimate our subsistence farming. Many people seem to say that, oh, it won't have any effect on our agriculture or on our dairy farming. Pistachios did not have any impact. But where is there a study to say that it did not have an impact? So these are things that we, on agriculture, on dairy, on apples, on areca nuts, on everything, there have been detailed analyses done
before we went in for even the multilateral negotiations. Now, this is a bilateral deal that we are looking at. And basically, the US does want our market. And that is why they are raising all these issues. They're raising the issue of Russian oil imports and things like this. They are interested in us lowering our tariffs to get our huge market as a bulwark for the US economy. And this is the point. We always, in a negotiation, we always have red lines and then we have backup positions. So I'm sure the government would have some backup positions in some other sectors, if not dairying and agriculture. So there has to be a meeting ground for the deal to come through. But if not, and the way, the manner in which President Trump has raised tariffs while the discussions were on, my personal opinion is that we should walk away from this deal at this juncture. We are not going to succeed by making any compromise. The goalpost will only be pushed further.
Well, so far, India has maintained that we want to keep those negotiations on, at least until talks come to such a pass that there is no more concession to be made, and we leave it there. But Surjit Bhalla, could this also be a golden opportunity for India to perhaps get in more reforms that we haven't for a few decades, or for India, to try and put our foot down like China did and threaten reciprocal tariffs? Is that something that perhaps would ensure that Trump and his administration back down from the path that they are on right now?
Look, I've constantly been saying for the last 6 months, and even much prior to that, that the way to look at the negotiations on a trade deal with the US is how best it serves our interests. So whether Trump is bringing it, or the EU is bringing it, or Japan is bringing it, or the UK is bringing it, our concern should be what is in our best interest, regardless from the source. Now, on agriculture, not done any reforms in agriculture for the last 35 years. Matter of fact, we've gotten worse and worse. So I'm afraid I disagree with Ms. Prasad on agriculture. A little known fact is that Prime Minister Modi brought in the farm laws, which were meant to open up Indian agriculture.
Correct.
Then we had all that tamasha of the opposition, and that didn't happen. Well, a little known fact is that the Supreme Court ordered a survey of Indian farmers to find out what they felt. After all, we want to act in the interest of the farmer. Absolutely. And 87% of the farmers felt that they believed in the farm laws, in opening up the farm market. So I think, we can't be a prisoner to a certain set of, very small set of farmers in Haryana and Punjab, which we are. So I don't know how they are serving India's interests. Well, so the opportunity with Trump in emphasizing agriculture and dairy, we are now an important rice exporter. So to think that we will be in subsistence agriculture, it's already been 75 years. And to think that for another 75 years, all India can do is subsistence agriculture, I think is a little bit beyond my belief. We have a lot of potential in agriculture, in industry, in manufacturing. That the Trump has given us an opportunity to do the reforms that we haven't done for the last 30 years. In manufacturing, for example, in agriculture, for example, in dairy. So, in GMOs, we have there is cotton, genetically modified
cotton, yes.
crops, which are illegal, but all the states look aside, and that is still at the forefront of cotton growing in India. So let's make it legal. So this preoccupation of ours with ideas that I think are quite outdated and which are not in the interests of the farmer, we should take a look at. And Trump, by challenging our beliefs, is providing us with an opportunity to go the distance on areas that we believe in, that we have shown, and Prime Minister Modi believes in, and the BJP believes in, and they are the ruling party.
Yes.
So I think I have a very open mind that I think things might improve substantially between now and 27th of August after the game playing is over. And I do think that the trade deal can offer everything that is in India's interest, which is opening up our economy.
And we really do hope that after all of these weeks and months of negotiations, tariffs coming in between, the threats only escalating, that we do reach a logical conclusion when it comes to that trade deal. I have to leave it there. I thank you all for joining us here on CNN News 18 on this edition of Brass Tacks. But speaking of Donald Trump and speaking of what he's doing with not just India, but pretty much every other country in the world, this aggressive posturing on trade seems to have united some adversaries, some allies. India, Russia, China. Could they be an axis? Could they be not enemies, not frenemies, but allies taking on the United States? Many would say India is making the right moves, especially since its top official, NSA Doval, is in Russia. China is backing India as well. In fact, just recently, the Chinese Foreign Ministry said that this kind of 50% tariff on India for purchasing Russian oil is an abuse of tariff, and that has been their consistent and clear stance. The Chinese ambassador even went on to say that if you give the bully an inch, he's only going to take a mile. So then if this joint venture does actually happen, is Donald Trump actually risking putting these three countries together? And if that does happen, will that be his undoing? Here's a deep dive.
President Trump just hiked tariffs on India to a staggering 50%. China may be next, facing 100% secondary sanctions unless it stops buying Russian oil. What began as an attempt to isolate Russia economically has now triggered an unintended alignment. India, China, and Russia pushing back together. Donald Trump once called India America's best friend. Now, India faces the highest US tariff rate in the world, tied only with Brazil. The White House says India is funding Putin's war machine by buying Russian oil and has punished New Delhi for refusing to stop. India calls the 50% tariff unjustified, unfair, and unreasonable. Was this about oil or about a failed trade deal? India and the US had been negotiating for over a year. New Delhi offered to open up defense and energy markets, even cut car duties, but refused to drop protections for its politically sensitive farm and dairy sectors. Trump wanted everything. When India didn't budge, the oil issue was elevated. Trump lashed out, calling India a dead economy and slapping the tariff hammer down. India's message was firm. It said it started buying Russian oil only after traditional supplies were diverted to Europe. It reminded the US and the world that Europe itself imported $78 billion worth of goods from Russia in 2024, including fossil fuels. And the US is still trading in uranium and industrial chemicals with Moscow. India refused to be singled out. It reiterated its strategic autonomy and said it will not compromise national energy security. Trump has also threatened China. If Beijing doesn't reduce its oil trade with Russia, a 100% secondary tariff may be on the table. The irony is that the US is still negotiating a trade truce with China, set to expire in days.
On the India penalties, do you have any similar plans to enact more tariffs on China as it relates
Could
to
happen.
their purchase?
Could happen. Depends on how we do. Could happen. It may happen. I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you yet, but we did it with India. We're doing it probably with a couple of others. One of them could be China.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent warned Beijing sanctions are coming. But extending the truce may require cutting a better deal with China than with India, a fact that has not gone unnoticed in New Delhi. Trump's tariffs may have done something no summit ever could, bringing India, China, and Russia closer. Coordination is growing. At G20 and BRICS forums, the three countries have pushed back together, demanding the right to pursue independent energy ties with Moscow. The long-dormant Russia-India-China axis is stirring again, and Russia is pitching itself as an alternative to the West. China is smiling, and India, for now, isn't walking away. India and China still face off across a volatile border. But facing the same economic pressure from the same country, the US is creating new incentives to cooperate. India is scheduled to host Putin later this year. Modi will be visiting China for the SCO summit, his first since the Galwan massacre. And both Delhi and Beijing now speak in one voice, condemning Western hypocrisy over Russian trade. Trump says the tariffs are necessary to end Russia's war in Ukraine, but he's also threatening America's strategic partnerships in Asia. India was central to the US Indo-Pacific strategy, seen as a democratic counterweight to China. Now it's being penalized like a rival. And while India fends off tariffs, Pakistan, America's old ally, gets lower duties and new mineral exploration deals. Washington's goal was to isolate Moscow, but is instead isolating New Delhi. Secondary sanctions, if imposed, will double the cost of imports from India and China, two of America's biggest trading partners. That means costlier clothes, lamps, machinery, and even iPhones. And while the US demands a Russian oil boycott, it continues to import select goods from Moscow. India's Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar summed it up by saying, and I quote, "We won't decide our energy policy based on pressure or posturing." Experts warn that Trump's tariffs are a test of India's resilience. The message to Delhi is, don't rely on one partner, especially not one this unpredictable. India is now accelerating defense diversification, seeking deals with France, Japan, Israel, and South Korea. The government wants to produce 80% of key military systems domestically by 2026. India is also rethinking the Apple-led export boom, especially as electronics remain exempt for now. Trump once hailed a MAGA-MEGA partnership. Now, India finds itself in a small club of countries facing 50% tariffs. Experts call it the lowest point in US-India ties in 2 decades. But Delhi isn't retaliating. Not yet.
We have some breaking news now coming in on the Citizen of the Brass Tacks that there is a second attack on comedian Kapil Sharma's cafe in Canada. 6 rounds were fired at Cap's Cafe is what we're given to understand. This is, remember, the second such attack in less than 1 month. Siddhant, my colleague, in fact, joins us to get us more details on this. Siddhant, what can you share with us? Anyone who's claimed responsibility for it?
Well, Poonam, just a short while back, this incident took place in Surrey, British Columbia. In fact, Kapil Sharma owns a cafe on 85 Avenue and Scott Road. And in the morning, 6 bullets were fired at the entry of Kapil Sharma's cafe. In fact, CNN News 18 has also managed to speak to the locals living in Surrey on Scott Road. Perhaps they have also confirmed. This particular attack could be linked to the extortion gangs working in Surrey, British Columbia. And in fact, Poonam, just within a month, this is the second time Kapil Sharma's cafe has been attacked. In fact, last week, the cafe authorities invited Surrey police for a get-together, perhaps to develop a goodwill with the local police. And in fact, they posted a video of that get-together on their Instagram page. Now again, the cafe has been attacked. Now locals are saying that this could be one of the extortion gangs which have been targeting South Asian community in Surrey, British Columbia. Last time around, when his cafe was attacked, that investigation has still not been concluded by the Surrey police. No arrests have been made. No action. No perpetrator has been arrested. This time around, perhaps it looks like police has taken this particular incident seriously. In fact, the local Surrey police and RCMP both are involved in this investigation, but they have still not come up with the details of the latest shooting. The police has sanitized the entire crime scene, and the forensic and other teams are right now on the spot.
Right, do stay on with us, Siddhant. In fact, you did speak with a Canadian journalist who lives, I believe, close by to where this attack has happened. Let's listen into that conversation.
Umen sir, thank you so much for finding out time to speak to CNN News 18. We just heard that Kapil Sharma's cafe has again been attacked, and 6 rounds of bullets have been fired on the cafe in the early morning times. Talk to us a little bit about that, the details that you have regarding that incident.
This is the second time the shooting has taken place
Okay.
at Cap's Cafe, which is Kapil Sharma's Cafe, which is on Scott Road and 83rd Avenue in Surrey, the city of Surrey
Okay.
and Delta, which is right on the border of Surrey and Delta cities.
Okay.
And it happened in the early hours of the morning, and Surrey Police Force said they are investigating right now. They don't have any press statements now, but they put yellow tapes around the cafe. Nobody is allowed to go in or go out. After the last shooting a couple of months ago, Siddhant, there was no progress in investigation. The police have not said whether they have any suspects or what happened. It's in a very open area. It's on Scott Road, also known as 120th Street, and it's a very high-profile area. There's traffic always moving back and forth. You can even say that this is a major thoroughfare for both these cities. So there is always cars going back and forth. But even then, despite all that, there was this shooting in the early hours this morning.
But who do you think could be behind the attacks? Because we have been hearing reports about transnational gangs' active involvement, especially in Surrey, British Columbia. There have been many extortion calls also made to the people from the South Asian community. Even many singers, musicians were also targeted in the past. If you could elaborate a bit for us, like who could be possibly behind it? Are you aware of any extortion threat given to Kapil Sharma's cafe?
Not on Kapil Sharma's cafe specifically, but in British Columbia and in Canada, recently there has been, it's public knowledge, police have spoken about it, politicians have spoken about it, businessmen have spoken about it, about how they have received threats from phone calls from people, gang members demanding money up to $2 million Canadian.
Well, we'll keep a track of what's transpiring there and why Kapil Sharma is being targeted once again. But for now, shifting focus to the big political storm that's brewing here in India, and that's the fight between Rahul Gandhi and the poll panel. 4 days after the big atom bomb of an evidence allegation and 2 days after delaying what he had claimed would be a big press conference, today, the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, finally dropped that bomb today. I don't think many would consider it a bomb either, at least the BJP or the EC aren't. He claimed that the investigation that they have internally conducted found massive voter fraud in the Karnataka Assembly segment during 2024 Lok Sabha elections, accusing the Election Commission of colluding with the ruling BJP to steal the elections. He claims that the voter theft was carried out via the means of the same voter appearing multiple times in voter rolls and sometimes in multiple states. There were fake or invalid addresses. There were bulk voters at a single address, he claimed. These allegations, of course, have been completely rejected by the Election Commission and the BJP too, slamming the Congress and Team Rahul for making such unsubstantiated claims.
Maharashtra में more voters added in 5 months than 5 years. And Maharashtra में we found at the state level that Lok Sabha और Vidhan Sabha के बीच में 1 crore new voters came into the game.
When Congress party and its ally won majority of the seats in Lok Sabha, they were praising, they were happy. And then when they lost badly in Vidhan Sabha, then it has become problem for them. The claims made by Sri Rahul Gandhi and his team are completely bogus They are targeting the Election Commission of India only to tarnish the image of the Election Commission of India.
Well, it's Rahul Gandhi versus the Election Commission once again, and this is on Rahul Gandhi's favorite topic of late, and that is electoral malpractice. But now the issue of SIR has also been added on ever since the EC, in a cleanup drive, began the SIR process, first in Bihar, which elections are coming up later this year. But if you step back in time, you'll remember that Rahul Gandhi has always been questioning the working of the EC, right after the electoral results of Maharashtra as well as Haryana. According to Rahul Gandhi, it was a sure shot win for the Congress, but the Congress lost out because the EC stepped in to revise the voters list to help the BJP. But now the SIR exercise is now being pushed forward by Rahul Gandhi, and at that big bank press conference, he came out with a PPT presentation to give out specific data about how there has been a voter list manipulation which took place in Karnataka. In other states, it's happening under garb of cleaning up the system under the SIR process. He had reads of paper. He challenged the Election Commission. He used some very strong words to say that someday our turn will come, we will be in power, and we are going to teach you a lesson. But there was a quick response which came in from the Election Commission, which asked him to give an affidavit and take an oath that whatever facts he's coming out with are absolutely correct. But Rahul Gandhi said that I'm a politician and I'm always under oath, and whatever I say is never a lie. But the story is unlikely to end here. Next week, they're planning to have a big march from the Election Commission through the Vijay Chowk to Parliament. They're not going to allow any work happen inside the Parliament till the government allows a discussion on SIR. The government has already said a no to that, and as a result of which, there has been repeated disruptions.
Uttarkashi is picking up the pieces after 3 cloudbursts wreaked havoc in the region. A village was completely razed. There are scores of people that were buried. Rescue operations are going on in full swing. Several experts have indicated that the area near Dharali village did not even receive heavy rainfall in the hours that preceded the calamity. And instead, it wasn't a cloudburst, but really a glacial pond burst that caused the deluge that has left 6 people dead and several still unaccounted for. Rescue and relief work is being conducted in tandem with the SDRF, the NDRF, the local administration, the Indian Army, the Air Force, and the ITBP. We got you some voices from on ground. Take a look.
ये फ्लश फ्लड हमारे साउथ कैंप में आया। इसके कारण इंडियन आर्मी को 8 जवान, 1 जेसीओ, 7 जवान का नुकसान हुआ है जो अभी तक मिसिंग है। धराली गांव का जो कनेक्टिविटी है वापस जल्दी से जल्दी रिस्टोर हो जाए। 30 से 40 लेबरर्स जो यहाँ पे काम कर रहे थे वह शायद मिसिंग है। 8 यहाँ के जो जनता में से क्षतिग्रस्त। मैं पूरे यहाँ की जनता को आश्वासन देता हूँ कि इंडियन आर्मी आपके साथ है और आपके इस क्षति को दूर करने में और मदद करने में पूरी मदद करेगी।
Joining me right now are 2 people who were present over there when this entire flooding happened, and then over the last 2 days they were stationed in Dharali itself.
पूरा 20 सेकंड के अंदर सब कुछ खत्म हो गया था, पूरा खत्म हो गया था। मतलब 20 सेकंड के अंदर जो भाग गया वो भाग गया, जो नहीं भाग पाया वो वहीं चपेट में आ गया। धूल इतनी खतरनाक उठी घरों की कि जो भाग भी पा रहा था वो भी नहीं भाग पाया उस धूल के चक्कर में। वो पत्थर इतने बुरे आ रहे थे कि सामने इतने लोग मरते हुए देख लेते कि कंफ्यूजिंग है भैया, बहुत खतरनाक मंजर था।
तो वहाँ तो बहुत टफ है वो रेस्क्यू करना, पर आर्मी वाले पूरे सपोर्ट में है। उनको फीड जो वो है, जो नेपाली है, उन सबको खाना पानी जितना उनसे हो रहा है वो कर रहे हैं। सब कुछ उन्होंने हेलीकॉप्टर भी कराया मान ले। बहुत जगह से रोड ब्लॉक है, आपको पता ही है।
लोकल है वहीं के धराली?
यस, मुगबा से आया। तो वहाँ पूरा फेस्टिवल था, उधर भी फेस्टिवल था जिधर ही आया। तो जिधर फेस्टिवल था तो वहाँ जिधर मंदिर में ये सारे थे उधर बहुत सारे आदमी बच चुके हैं जो मंदिर में थे, क्योंकि मंदिर में नहीं आया।
वो पीछे से
मंदिर में नहीं आया,
वहाँ पे चोटी लग गई थी, तो
वहाँ
जो
पे बहुत
चट्टान
बड़ी
थी,
चट्टान थी।
चट्टाने इधर नहीं आने दिए। तो गिनती के वहाँ पे कम से कम भी नहीं तो 10 से 12 घर ज्यादा से ज्यादा बचे होंगे। पर जो 80-90 घर वगैरह जितने वहाँ होटल वगैरह थे, रेस्ट रूम, गेस्ट हाउस वगैरह जितने कुछ थे, कोई पता नहीं चला।
अभी और कितने लोग ऊपर फंसे होंगे
भैया? फंसे 50-60 तो जो हेली वगैरह में अभी आएंगे, जो अभी वहाँ हमारे साथ बैठे थे राहत केस में, तो 50-60 लोग हैं और जो मर रखे हैं उनकी तो भैया कोई गिनती नहीं है।
And CNN News 18 is in Israel. In fact, Managing Editor Zaka Jacob has spoken exclusively to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There are several important things that he's highlighted. This also comes at a time when there is high speculation if Israel is going to be annexing Gaza. And in this exclusive conversation that Benjamin Netanyahu had with Zaka Jacob, the Israeli Prime Minister made it clear that Israel will not annex Gaza as the speculation is being made, that an international body will govern Gaza, and that is what Israel stands for. He also did tell us that the aim is to destroy Hamas and to ensure that Hamas is out of Gaza, and that is the only aim that Israel is working towards. Benjamin Netanyahu also said that we will get our hostages back, and that is a vow that we had made to the people of Israel, and that is something he aims to deliver. He also said that war will be over if Hamas lays down arms. That's something that he said even as the world is looking at what happens next in Gaza as the humanitarian crisis there only deepens. But speaking of India and Israel, the Israeli Prime Minister has spoken at length to CNN News 18 about Operation Sindoor, about India's fight against terror and Pakistani-backed terrorists. In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu also said that Israeli arms were used in Operation Sindoor by India, and that has proven that they are battle ready, that the Israeli arms that were used by India, that were supplied by Israel to India, even in the past, have still proven their mettle, and there is no doubt over these arms and ammunitions. Now, this interview with Benjamin Netanyahu, this conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu also comes at a time when India is seeing 50% tariffs from the United States. That's also something that the Israeli Prime Minister spoke about. He went on to say that the United States understands that India is a solid partner. That is the sense that the world has been getting, irrespective of the tantrums and the threats that are coming to the fore from the US president. Benjamin Netanyahu also said that India stands out in Asia, and that's something that the United States is cognizant of, that India and the United States are two terrific friends, and that friendship will remain, so much so that both the countries will find a solution to this tariff threat, to this trade negotiation that has been going on between the two countries. He also went on to say that the goal for America and India is for both sides to succeed, for it to be a win-win situation. And there is a lot of common ground between New Delhi and Washington, and that is something that both countries will pursue. He added that interests of India, America, and Israel are in the situation where all of this ends quickly. He also said that America knows that India is a natural partner and must be kept close. All of these obstacles that we're seeing as far as trade negotiations go, they can be dealt with, and Benjamin Netanyahu is confident that they will be dealt with between India and the United States. So what about India, India's trade and its other trading partners? He also did speak about India and Israel's trade. Remember, there is a constant communication, a constant effort between the two countries that is going on to increase bilateral trade between the two countries. That's something that he highlighted. He also spoke about the economic corridor, the Europe-Middle East India economic corridor that India has been spearheading. That's something that he hopes comes to fruition soon. He also said that lifting constraints on Indian workers is something that would be looked at in priority, and that direct flights between India and Israel is something that we're also looking at, specifically between Tel Aviv and Bengaluru.
Very first time he has confirmed to CNN News 18 that he does not intend in any form or fashion to annex or occupy Gaza. He's made that absolutely clear. He says it's not Israel's intention to occupy Gaza for an extended period of time. There is going to be a cabinet meeting where he expects his cabinet to approve what is an intensified military campaign that is going to be time-bound. That's the other thing that he has mentioned to us. That is going to be a time-bound military campaign, which is going to be defined in the next, let's say, 2 or 3 months, where the objective is twofold. One, to destroy Hamas completely, militarily. Right now, Israel has control over about 75% of Gaza. They intend to make that 100% of Gaza by the end of this intensified military operation. But at the same time, for the very first time, the Prime Minister has made it absolutely clear that there is no question whatsoever, no intention whatsoever of the Israeli government to either occupy or annex Gaza for a significant period of time. So what then is the military objective? The objective is twofold. One, to destroy Hamas militarily, entirely, in its entirety, and two, to free the remaining hostages. Now, Israel believes that there are about 50 hostages who are unaccounted for. About 20 of them, Israel believes, are still alive. Now, whether or not they are, we don't know. Israel will have to go in with its military operation inside and then see what is there in Gaza, what remains in Gaza of the fate of the remaining hostages. But Israel believes there are at least about 20 of them who are currently still alive, and they are hoping that they can rescue as many of these hostages, the ones who are alive, back to Israel, rescue them alive. So that's the twofold objective of this mission in Gaza. He also spoke to us about what's going on in India and between India and the United States on this whole business of tariff wars. President Trump tariffing India at 50%, 25% on the reciprocal tariffs, and 25% on import of Russian oil, so making it the highest tariffed country in the world, along with Brazil, 50%. And I asked Prime Minister Netanyahu, given that he's good friends with both India and the United States, he's friends with both Prime Minister Modi and President Trump, how does India navigate this? And he said, look, there has to be a common ground. There is much common ground between India and the United States. When it comes to this issue of tariff, a win can be found, is the word that he used. A win can be found for both sides. He said it is in India's interest and America's interest and also Israel's interest that this current sort of stalemate or this current tariff war that's been going on between India and America be resolved as quickly as possible. He also said, and this was his understanding, that in Washington right now, there is a basic understanding that India is a natural partner, and he sees this ongoing sort of trade tension or this tariff war as a bit of a temporary phenomenon. He said it's an obstacle, but not something that cannot be overcome. Also, he spoke about cooperation between India and Israel and its defense forces during Operation Sindoor. He said, I can comment on what is already publicly known, which is the Israeli weapons. I think he was referring to the drones, certainly the Israeli Harrops were used in Operation Sindoor. And he said it was once again shown in Operation Sindoor how good these weapons platforms are. And he said the reason for that is because Israeli weapons are not just grown in a laboratory or developed in a laboratory. They are tested in the battlefield. They're battle ready. And that's why they worked well during Operation Sindoor. So it was an extensive conversation. He spoke to us for over an hour. And the big headline point is this: contrary to media reports as recently as earlier this week, which seem to indicate that the Prime Minister wants to go in. He wants the Israeli troops to occupy and to annex Gaza and be there for a significant period of time. The Prime Minister has clarified on record that that is not the case. Israel has no intention of occupying Gaza for an extended period of time. There is going to be an intensified military operation to take control of the remaining 25% of Gaza, which is not in Israeli Defense Forces control, which is currently in Hamas's control, and thereby Israel is hoping they can get the remaining hostages back home to Israel alive. This is what the plan is. The cabinet will vote on this particular plan as early as tonight, is what we're given to understand. The Prime Minister is hopeful that his far-right coalition partners, represented by the National Security Minister's Party and the Finance Minister's Party, will back this move. Those parties, of course, want Israel to go in and occupy Gaza for a more extended period of time, if you will. But the Prime Minister has made it absolutely clear that he has no intentions whatsoever of any kind of, overextended stay in Gaza. He also said, in as many words, that once the cleanup operation is done, they intend to give Gaza the control of Gaza, the governance of Gaza, to an international body which will not have any representatives, either from Hamas or from the Palestinian Authority. But Israel has no intentions whatsoever of occupying or governing Gaza. That is not the intention whatsoever. Israel will, though, have some kind of a security perimeter around Gaza, which means that anything or any person who goes into and out of Gaza will be controlled by Israel. But other than the security perimeter, which is going to be on Israeli territory, Israel has no intentions of occupying Gaza or annexing Gaza for an extended period of time. Reporting from Tel Aviv, this is Zaka Jacob for CNN News 18.
Viewers, America has many allies across the world. but only a few are countries that are democracies. Viewers, name me one leader belonging to a country allied with America that is standing up to Donald Trump. Viewers, not one. China is not a democracy. Russia is a proto-democracy. None of them call themselves allies of the United States. Brazil, viewers, is not an ally under the current regime of the United States. When Bolsonaro, the person before Lula, was the president of the country, then Trump considered Brazil an ally. Viewers, Prime Minister Modi is standing up to Donald Trump to the point where Donald Trump, who has the mentality, and you know it, of a bully, cannot stomach it. Modi has virtually flagged the red flag in the face of a raging bull. And viewers, in return, what we've got is a 25% tariff and a 25% penalty, which Trump says, if India doesn't behave, if Modi doesn't get in line, could be escalated. And he said that this is true even of Russia and China. For 21 days, we have a bit of a reprieve because the Americans want to negotiate. But viewers, when I came into office today, a few colleagues of mine asked me, it's not looking good for the Indian Prime Minister. Many people are saying, viewers, that his confrontation with Trump is going to cost us. Viewers, do you think the Prime Minister, who is a master at reading the national mood, is unaware? The Prime Minister, viewers, will be leading his party and his government into an election in just about 2.5, 3 months in Bihar. Does he want to lose that election because some people say that he put India in a situation with America that is bleeding us? Do you think, viewers, the Prime Minister is wanting to commit political suicide? Viewers, why is the Prime Minister sticking his neck out to the extent that he is? Precedent, viewers, tells the Prime Minister that he could have done exactly what the Congress did. Trump wants BT seeds, BT crops to be brought into our country. And the Prime Minister says, no, I will not let that happen. That will compromise the interest of the farmer. Now, viewers, the Congress party, in order to have great relations with America back in the 1990s, in fact, in 1996, allowed BT seeds and the manufacturer of BT seeds, the leading, Monsanto, to come into India. Viewers, let me tell you, Modi can do exactly the same thing and say, look, the Congress did it, so have I. In fact, viewers, I don't know if you know this, but BT seeds or GM crop seeds, viewers, are a biohazard. We don't know exactly the kind of impact these genetically modified crops will have on our systems. But viewers, that didn't stop the Congress from allowing Monsanto in. The NDA under Vajpayee allowed BT cotton. But it was under UPA, viewers, that acreage of BT cotton in India grew to cover 90% of the cotton growing areas in the country. Now, I'll tell you the problem, viewers. BT seeds, once used, cannot be reused. You can't, from BT crops, evolve naturally a seed. They have to be junked. Which means, viewers, that farmers have to pay every time they have to sow for BT seeds. for GM seeds for crops. And viewers, let me tell you that will cost a lot. It'll bleed farmers who already work with small margins. Remember, viewers, agriculture employs 45% or thereabouts of India's population, but its productivity is low. It'll be even more hit. People will be forced into greater penury. So the Prime Minister is standing up on this issue. And today he said so. And he says, viewers, that I know this is going to cost me because the impression amongst the voter will be that, look, Narendra Modi landed us in a soup with our best friend America. Viewers, let me tell you, the Congress party compromised. Jairam Ramesh, who is speaking loudest today in 2010, under pressure, he was the environment minister then, under the UPA. He had to roll back on viewers' GM crops. In fact, after BT cotton, the Congress approved GM brinjal to be sown in this country. You remember back then, viewers, in 2009, 2010, the protests, the farmers were out in numbers. And then the Congress, the UPA had to roll it back. Today, why is it wanting the Prime Minister to compromise on this? Just because, viewers, it wants to prove a point. This is what the Prime Minister said today at a very important meeting. And this statement is not just a clarification of where he stands and is a message to Trump, but it also flattens completely this surrender Narendra plank that the Congress has been pushing. Listen to the Prime Minister, viewers. He said India won't compromise on its national interest come what may. Trump, after, viewers, hearing in the morning today, when he woke up, which is our evening, he goes on and threatens that I will do a lot more, and he's bragging about how much money is going to come into America because of all these tariffs, viewers. India stands firmly with its farmers. He put India first, viewers, India's farmers first. The most critical part of our economy, the most fragile part of our economy first, viewers. And he said, I know I'll pay a price. Listen.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं, व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
The Prime Minister says, I know that I will have to pay a heavy price. Viewers, can you imagine? Can you imagine that there is somebody out there who wants to throw Modi under the bus because he's standing up for the Indian farmer? Yes, we need reforms, but not by bringing in GM crops, viewers, which can pose a biohazard to each Indian life and decimate Indian agriculture. To please whom, viewers? Some ginger-haired, wig-wearing bully called Trump? Think about it, viewers. So Modi's declaration that he knows he'll pay a heavy price is not just political rhetoric. It's a signal of sovereign resolve. Crucially, the NDA is united across the board behind the Prime Minister. Last evening, the government, speaking on behalf of all constituents, said tariffs are unfair, unjustified, and unreasonable. Extremely unfortunate move by United States. India will protect its national interests. India's imports based on market factors. Imports done with objective of ensuring energy security. Other nations also protecting their national interests. We're not doing something exceptional, viewers. China is doing it. Russia is doing it. Are they all fools? Brazil is doing it. Brazil, that has also been bracketed alongside India in the 50% category, viewers, is saying we will go to BRICS. By refusing to buckle under Washington's tariff blackmail, Modi has turned the tables. The very opposition that accused him of appeasement now finds itself mechanically parroting lines that have actually no basis. Claims Prime Minister failed to protect India from tariffs threat. The fact is, viewers, that India maintains strategic autonomy, nation-first stand. Viewers, I'll take you back many years. When I was a young man in school, viewers, there was something called the Dunkel draft. It was framed by an individual called Dunkel. It would have punished India's farmers. And at that time, viewers, a Congress government crawled before the WTO. And the farmers, led by Mahendra Singh Tiket's father, hit the streets in the thousands and pressured the then Congress government to backtrack because they were holding secret talks with this American lobby. Viewers, let me tell you that today we have a situation where the opposition, led by Rahul Gandhi, is coming out and saying, and I quote him, Trump's 50% tariff is economic blackmail and attempt to bully India into an unfair trade deal. PM Modi better not let his weakness override the interests of the Indian people. It takes strength, viewers. It takes gumption to stand up to Trump, to uphold the interests of the Indian people. You have to make up your mind tonight, viewers. Are you going to be with someone who parroted what Trump said and rubbish the Indian economy? Or are you going to be with somebody who has decided, viewers, that even if it means that he will sacrifice his political capital, he will not let America's hegemony flatten our economy? Viewers, let's open this up for a conversation. I want to also leave a question in your minds. Yes, the opposition says, yes, it says that the Prime Minister must stand up to Trump, etc., ignoring the facts on the ground, of course. But has it told you what it would do if it was in the Prime Minister's place? Has it answered that question, viewers? No, it has never answered that question. So I want to open this up and I want to ask a fundamental question of the Congress representative here, or someone who speaks, is aligned with the Congress party, speaks for the Congress or the opposition's point of view tonight. And I want to bring in Mr. Akashdeep Muni, he's a professor, and I want to ask him a very simple question. When Prime Minister refuses to bow to Trump's pressure, why is the opposition still claiming he's weak? Professor Muni.
Because he's clueless.
Sorry?
Because he's clueless.
He's clueless.
Because he's
Either
clueless.
he's weak or is he clueless?
He's clueless.
So then
The whole
say he's
Indian
clueless.
government-
Don't call him weak.
No, he's clueless. I'll prove it to you on your show.
Okay, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. No clear counter strategy, no demand for W2 intervention, no threat of proportionate retaliation, no tangible counterplay like tariff schedules, legal action, diplomatic coalition, nothing. Other countries like EU, China, Canada, all responded to Trump tariff with counter tariffs, legal action at WTO, and collective pressure. The Indian MEA, what they did, they failed to deter Trump's transactional practices. Even India did not use alliances like BRICS, G20 and SCO to build pressure, at least pressure to bana lete. As a result of this cluelessness, what is happening? The Indian rupee is falling. It is near-time all-time low, and fears that it will go more low. There is 50% tariff, and more tariff is on the pipeline. And this is not happening today. It is happening since last 6 years. In June 2019, the United States removed India from the GSP program, Generalized System of Preferences. They ended tariff-free access to $5.6 billion worth of Indian exports to the US. Unfortunately, India failed to prevent GSP. Canada succeeded in undoing it. Canada, EU, other countries, what they did, they secured tariff rollback, and India did not. India wasn't able to secure rollback. How did they do that? By putting tariff on.
Excuse
on
me,
the tariff.
Professor Muni.
On
that point.
We all back.
No, excuse me.
Modi,
On that point.
why?
Okay, one second. Professor Muni, just explain to me. Which pushback did Japan do?
So आप Canada को नहीं देखोगे, EU को नहीं देखोगे, but Japan को
I'm
देखोगे,
asking you, sir. We'll take it point by point.
Why not
No, I'm
be the
asking you.
successful
I'm
one?
asking you. Which pushback did the entire European Union do, sir?
The European Union put counter tariffs after the GSP.
Which counter tariffs have they put, sir?
Sir, after the, do you know about GSP?
Do you know the rule? Do you know? Do you,
2019?
excuse me, sir? Do you know the European Union has got the sweetest deal because it is completely crawled instead of even, viewers, bowing? It is crawled before Trump. 15% for buying the highest amount of traded goods from Russia. You don't get that kind of concession if you stand up to Trump. So, Mr. Muni, tell me.
So are you not?
I'm asking you, what has European Union not promised to invest? No, hang on. Is European Union interested in developing its own union, or is it developing America? How much? Can you tell me the amount that both Japan and EU have pledged to invest in America? Can you tell me this, sir? Give me the number, since you've come so informed. I'll tell you the number.
I'll give you the number. I'll give you the number.
What is Japan's investment promise? What is Japan's investment promise?
Do you know, sir?
What is Japan's investment promise?
I'm worried about Japan. I am worried about India.
Okay, viewers, the point I'm trying to draw here and to your attention is that there is an attempt. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. There is an attempt, viewers, here to play around with the facts. I want to bring in Sohail Seth. I'll bring in Abhijit Iyer Mitra, Dipanshu Mohan, and also Nalin Kohli. But Sohail Seth, you've heard the first salvo from Professor Muni. Tear up, he says, the turf, catch Trump by his phony ginger hair, yank it off his scalp and tell him that he actually is a blunderbuss, or the term that you used. Would that be the way forward? Do you think that will get us a deal?
The good thing is that Akashdeep Muni is a good congressperson. Because the last time someone wanted to tear up something they did, that was the ordinance. When Manmohan Singh was actually entering the Oval Office, Rahul Gandhi was tearing up the ordinance at a press conference in Delhi. But the thing is that we're not in school here, Akashdeep. A, B, you're absolutely right. Why has India not responded? You never respond to a bully. You've seen that in the Congress party. So many times the Gandhis don't respond because they don't need to respond to everyone. So that's a very clever, interesting negotiation strategy. Number one. Number two, today, and you are an economist, and you know what Bernard Shaw said about teachers and professors. He said those who can do and those who can't teach. But we leave Bernard Shaw for a while. The issue here is today 4.9% of India's export is affected. 4.9%. 95.1% will remain unaffected. 780 billion, 40 billion is affected. What do you want, Akashdeep? You're a reasonable human being with great intellect. Would you like India to subjugate? Would you like us to be recolonized? Would you like to actually play into the hands of a bully who will demand more? You very rightly said that what has the EU done? What is Switzerland doing? Tiny little country like Switzerland, its president is going to meet Trump and say, we will invest $100 billion. Someone else is saying, South Korea is saying, we'll buy $100 billion worth of liquefied oil. Do you really want to mortgage your country? Do you really want that? Do you want the interests of the farmers, the fishermen, the agriculturalists to be dependent on one unhinged rogue called Donald J. Trump, whose only business is the art of deal? You very rightly mentioned, Akashdeep, the WTO. You know better than I do that the WTO is today as irrelevant as perhaps Shashi Tharoor, poor chap, is in the Congress.
Yes, EU, in fact, to add to that point, EU approached the WTO. What did it get them, Sohail Seth?
Nothing. WTO, as you know, is a defunct organization. It is toothless. It's much like Rahul would know the Press Council of India. So why would you want to continuously disparage our Prime Minister and our government's policy? I totally agree with you. Should we have a response? You and I are not in government. They may have a response. How will we benefit? Now, let me come to the solution. I think there are enough people in India of Indian descent with Indian capability who will rebuild brands made in India for the world. I have that much of confidence in my people. Look, I'm much older than all of you. But as I approach the older years of my life, I can tell you that I have great faith in Indian capabilities, in Indian ability. I have also great faith in the fact that we will stand up to bullies. We will not allow colonialism 2.0. We will not allow a Donald Trump to dictate our sovereign economy. And we will not allow Donald Trump to ride all over us, to trample us. That's not the India we are anymore. You know that. And that's where I would end my opening remarks. That adversity sometimes is the best lighthouse for opportunities. And let's seize that rather than always being whining and cringing and abusing each other and self-loathing as if the world has come to an end.
Okay.
This is not Armageddon.
So let me ask this question of the professor tonight, who's also an economist, Mr. Dipanshu Mohan. Mr. Dipanshu Mohan, it's a fundamental question. What options do we have that Modi hasn't exercised? We have already, to some extent, been buying more American oil. You know this. I'm not saying that we have in any way tamped down on our purchases of Russian oil. I'm just saying that we've also begun, and not today, not yesterday, but about 7-8 months ago. We've increased the component of American oil. We made concessions on bourbon and some other sensitive issues which matter to Trump's political constituency. You also know the numbers, and I think I can once again labor over them, but you know that our average, simple average tariff tax is only 16%, which is less than that of Turkey. In fact, Bangladesh is in the same vicinity, 14, and Argentina about 13.4%. You know these facts. I don't have to tell you these facts. So, I mean, what more could we have done except to become a doormat for Mr. Trump?
Yeah, so thank you, first of all, for having me here. Well, it's the age of realignment, recalibration, and also reimagination. And as few of you have already pointed out, I think not responding to Trump in his own aggressive posturing of weaponizing tariffs or even not retaliating is a wise move on India's part. It has tried in good faith to negotiate as much as it could in the first round of trade. My submission is on two critical points, because that's the ground in which the latest tariffs have come in. The penalty that has been imposed most recently is done as a function of the frustration Trump has of his own inability to get the Russian-Ukraine situation sorted. There was no point in the last week or before that he's talking about India buying Russian oil. In fact, there was all talks about India and US having a deal. So all of this coming and suddenly is a bit of a, a catch-22 situation. So I don't think India should sort of read too much into that, while trying, of course, at its own level to diversify oil purchases, which I think the refiners are already doing. They're buying more crude from Middle East, West Africa, Azerbaijan, Guyana. I mean, there are a lot of diversity in suppliers for that regard. The other key question, because the Russian question is a very important
so that's a good thing, right? That we are diversifying our source of procuring oil.
So I'm with.
So you're already seeing that the government is being proactive, viewers. And Professor Muni says we're not doing enough. We're weak. We're in bed with the Russians.
I just want to complete the point, which is, so on oil, we're fine. I think on trade, I must say that there is another offering. There's this 21 day window. We should definitely try one more go at our ability to get some kind of a trade partnership.
Dr. Muni, do you hear this? Professor Muni, do you hear this? We have a 21-day window.
Yes, can I reply now?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. See, Rahulji, you remember when I'll just talk politics and economics, both, Rahulji, when Prime Minister Modi ji was hugging Mr. Trump, all credit was given to him as a Prime Minister. But now when Trump is constantly berating India, isn't the Prime Minister where the buck should stop? Back in past, despite Modi-Trump and Modi-Biden summits, a trade deal that was almost ready, I'm quoting the government, in 2020, never materialized till date. India and the US still do not have a full-fledged bilateral free trade agreement. In June 2019, the United States removed India from the GSP, which I cited. This ended tariff-free access for $5.6 billion of worth of Indian exports. That is why the rupee is falling. Unfortunately, India failed to prevent this. You know, South Korea...
Dipanshu Mohan, is that the reason why the rupee is falling?
I think, see, rupee and the rupee's own volatility has a number of factors. There is one of which is on the general...
This is Jindal University versus Delhi University, viewers, here. And you know who's winning. And you know who's winning. It's private education.
There are 6 rounds of negotiation between the government and US government between 2018.
Yeah, so what is wrong? What is wrong? Do you know that Trump had to take back some of his own tariffs that he had imposed on steel and aluminium in 2018, sir, and 2019? Do you know he caused more damage to the United States than anyone else in the world? Do you know this?
Akashdeep Muni saying?
What is he saying?
Your show is watched by many intellects. Now let me just give me just 5 seconds.
1 minute.
5 seconds.
1
I'll
minute.
give it.
1 minute. We are not.
Do you know what?
So why do you want to give us a political, economic lesson?
National security
threat. Terms, what are you saying? What are you saying, my friend? We've not understood you.
I will
keep yourself succinct.
In one word. US has classified India as
That's not one word. One word.
For steel and aluminium under Section 232. If you have read.
I haven't read.
So it is another sanction.
Okay.
Use one word.
So hang on. Let me get in Nalin Kohli. Nalin Kohli, it appears from the logic that is being put forth by the professor that India has not been proactive, that we have not turned the screws hard enough on Trump. And there are some people who, for example, and I made some notes, they said, let's tighten regulatory screws on US tech giants by invoking antitrust laws and launch deeper Competition Commission of India investigations into Google's dominance in Android. That'll really hurt America. It'll hurt its companies. Let's bring in data privacy legislation that can be enforced more stringently on American firms, increasing their compliance costs in India. That will really hurt them, hit the entire trade and completely push America on the back foot. Revisit data localizing norms to increase their operational overheads has also weakened Silicon Valley's global data leverage. Increase digital service tax from 2% equalization levy on digital companies earning from Indian users. And there are several other things that are being proposed to hit them where it hurts, because we are not taking into account the amount of money America is making through its tech giants. So hit them there. Why isn't Modi doing that? Can you answer that question?
Let me give you my perspective and give me a few minutes. I've heard several perspectives on this show. Even I've been around a long time in the party, so I've seen a few things that have happened in the past, and that will show how India has weathered previous storms. When we tested at Pokhran, the US, then had declared sanctions against India. We survived. We didn't ask them to lift the sanctions. They lifted it on its own because they found out and learned that in economic terms, it wasn't hurting us. It hurt them. Then came COVID. In COVID, everyone said it's a mega crisis. It was the pandemic. But under Prime Minister Modi, we've not just weathered it well. We've shown the way and we've become a stronger economy. We are one of the fastest growing economies in the world. So definitely Prime Minister Modi is not clueless, as Professor Muni says. In fact, if anyone is clueless, it is perhaps that advice he should give to Rahul Gandhi, who one day accepts what President Trump is saying and says, yes, we are a dead economy. And another day says, what are you doing, Prime Minister Modi? So either they are clueless or they don't know what they are saying. Let's come back to the merits of this case. And let's look at it very dispassionately. Any negotiation, and certainly not of the scale that we are talking about, is not based on emotions and knee-jerk reactions. It's based on what our national priorities, interests are, and how much there would be a give and take, because it all comes down to trade, which is money. So essentially, it's an economic reason that drives it. This is not charity, in which you say, I'm opening my agricultural sector because I feel good about it. It's about protecting your agricultural sector, and that's what Prime Minister Modi today said. In such a situation, we have to understand that there are mutual interests that have to be there. Now, President Trump, perhaps as part of his negotiation strategy, likes to launch these tariffs, but there is a window of 21 days also, as the other professor did point out. Let us see what happens.
Okay.
India, under Prime Minister Modi, has shown that its position is we draw red lines and we stand by them. We've shown that with Pakistan, that terrorism and talks can't go. Incidents, blood and water can't flow together. And now in the last case, Prime Minister Modi's government has sent a message. You do a terrorism or a terrorist act as an act of war, we will retaliate. Like that,
and trade and threats can't go. And trade and threats can't go. Coercion can't go. Okay. So let me. Okay, that's a principle stand.
I think the point
Abhijit
is, let's
Iyer
just
Mitra,
wait and see how it opens up.
I'll come to you, Dipanshu Mohan. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, let me ask you, can the opposition that is so concerned with the national interest therefore explain why it was so keen on accepting Trump's verdict on the Indian economy? I can't understand this.
Well, Rahul, the problem is I don't understand anything the opposition does these days, because it seems to be stuck in, well, let's not get there, but they basically going at cross purposes. I don't think even they know what they're up to right now. Classic example being some of the points made on this particular show. Let me deal with it one by one. Why didn't we use our allies? Tell me who stood by the EU when Trump went after them? Did any of the EU's allies stand by them? Did Japan is a treaty ally of America? Today, Japan has had what, 36% imposed, 36 or 39% imposed on it. What happened to them? The Swiss president was in DC for the last 3 days begging. Today, he had to beat a retreat and go back to Switzerland and had 36% imposed on him. This is the issue out here. It doesn't matter what you do or don't do, this man is going to do something to you. Today was our turn. There is nothing you can do to stop it. Now, if you crawl, it becomes Munich. It becomes appeasement. Because what happens is, if you throw crumbs at a bully, they come at you with double the force the next time around. Because as we know with him, there is nothing. Tell me one country called Pakistan, which has crawled in front of Trump more than anybody else. They've had a 19% tariff placed on them, and their only manufactured goods are footballs and sex toys. Can you imagine imposing a 19% tariff on sex toys? That is what he has done. So you can even gidgidify in front of Trump, kuch nahi hone wala hai. Next, there was this thing flashing on your screen right now about, they're helping kill Ukrainians. Do you know, under Annex 2, I'm going to read out this short part from Annex 2 to Executive Order 14257, under which is imposed tariffs. Section C. The ad valorem duty imposed in Section 2 of this order shall not apply to articles that are set forth in Annex 2 to Executive Order 14257, regulating imports with reciprocal tariff to rectify trade practices that contribute to large and persistent annual US goods trade as amended. Which means if we buy Russian oil, process it and sell it to America, it is not tariffed. So America has created in this own executive order an exclusion for Russian oil itself. So much for being concerned about killing Ukrainians. I don't think enough people are pointing this out. Fourth, what is Trump doing? See, the biggest harm this is doing is to the Americans themselves. If I'm selling biryani for 100 rupees, and tomorrow, the government imposes 50% tariff on that, I am not reducing my cost or my sale value to 50 rupees. You will end up paying 150 rupees to buy my biryani. So what has he done? First, he is distorting the US market in a very, very dangerous way. And market distortions bite back very hard. People do not like distorted markets. It creates inflationary pressure. Second, all the tax breaks he gave in his big and beautiful budget to his electoral base, he's clawing it all back through these excess tariffs, which the American tax-paying public will have to pay on goods that they are buying. Why is he doing that? Because he could not present a zero deficit budget. In fact, his big, beautiful budget has created such a huge deficit. He is now trying to pay off the US debt, which is 130% of GDP, through inflation. And he needs massive inflation in order to pay it off. Now, it tells you a lot about the IQ of the MAGA crowd, that they don't even understand that it's coming out of their pockets, but best of luck to them. Last point, if you'll allow me. You know, everybody is saying, oh, why did Modi have to go say, Ab ki baar Trump Sarkar? Why did he have to give bear hugs? Listen, you know, there was a time not too long back, before my time, but we read about it in history books, when, you know, the USA used the USSR against Germany to get rid of Hitler. Then they used China against the USSR to get rid of the USSR. That was Kissinger going to China. Then they want to use us against China. So basically, this is a case of Truman or Roosevelt kare, Kissinger kare, or Clinton kare to chamatkar, Modi kare to balatkar. What kind of logic is this? These people don't understand head or tail. It seems the opposition has forgotten basic economics. They have forgotten basic international diplomacy. They have forgotten the balance of interests and how it plays out.
Well,
that is why I said I am speechless, because I don't know how to come back to such obtuse, compounded, multiple annual interest stupidity like this.
Well, viewers, the choice is very clear. The choice is very clear. Either we allow America to set a precedent with India, which will be cited ad nauseum for the rest of our time, or we stand up and we correct. Yes, Dipanshu Mohan, 30 seconds, I need to move on. Yes, sir, please.
No, I just wanted to say that perhaps this is also a critical time for India to look a little bit deeper into the nature of structural reforms that are needed.
Yeah, of course. We can't miss this as an opportunity. That's a point well taken. But that hasn't, that's a long-term play. We're talking about the immediate term right now. So I'm asking you once again on this show, since you have written for The Wire and others, do you believe that we have approached this in the right way? Yes or no? 10 seconds, sir.
Okay, I'll have those 10 seconds then. I would say yes so far, but we need to be less impassioned and more diplomatic in trying to get some kind of a deal, because going into Russia and China in terms of an economic interdependence will strategically make us weaker over time.
Over time, yes. So I think the Prime Minister has made it very clear that while at this moment in time, and he's not going anywhere, the point is India has made it very clear we believe in plurilateralism, we believe in keeping everyone happy and looking out for our own interests. Yes, the Prime Minister has talked about Atmanirbharta, which was mocked, viewers, about 5 or 6 years back. I remember a lot of people mocked it. Suhail Seth was one of those who did not. And he said that, look, that's the way ahead. We've got to negotiate these choppy waters. But a lot of people said, oh, this is going back to that Gandhian, you know, sort of weird Swadeshi logic, this, that, the other. No, viewers, now we understand. Now we understand where the Prime Minister was coming from, because he foresaw issues such as this. Well, viewers, there is work to be done. There is an opportunity, but let's not squander it by becoming vassals once again. That's not going to help us. I need to move on, viewers, because it's very important that we look at the international dimension of this. It's not a one-way street. The Indian government has labeled Donald Trump's anti-India tariff tirade as one that fails both the test of reason and truth. Indeed, a plain reading of the facts suggests that the tariff tyranny is founded on a bankrupt logic. Trump accuses India of propping up Russia's war machine, but conveniently forgets that American LNG, tech components, and even food exports to Russia continue to surge. In fact, viewers, they have a trade in rare earth metals. Pepsi, a large number of other American majors are in the retail sector in Russia. Hypocrisy, anyone? Across global media, American double standards are being called out loudly. Sample this, viewers.
buys more Russian oil than India does, and they have not been targeted for that. So why is India having its tariffs doubled?
As the boss says, let's see what happens. Keep in mind that we have over 50% tariffs on China already.
Right, but you could go higher. But they haven't been punished for buying Russian oil. And India is being
We
punished
have
for
over 50% tariffs
but not because
China,
of
so we don't
buying
want to get
Russian
to a
oil.
point where we actually hurt ourselves. Okay?
But do you see why people would be confused by that?
And I think I've given a really good answer to that. We got tariffs of 50%. We already have high tariffs on China. So I take your point. The president certainly will be working with China on that issue.
India says that the U.S. imports Russian uranium, chemicals, fertilizers, while criticizing their energy imports. Your response to that, sir?
I don't know anything about it. I'd have to check, but we'll get back to you on that. Yeah, please.
Here's Trump doesn't know how to address this hypocrisy. And you heard in the first interview, Peter Navarro, who's a counselor to Trump, being completely exposed there. In fact, he concedes at one time that US is not punishing China like it is punishing India because it'll hurt America. It doesn't need TV anchors to tell us. Trump's tariff rhetoric, amplified by his aides, has collapsed under the weight of its own contradictions. And let me just give you a quick account with hard facts. Viewers, in this show is called the Hard Facts. We come prepared. We put them out there so you can separate the wheat from the chaff. Viewers, Trump says India is tariff king, but India's simple average tariff on agri and non-agri goods combined is just 16%. India's 16% simple average tariff is in the same league as Bangladesh, 14.1%, Turkey, 16.2%, and Argentina, 13.4%. All of them, viewers, have got better deals. Trump fires India as a dead economy, but forgets India's contribution to global growth is 18%, which is 7% more than the US in 2024, 2025. Trump's son's company's real estate investment in dead economy India have grown by hundreds of millions of dollars. Trump said Indians are taking American jobs, but ignores research that shows that 163 Indian companies have invested over $40 billion in the United States, creating 425,000 direct jobs in the American economy. Indian students heading to the United States for education contributed $7 billion annually to the US economy, the largest among all international students. Imagine, viewers, the quality of American education is guaranteed by the expenditure from Indian students. And this, I'm talking about 2019, 2020. We haven't got the latest figures. Those will be more. Trump imposed 50% tariff on Brazil, even though US enjoys a trade surplus with them. So it's not just India. Trump is failing the truth and reason tests. Now I'll tell you a little bit about the reason test. Trump called Canada 51st state of the United States and based his entire tariff logic on that fallacious claim, viewers. Trump slapped 30% tariff on South Africa, accusing it of conducting a, quote, white genocide, unquote, but produced photos from another country to back his allegations. The test of truth here failing. The tariffs may grab headlines, but they're costing Washington something far more valuable, credibility and the trust of allies. But the even more immediate question is, has Trump lost the moral authority to lead the free world? And viewers, I'm going to ask this question of Michael Kugelman. I'm going to ask this question of Abhijit Iyer Mitra. I'm going to ask this question of Matthew Bartlett, the Republican strategist, and also David Sofair, who is a Republican strategist. So, Mr. Sofair, let me begin with you first. Thank you for, first of all, joining our show. And I just want to ask you, is, as I pose the question, backed by a large number of facts, has Trump lost the moral authority to lead the free world on the back of these very, very apparent double standards which fly in the face of principle?
First of all, thank you very much for having me. And what we have is an ongoing negotiation for American safety and global security. You have a lot of countries have huge tariffs against the United States. So during the American Free and Fair Trade Initiative, which is what our administration is doing, we have now decided to make America safe again and the world safe again by really disarming Russia. Now, you cannot say it's a double standard with China because we also have 50% tariffs in place with the Chinese at the moment now. So hopefully the temperature of this whole situation can cool down and we can come to an amicable solution with tariffs. So we really just need to see how it's going to unfold. But when it comes to a statement like, is he credible to be the leader of the free world? I mean, that is a question that you have to let the numbers answer. So by every metric we have, America's doing great. So that's important from a national security perspective.
You
and from a
talked
global
about
one as well.
you talked about global security, right?
Absolutely,
Mr. Sofe. Tell me something.
Sure.
The Biden administration has let it be known that it was okay with India purchasing, not directly. India doesn't purchase directly. It follows international governance norms by picking up, its oil marketing companies pick up Russian oil from the open market under the cap that has been put down by the sanctions regime. You know this? Now, had India not done this, global oil prices would have neared $100 a barrel, which would have endangered global security because it would have pushed up global inflation. Am I right or am I wrong, sir, on fact?
Well, I mean, I think that, the idea that that could happen, I'm not sure about, Saudi.
So how can you say that? How can you say that? You know that Saudi oil, Gulf oil had to be diverted to the EU and other consuming countries. India is the second largest purchaser of oil. Had we been in the market,
EU is
prices
still
would have gone up.
purchasing Russian oil, so let's face that one. The EU has still been actively purchasing Russian oil,
Gas.
whether it's Germany and other countries. So
Gas.
that still happens.
Russian
So,
gas,
yeah.
LNG and PNG.
Sure. So that's
no,
also-
there's a difference. There's a difference. That's what I'm saying. There's a difference.
No, not
Let's be
really.
sure
When
about
you
our
think
facts.
about it, not really, because the money goes to the same place, and the money goes to fund war.
So
and
then
the
tell
money
me,
goes-
then on that point, tell me, by punishing India the most for doing exactly what the EU is doing, sir, are you not
there's tariffs
weakening,
against the
excuse
EU
me,
as well,
are
so
you
it's
not
on-
impacting the balance of power in South Asia? India is supposed to be your bulwark against China. But China has got a 90-day moratorium.
Sure. Well, the tariffs haven't been implemented yet because, as you know, you have a 30-day window as well. So in regards to the tariffs, these are ongoing discussions. They're very fluid. Yeah,
So
absolutely.
Mr. Software is conceding that there is an inbuilt, viewers, double standard. China gets 90 days, supposed to be the greater threat to America, and an ally, a regional
already
ally,
have tariffs.
one second, sir, part of Quad, is being punished with the highest global tariff rate. Viewers, what does that tell you about America's so-called principled diplomacy? And what does that tell you about America's ability to win the trust of its own allies? Look at what it's done to Canada. Now, I want to bring in Michael Kugelman. I want to bring in Mr. Iyer Mitra, and I also want to bring in Mr. Matthew Bartlett. So, Mr. Kugelman, my question was, and I brought in a lot of facts. I don't know if you were paying attention to my introduction, establishing the inherent hypocrisy in the American position, not just with respects to India, but with other nations around the world. Do you think Trump is doing a disservice to what is known as principled diplomacy, that a leading power of the free world is expected to exhibit?
Well, the short answer to your question is yes, absolutely. I mean, we know that President Trump is, among other things, undiplomatic. And I would certainly acknowledge that the treatment that he is meting out to India is certainly hypocritical. India is being singled out for treatment that China is not being singled out for, even though, as you've noted, China is also a significant importer of Russian oil. And as I was reading over the executive order the other day, reading about this new 25% tariff on India, I was thinking, okay, where's the executive order for China? And I think that we could talk about why India is being singled out for this type of treatment. One of my views is that perhaps for President Trump, it's an issue of him feeling aggrieved, not liking the ways that India's government has treated him, perhaps not being happy that the Indian government has not let him claim credit for the role he claims that he played in the India-Pakistan ceasefire. But then again, it's just a very difficult leader to, as an analyst, it's very difficult to try to read him and figure out what is going on in his mind. We can't rule out him backing away once again from these tariffs. He's paused these reciprocal tariffs once. I suspect that soon enough, Indian and American negotiators will once again come to the table a bit later this month to try to reduce these tariffs. It might be too late at that point. But yes, short answer to your question is that I think that, unfortunately, President Trump has really sabotaged and really ruined the U.S.-India strategic partnership. That is reversible, for sure, but this is the worst point that the U.S.-India relationship has been in over the last 20 years or so of strategic partnership.
Let me bring in Mr. Bartlett and Abhijit Iyer Mitra. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, you've listened to two analysts from the United States taking different points of view here. Where do you come in on this debate? Do you believe that Trump has undermined the international rules of engagement, one, two, compromised America's own standing in the world as an adherent of what is known as the rule-based order?
Look, the so-called rules-based order is, it exists somewhere in the EU and the Atlantic between the EU and the US. You look at the narrative coming out from the other three continents, it's almost always that there is no rules-based order and they're interpreted as and when you want. There is a constitution with the rules, but the interpretation, there is no common judge. Nobody listens to the judge at any rate, and these goalposts are shifted. And when it comes to Trump trash talking, that's perfectly fine. Every leader trash talks at some level to appease their voter base. My issue is with what he does. There was this mention of America being security provider. Security provider to whom exactly? To India? Not in my memory. A defense equipment provider? Yes. Security provider? Absolutely not. Let me know in which particular conflict America has balanced or come to our specific assistance when we've been at a disadvantage. I don't recollect that happening. So for Indians to be talking about security provider, America being a security provider, I'm sorry, that doesn't work. But America has been weakening its position. See, the hegemon is cooperative. Hegemony is given to it willingly by most people. And America hasn't done very well, be it Biden, be it Trump. The Biden administration screwed over a lot of the global commons, investments, SWIFT, et cetera, with what they did to Russia, which is, of course, why, India doubled down on its sovereign currency transfer and things like that, because we no longer trust the SWIFT system. We no longer trust those international bodies and things like that. Trump is doing something different. The only good thing coming out of it is that the biggest people getting conned by Trump are his own voters. He gave them a huge tax break, what he calls a huge tax break in his self-described big and beautiful budget. He's clawing it all back through inflationary pressures that the tariffs are going to impose on the American consumer. Let us not forget. India is not bearing that. It's the American consumer bearing that. And most importantly, what happens there is when you impose these kind of differential tariffs, you are distorting your market. Market distortion is a very, very dangerous and unpredictable thing. You can't fix it. It has all kinds of secondary and tertiary effects. Best of luck to him. I wish America on Trump, and I wish, Trump on America.
Okay, well, let me bring in Mr. Bartlett. Mr. Bartlett, I'll come back to the hypocrisy question. Simple, straightforward one. Why hasn't China been penalized like India has been for buying Russian oil? Why has the EU not been penalized for purchasing Russian oil products, fossil fuel products?
Like everything with these tariffs, it is a situational, case-by-case basis. You can claim that some are different treatments, and you can also look at, this is the beginning of the dialogue, and this is a response to, a meeting with Steve Witkoff and Putin. And there are even reports right now that certain places in India are ceasing today buying Russian oil. So it is a response. You can say it is not fair. The world is very unfair.
No, one second. No, hang on. No, hang on. Just a minute. If the world is so unfair, then America should be okay with China resorting to unfair practices, but it's not. It makes the most noise about China beating the system or cheating the system. You can't have it both ways, my friend.
I'm not sure how you would agree. 100%. President Trump is president of the United States of America. He has not been elected, quote unquote, leader of the free world. He is not here to dictate. He is here to advance American interests, just like Modi will advance Indian interests, just like Xi will try to advance Chinese interests. That is the tension. The tariffs are a tool, whether it is economic, whether it's diplomatic, and this is arguably a reorganization.
So if he's not there, Mr. Bartlett, contradiction. Okay, contradiction. If he's not there to lead the free world, why is he bothered about a Russian-Ukrainian war? Why is he bothered about what India and Pakistan are doing? Why is he bothered about what Israel and Iran are up to? Why does he bother? Why does he care if Iran has nuclear weapons or it doesn't have nuclear weapons?
That is always the question. Why is that in our interest? He came largely to power around some of those questions where the American public has questioned.
No, but you said that he's not been. No, so are you saying that he promised his base that he would be global cop, that he would end conflict, so therefore he would bring world peace and lead the free world? Is that what you're saying? But today he's being selective about it. I can't understand. There's a contradiction in what you're saying.
I don't see it at all. No, global security is part of the U.S. interest. Being engaged around the world and overextended is not. It is a fine line, yet it is clearly defined in Trump's policies and certainly among his voting base. So global security, he has been an advocate for. Ending wars, he's been a force for peace. Now we're talking about Russian oil. I'm not sure you want to be on the end of defending buying Russian oil and fueling a war.
Why is the European Union buying it?
That is a great question.
So where's the answer?
Because they don't have an alternative. That's the answer.
No, hang on. So neither do we. Simple. What do you think? We're here for charity. We're here to be made cuckoos out of.
Sure, no, there's
not at all.
Oh, come on.
Not at all.
I mean, come on. What kind of a response is that, Mr. Sofa? Come on. I mean, you think that the EU has no option, but India has plenty of options.
Is the notion India should continue to fund Russia?
No, Mr. Bartlett, India doesn't. India doesn't. I'm asking you a fundamental question. Answer me this. Why hasn't the EU and China been slapped? If that is such a big concern, if it is such a moral red line that India has crossed, why is it that the EU doesn't have a penalty, number one? Why is it that China doesn't have a penalty on them? It's a simple question, sir.
The president today said China absolutely could be facing a very similar conversation. Again,
where?
When? Imminently. These conversations are happening.
Why can't it? No, hang on. Why wasn't? No, hang on. Who's the bigger purchaser of Russian oil?
War machine. Are you saying you should fund Russia's war machine? Simple yes or no.
Should the EU be? Should EU be? Should EU be? Hang on. Should EU be? Should EU be purchasing? No. So where is the action on the? No. Where is the action on the European Union? Where is the action on the European Union? You see, viewers, this is exactly what I'm saying. Trump is scared of China. China told Trump, you want to mess with us? We'll increase tariffs. We're not going to give you rare earth metals. And you know what happened to Trump? Viewers, he chickened out. Taco. That's exactly what happened. Trump chickened out. He didn't have the, there is a phrase. He didn't have the gumption to stand up to China and hold on to that 145% tariff line. He couldn't do it, viewers, because he's a chicken.
No, because we're heavily reliant on the Chinese.
I mean, come on, you haven't been able to answer this question. It's imminent. It's going to happen. Why hasn't it happened? He's such a decisive, big, tough guy.
Sure,
why hasn't it happened?
Now in real time, we'll come down on China and
in time. Look at this, viewers. The waffling. In time, we'll do it. We'll do it whenever. You see, my puff, my little hairstyle gets a bit messed up by Trump. We'll do it. Oh, come on, my dear friend. It just tells you that Trump doesn't have the guts to take on China. It doesn't have the guts viewers, at the end of the day, to mess with the European Union. And that's why we have a situation where, viewers, he's picking on a soft target, an ally. That's the fundamental point. I leave it to this.
This is News.
Is in Israel. In fact,
Hello and welcome. You are watching CNN News 18 with me, Harsh Dutt. Let's begin with the top focus that we are tracking this hour. As the US slaps a 25% tariff on Indian exports over its Russian oil imports, Prime Minister Modi has hit back, saying he won't compromise on farmers' interests, even if it comes at a cost. The MEA called the move unjustified and discriminatory. Now, in a rare alignment, China has backed India's stand, calling it an abuse of tariffs and a violation of global trade rules. NSA Doval is in Moscow, where he met Russian Security Council Chief Shoigu. President Putin's visit to India has also been confirmed for later this year. Meanwhile, Brazil's President Lula, also facing high US tariffs, called PM Modi and pushed for a big statement against Trump's tariff war. Beijing and Brasilia are in touch too. With Trump's deadline to Russia expiring today, the question remains, is the tariff war realigning global power equations?
Indian officials have said that there are other countries that are buying Russian oil.
It's okay.
Like China, for instance,
It's
buys
okay.
more.
Yeah.
Why are you singling India out for these additional
It's
sanctions?
only been 8 hours. So let's see what happens over the next.
Sanctions
You're going
very
to see a lot
soon.
more.
So this is a taste of
You're
what's
going to
to
see a
come.
lot more. You're going to see so much secondary sanctions. In other words, we'll be putting a tariff on of approximately 100% on chips and semiconductors. But if you're building in the United States of America, there's no charge, even though you're building.
भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं, व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
You very rightly mentioned, Excellency, that we have got a very special relationship, a long relationship, and we highly value our strategic partnership. We have had high-level engagements, and these relationships, these high-level engagements have contributed very substantially. We are very excited and delighted to learn about the visit of His Excellency, the President of Russia, President Putin, to India. I think that the dates are almost finalized now. The more important thing is this, that is, these summit meetings have always been the watershed points.
So we had an hour-long meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu between India and the United States on this whole business of tariff wars. President Trump tariffing India at 50%, 25% on the reciprocal tariffs, and 25% on import of Russian oil. So making it the highest tariffed country in the world, along with Brazil, 50%. And I asked Prime Minister Netanyahu, given that he's good friends with both India and the United States, he's friends with both Prime Minister Modi and President Trump, how does India navigate this? And he said, look, there has to be a common ground. There is much common ground between India and the United States. When it comes to the issue of tariff, a win can be found, is the word that he used. A win can be found for both sides. He said it is in India's interest and America's interest and also Israel's interest that this current sort of stalemate or this current tariff war that's been going on between India and America be resolved as quickly as possible. He also said, and this was his understanding, that in Washington right now, there is a basic understanding that India is a natural partner, and he sees this ongoing sort of trade tension or this tariff war as a bit of a temporary phenomenon. He said it's an obstacle, but not something that cannot be overcome.
Now, shifting focus, the Karnataka Election Commission has responded to Rahul Gandhi's vote chori charge, asking him to submit a signed affidavit detailing fake voters and wrongful deletions. The Congress team has been called for a meeting tomorrow between 1 and 3 p.m. with the CEO demanding voter fraud details under oath, warning that false claims are punishable under the RP and the BNS Act. This comes after Rahul claimed over 1 lakh votes were stolen in Bengaluru Central's Mahadevapura area through duplicate names, fake addresses, and bulk voters. He also alleged that exit polls don't match results and accused the EC of not sharing digital voter rolls in usable form. Now, as the Election Commission pushes back, Rahul is set to lead a Vote Adhikar rally in Bengaluru, standing by his claims.
The BJP is the only party in a democratic framework that basically does not suffer this idea of anti-incumbency. That was the first thing. Second thing, exit polls, opinion polls saying one thing, you saw in the Haryana election, you saw in the Madhya Pradesh election, and then suddenly the result going in a completely different direction with massive swings. There is always a reason given for this lack of anti-incumbency, for this shift suddenly from these opinion polls, right? And the reasons are multiple: Ladli Behna, Pulwama, now Sindhur. So we saw this pattern, and then, of course, the most fundamental thing, that elections are choreographed. Maharashtra mein more voters added in 5 months than 5 years. And Maharashtra mein we found at the state level that Lok Sabha और Vidhan Sabha के बीच में 1 crore new voters came into the game. The Election Commission refuses, absolutely refuses to give us the voter list. Doesn't give it to political parties, gives it in a form where it simply cannot be analyzed, or it couldn't be analyzed until we did this work. Our internal polling told us that we were expected to win 16 seats in Karnataka, and we won 9. So we then focused on the 7 unexpected losses, and we chose 1 Lok Sabha, and out of that Lok Sabha, our team said we can only do 1 Vidhan Sabha. And so we chose 1 Vidhan Sabha, focused on Mahadevapura. We found that 1,250,000 votes were stolen. They were stolen in 5 different ways. The first way, duplicate voters. 1 voter appearing multiple times on the voter list. Fake and invalid addresses. Voters who didn't have addresses or were just fake addresses. Bulk voters in single address. Invalid photos. Photos which you simply cannot see, or no photos existing of theirs on the polling list. And then the most interesting, misuse of Form 6.
आप हिमाचल में जीतते हैं तो उस समय तो नहीं कहते हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने अच्छा काम किया, उस समय तो आप नहीं कहते हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन ने कहीं ना कहीं फर्जीवाड़ा किया। आपका मुख्यमंत्री बनता है तेलंगाना में, भारतीय जनता पार्टी हार जाती है, उस समय का कोई भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आप दिखा दीजिए कि राहुल गांधी ने कहा हो कि तेलंगाना में इलेक्शन कमीशन ने फर्जीवाड़ा किया है। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक सिलेक्टिव आउटरीच कांग्रेस पार्टी और राहुल गांधी में देखने को मिलता है। हमारी पार्टी ने सबसे बड़े कालखंड के लिए विपक्ष के रूप में जिम्मेदारी संभाली। मगर कभी भी कोई भी ऐसा वाकया नहीं हुआ। कई बार हमने भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया है, मगर कभी भी ऐसा नहीं हुआ कि इलेक्शन कमीशन के, चुनाव आयोग के अधिकारियों को धमकाने का काम हमारे किसी नेता ने किया हो।
Mr. Gandhi has been very clear that the Election Commission has not been fair when it comes to giving out the sanitized voter lists. It is their responsibility to give a clean voter list to the people. But what we have found, whether it's in Maharashtra or whether it's in Karnataka, that the voter list prepared by the Election Commission has a lot of flaws. There are various types of discrepancies for which there is adequate proof, and this is just not one of documents that we have. We have thousands of documents that prove these allegations.
कि न महाराष्ट्र में वोटों की चोरी हुई है, न देश में कई वोटों की चोरी हुई है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि राहुल जी के दिमाग की चिप चोरी चली गई है और उनकी हार्ड डिस्क करप्ट हो गई है। इसलिए लगातार वो झूठ बोल रहे हैं, गलत बयानबाजी कर रहे हैं और जनता का मैंडेट चोरी कर रहे हैं, लोकतंत्र को चोरी कर रहे हैं, लोकतंत्र ने दिया हुआ फैसला चोरी कर रहे हैं। सच बात तो यह है कि उनको ये पता है कि उनकी पार्टी का वजूद खो गया है और अपना वजूद वापस पाने की जगह भारत की लोकतांत्रिक संस्थाओं को बदनाम करने का काम ये उनके माध्यम से हो रहा है। मैं इसका धिक्कार करता हूं और जनता उनको वापस अगले चुनाव में इसका सबक सिखाएगी।
Special intensive review of the electoral roll had happened numerous times. You know the dates, time, year. It has been carried out throughout since independence. Secondly, in Maharashtra, same electoral roll, when Congress party and its ally won majority of the seats in Lok Sabha, they were praising, they were happy. And then when they lost badly in Vidhan Sabha, then it has become problem for them. The claims made by Sri Rahul Gandhi and his team are completely bogus. They are targeting the Election Commission of India only to tarnish the image of the Election Commission of India.
राहुल जी ने कर्नाटक की एक विधानसभा का पूरा फैक्ट रखा है और 5 तरीके भी बताए हैं जिनके आधार पर बड़े पैमाने पर लगभग 1,40,000 वोट की चोरी हुई है। कहीं ना कहीं समाजवादी पार्टी, हमारे नेता माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी 2022 के चुनाव के परिणाम के बाद उन्होंने सबसे पहले वोटर लिस्ट पर सवाल उठाई थी इस देश के अंदर और कहा था कि वोटर लिस्ट में गड़बड़ी है और बड़े पैमाने पर वोट काटे गए हैं समाजवादी समर्थकों के। चुनाव आयोग ने उस पर नोटिस जारी किया था। एफिडेविट सहित 18,000 वोटर की एक सूची दी गई थी जो कि डिलीटेड थे। ये सच है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी वोटर लिस्ट में हेरा फेरी करके चुनाव जीत रही है।
Maharashtra, it was addition of votes. In Karnataka and Delhi, that we know, it is manipulation of votes. And now it is in Bihar, it is deletion of votes. That's the kind of fraud that's taking place. And I believe that Rahul Gandhi has done yeoman's service to the nation for having placed these facts and had the courage to place these facts before the people of this country. Only a true patriot can do that.
Now, staying with the story, the Election Commission has sent a reminder to RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav seeking a response on the issue of 2 voter ID cards. Tejasvi, who's yet to reply, has been given time till August 8 to submit details of the epic cards he referenced in a recent press conference. Meanwhile, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has hit out at the opposition, saying repeated attacks on the Election Commission and the Supreme Court are direct attacks on the Constitution. They don't even respect the Supreme Court, he said, adding that matters like special intensive revision cannot be discussed in Parliament.
देखिए, कई जगह से हमें शिकायतें मिल रही हैं। बहुत जगह एक ही एड्रेस पे 100 से भी ज़्यादा वोटें हैं। कई जो मृत पाए गए हैं उनका भी नाम पाया जा रहा है और जिनकी मृत्यु नहीं हुई है उनका नाम जो हटा दिया गया, मृत में पाया गया है। कई लोग जो पलायन भी नहीं किए हैं, दूसरे विधानसभा का भी वोटर नहीं बने हैं, उनका भी नाम काट दिया गया है। तो कई फर्जीवाड़ा हुआ है। जो ग्राउंड रियलिटी है कि बीएलओ गया ही नहीं है, खुद ही फॉर्म भरा है, खुद ही अंगूठा लगा रहा है, खुद ही साइन करके अपलोड कर रहा है। तो ये पूरी तरीके से ये फर्जीवाड़ा जो है हुई है और आगे कोर्ट में जो है हम लोग जो है एविडेंस हम लोग रखेंगे।
And we are getting a piece of breaking news. Latest reaction coming in from Donald Trump. Trump, on being asked whether he will have trade negotiations with India, he said no, not until issues are resolved. That is a big statement that is coming in from US President Donald Trump, where he has said again that he will not have any trade negotiations with India until issues are resolved. And we'll listen into what Mr. Trump said.
Tariffs. Do you expect increased trade negotiations, since you've announced the 50% tariff?
No, not until we get it resolved.
Mr. President. To follow up on the India tariffs, do you expect increased trade negotiations, since you've announced the 50% tariff?
No, not until we get it resolved.
And we have Akanksha Saroop joining us on this broadcast. Akanksha, another big statement from US President Donald Trump. He's talking about some issues that needs to be resolved. If you could tell our viewers more about this.
Right, Harsh, it's important to highlight that this comes at a very critical juncture, given that there was still hope that not all is lost, because the US officials are to arrive around the 25th of August is what we have been told. And India is very well prepared to hammer out a deal after having negotiations. But with these 50% tariffs, India is almost left in a lurch. But having said that, there are a host of other developments that have happened in the backdrop. We all know that the Indian Prime Minister has also received a phone call from the Brazilian President Lula da Silva. In fact, Prime Minister Modi even made that announcement on X that he had a very fruitful call after that phone conversation, where they've not just discussed the strategic partnership between India and Brazil, but also, according to what Lula da Silva had to say, that they discussed the economic landscape and the unilateral tariffs that have been imposed at the moment, of course, referring to the US president. And remember, India and Brazil also happen to be one of the most affected countries because they both have been slapped with 50% tariff. Now, why this is critical? Because we really do not know what is in fact steering the mind of the US president. And when he's saying that not until the issues are resolved, is he indicating that he wants India's Russian oil purchases to stop? Or is he talking about getting ample credit for the mediation claims that he's done between India and the United States? Is he expecting that India drops the non-tariff barriers, the high barriers as well? But all of that, remember, is going to be pivoted on the negotiations that take place between India and the United States. So it's fairly premature for the US president to have made that claim, because the issues can only get resolved once the meetings take place, like was in the case of the United States and China, where officials had to meet in Stockholm, and that's when they arrived upon that 90-day reprieve. So perhaps India is also now hammering out its own strategy in terms of how India wants to take this forward. Will there be a set of retaliatory tariffs? We'll have to wait and watch right now. India is being extremely guarded. We are also weighing in on our options. But remember, Prime Minister Modi has made it amply clear that the interest of Indian farmers, fishermen, the livestock will also be its top priority. India's Commerce Ministry had already made it clear in its initial statement that so will be the interests of our entrepreneurs and MSMEs as well. So India is, of course, holding its ground. We've drawn the line in the sand and we will not give in. But can Donald Trump afford to go ahead with these purchases, given that the United States is also bound to get impacted? There's a trade deficit over $45 billion. So it is the US which is, of course, buying more. So if Donald Trump does go ahead with these 50% tariffs, then it is bound to impact the US consumer and the US market as well. Remember, in the case of these additional 25% tariffs that were slapped by the US president just a day ago, there is a slim window of 21 days. But a host of geopolitical developments are also happening. The Russian president is expected in the country, in our country, in the month of August itself. Today, the ceasefire deadline that Russia has expires as far as Ukraine is concerned. Putin is expected to meet Donald Trump. Now, remember, he is one critical personality who could perhaps play a mediating role. That is, if he manages to pacify the US president with regards to his own commitment to meeting the ceasefire deadline in Ukraine, what Russia has to offer will also indirectly impact India and the United States' ongoing trade negotiations.
Right. Many thanks, Akansha, for that input. Now we'll listen into the bite of the principal deputy spokesperson for the US Department of State.
About an overall worsening in the relationship with India and the potential for India to be turning more to China and away from the U.S. at a time when the U.S. looks to India, has been looking for many years to India as a partner.
Well, what this is about is an honest, full, and frank dialogue about real concerns that this administration has, that the president has outlined very clearly, addressing those concerns through his actions. He's spoken about them, whether it's about the purchase of Russian oil, whether it's about the trade imbalance. Addressing those concerns is important. And that's part of what it means to have a frank dialogue, to address those concerns that you have, and then hopefully have conversations to see those concerns addressed. So the president's been very clear. His concerns about what he has seen from India speak for themselves. He's truthed multiple times about it. But ultimately, this is about a frank and full dialogue. And that's what it means to advance American interests. That's what it means to really have full diplomatic dialogue with partners to address concerns that we need to see addressed.
Now shifting focus, comedian Kapil Sharma's Caps Cafe in Canada once again came under attack after shots were fired on Thursday, making it the second incident in last 1 month. Around 6 rounds were fired at the restaurant. No reports of injury have surfaced yet. Residents of the area called the police upon hearing the gunshots, prompting police action. Canadian police have released a statement on the shooting at comedian Kapil Sharma's Cafe in Surrey. Police say that they are investigating shots fired incident, which is the second incident at this location in the last month. Police say shooting caused damage to the windows and the building, and fortunately the staff on the premises were not injured. From Sansad to Sanatan to Sindoor, Smriti Irani returns to the screen not as Tulsi Virani, but as the BJP's combative voice. In a candid conversation, the former Union Minister speaks on Modi's global message, opposition mockery, and why she believes India's interests are in safe hands. Listen in.
The Prime Minister, and I think the biggest raging conversation that affects all of our lives as a nation also is this entire tariff issue and what President Trump has imposed, this ad valorem 25%. And the Prime Minister has today come out and made a statement which perhaps sends a huge message. And I would like to understand from you where he says that it may affect me personally, but I'm not going to compromise the interests of our fisher folk, our farmers, our MSMEs, and I will not compromise Bharat's interests. Now, are we staring at a big challenge
from our country, courtesy the MEA, which reflects the Prime Minister's resolve, is extremely telling. It's very stoic, it's very powerful, and it is telling to the effect what the Prime Minister has enunciated, that India's interests will be upheld, that the interest of those in the agricultural sector will not be sacrificed. And when the Prime Minister says it, this is a Prime Minister who's lived up to his word. Yes, he is at the receiving end of the mockery of the opposition, but that has never dissuaded him from delivering for the national good. So given that the US of A has used tariffs and the tariff regime as an instrument to broker certain issues which are favorable to their country, as an Indian citizen, I'm extremely confident that the interests of India are safe in the hands of Prime Minister Modi.
But there are a lot of younger actors. So
Yes.
do they look at you as an actor, or do they look at
What is extremely satisfying for me is the fact that many of them discuss politics. They want to know how Parliament works. Amar is the one.
Oh, just walking in. So that's the quintessential Mihir.
I spoke about how I said make sure that bail is a rule and not an exception.
Oh, yeah.
And then one of your journalists called up and said, how did he say this?
So that's the influence that the politician and the person who's read the law. They bring it in.
It's nice when you, I mean, he's not mic'd up.
Yeah,
but,
so you have
So I think what is he was saying that you become I said no, the idea is it's a group of actors. So when you can enhance each other's value, even the youngsters who are working today, they get a larger body of work and opportunity because they're a part of this project, which means they financially benefit from it.
Okay, let me ask you this: is it the same Smriti, or has she changed?
She's
Look
much,
at him.
she's much bigger asset than she was earlier for the show. I can say that. Being a politician adds a value to the show. He's also become the politician.
He's talking about assets.
No, because like she said, one line she added about the law. Who will know better than her? Yeah.
But it also has to be done in a partnership.
Yeah.
You know, you yourself are a working professional in television. You may have lots of suggestions. Your co-worker, your colleague may not be open to those suggestions.
Right.
What we've managed to create on this set is that we all kind of support each other, which includes, you've seen
We've always done that.
Yeah.
We've
Even
done that.
first season
That
also.
is how you create history. You don't create history in isolation.
Lovely.
You always create history. You create a legacy. When
team is
people
there.
from, when you have a great team, you have a confluence of ideas and aspirations.
Fantastic. तो इनका भी शॉट रेडी है.
अरे तेरे शॉट में मैं हूँ.
तो
दोनों साथ में, तो अभी साथ में हम सबको थैंक यू करते हैं. थैंक यू वेरी मच. एक साथ. हाँ.
जय श्री कृष्ण.
जय श्री कृष्ण. Now for us to get behind the camera, they go and take their
Earn
spot.
our living and my paycheck.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue on the other side. Stay with us.
Brought to you by
The political temperature in India is right.
And we are getting a piece of breaking news. Latest reaction coming in from Donald Trump. Trump, on being asked whether he will have trade negotiations with India, he said no, not until issues are resolved. That is a big statement that is coming in from US President Donald Trump, where he has said again that he will not have any trade negotiations with India until issues are resolved. And we'll listen into what Mr. Trump said.
Tariffs. Do you expect increased trade negotiations, since you've announced the 50% tariff?
No, not until we get it resolved.
Mr. President. To follow up on the India tariffs, do you expect increased trade negotiations, since you've announced the 50% tariff?
No, not until we get it resolved.
And we have Akanksha Sarup joining us on this broadcast. Akanksha, another big statement from US President Donald Trump. He's talking about some issues that needs to be resolved. If you could tell our viewers more about this.
Right, Harsh, it's important to highlight that this comes at a very critical juncture, given that there was still hope that not all is lost, because the US officials are to arrive around the 25th of August is what we have been told, and India is very well